Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
When the nobles moved, what Yamamoto Shigekuni was worried about happened, which also proved from the side how clever the decision to let Kuchiki Genlai be the villain was. The matter is actually very simple. It is nothing more than those who picked half of the peaches, because they felt that their peaches were not big enough, so they used their brains during the migration process. Originally, in the early stage of migration, the big nobles did come first, and the other nobles could only start choosing places and moving after the migration of the big nobles was almost completed. These ambitious people took advantage of this loophole and started to make trouble on the last day of the migration of the 4 great nobles. Fortunately, Kuchiki Clan knew what kind of moths might appear, and was always on guard against the actions of these grandsons. On the last day of the migration of the great nobles, Kuchiki Clan finally met him. Several new high-ranking nobles and low-ranking nobles joined forces to touch porcelain, the big nobles. In the later stage of the migration of the big nobles, they formed groups and began to discuss the big nobles in various ways, not to mention the big nobles. Even now the new 4 great nobles had never experienced such anger when they were high-level nobles, and they almost couldn't help but directly confront these high-level nobles and lower-level nobles. However, they were stopped by the sudden appearance of Kuchiki Clan, and when the high-ranking nobles and lower-level nobles who touched 24 porcelain found that Kuchiki Clan was involved, they suddenly changed their expressions, and then hurriedly separated their relationship and told everyone the nobleman apologized, and then quickly left. And there are a few lower-level upstarts, so what if it is definitely Kuchiki Clan? They still don't know how to advance or retreat, and after Kuchiki Clan beat up all the family members, all the Punxi family became honest. Originally, according to Kuchiki Clan, he meant to directly exterminate the clans of the newly promoted lower-level nobles who took the lead in making troubles, but then he changed his mind. Even if he went to the extreme and wiped out a few lower-level nobles, the consequences of punishment, although it is not too serious, it is easy for others to catch the talk. Kuchiki Clan knows that it is better to do less at the current stage, so when it comes to giving people something to talk about, in the end, he changed killing to beating. But sometimes beating is more effective than killing. Just after Kuchiki Clan beat all the members of the most violent family, until they couldn't take care of themselves, all other families who were preparing to make trouble or had already started to make trouble were all weird. It all stopped. This result made Kuchiki Clan also unexpected. To be honest, he has already made preparations for killing if it doesn't work. After all, he only dealt with a family, and the other ambitious people don't know what it is. What about the situation? So Kuchiki Clan didn't think that the other families would calm down just after he settled a family. The result was much better than Kuchiki Clan expected, which surprised Kuchiki Clan, but the effect was surprisingly good. Yamamoto Shigekuni did not expect that after Kuchiki Clan did this, the effect would be better than expected. He was once again thankful that he had Kuchiki Clan by his side, and was also fortunate again that Kuchiki Clan contributed to many things. Originally, Kuchiki Clan didn't know that the effect was so good. When Kuchiki Clan was preparing to deal with the second family, he was stopped by Yamamoto's heavy country. Only then did Kuchiki Clan know that all the families that were planning to make trouble went to ask Yamamoto. Zhongguo also made corresponding actions by apologizing and making amends. This ended Kuchiki Clan's terrifying visit. Originally, these ambitious people believed that Kuchiki Clan was nothing to be afraid of. If Kuchiki Clan dared to do something, they would sue the Lingwang Palace. However, there are many intelligent people among the ambitious people. After analyzing all the possibilities, they came to a conclusion, that is, if Kuchiki Clan really killed part of him, he would not be hurt. At first, these ambitious people were stunned by their own conclusions, but after several calculations, they all came to the same conclusion. In this way, these guys are much more honest, because they don't want to face cruel. Kuchiki Clan also does not want to die. The next thing will be much easier, without the interference of ambitious people. the relocation will be carried out very quickly. In about a month, all the nobles, big and small, have been relocated and settled down by the way. And everything about settling in. Sometimes human beings' ability to adapt is really super strong. Kuchiki Clan has a deep understanding of this point. Among other things, people's ability to adapt to a new living environment is definitely better than any other species. Oh no, it's just a tiny bit worse than water bears. In 1 month, Kuchiki Clan watched with his own eyes the nobles, big and small, enter the jingling court, and within a month, people quickly got used to the empty and idle life in the Searing court. After all, now except for the aristocratic living area, no one has begun to settle in other areas. After the aristocrats moved in, the civilians moved in. After all, the buildings outside the Searing court are all for the common people. Although the Soul Society is the sole society of the King Ling, Huweixi's life is not just for the nobles. How should I put it? The nobles are people who are born with the blood of the Soul King, and the common people are the common souls born and raised in the Soul Society, and the poor are the residents who came to the Soul Society from the souls of people in the world after death. The jingling court is very large, and it cannot be filled by nobles alone. Since the jingling court is the new beginning of the Soul Society, a large number of civilians must be allowed to live here, otherwise the reform of the Soul Society will be meaningless. As for the poor, Shigekuni Yamamoto had already thought about it a long time ago, that is, to build Rukongai outside of Jingling Court. 077 The so-called Rukongai is the place where non-Soul Society residents live. Although Yamamoto's original meaning is correct, but with the development of time, Kuchiki Clan is very clear that the Rukongai of later generations is not just the existence of poor people. After all, not all the civilians in the jingling court are satisfied with their lives, and naturally some of them will be exiled to Rukongai. Of course, for this point, Kuchiki Clan believes that it is an inevitable thing. It is impossible to say that the common people will always live on the periphery of Jinglingting, and the poor will always live in Rukongai. In the original book, Byakuya Kuchiki's wife, Kuchiki Phasian grew up from Rukongai, and was brought back by Byakuya Kuchiki from Rukongai, so this situation is too common in 2000 years. This is the trend of social development and the unstoppable progress of history. Of course, everything has advantages and disadvantages. The mixing of bloodlines may weaken the bloodlines, and may also cause more terrible changes. Non-noble people in the later Soul Society, the captain occupies most of the seats, this is the best proof. With the advent of the Seireitei era, from the time when people gradually poured into Seireitei, Kuchiki Clan knew that the millennium-long peace period of the Soul Society had come. However, this also means that the biggest enemy of the Soul Society has also begun to appear slowly. Rome was not built in a day, and neither is the natural enemy. Kuchiki Clan has no way to stop the passage of time, all he can do is to be prepared. While Kuchiki Clan was making preparations and helping Yamamoto Shigekuni with various matters, 300 years passed in a blink of an eye. 500 years later. Jingling Court, Noble Living Area, Kuchiki House. Condolences, boy. Kuchiki Clan said to a crying middle-aged man who looked a lot like Kuchiki Aota. At this time, Kuchiki Clan is much more mature than 500 years ago, but his face is still the same as 500 years ago, which makes everyone in Jinglingting very speechless. You know, in 500 years, Yamamoto Shigekuni has also changed from a balding middle-aged man to an old man with half-gray beard and half-gray hair, while Kuchiki Clan is still so young. Although Kuchiki Clan said that he was a middle-aged boy, but the other party's seniority was his grandpa's generation, but as far as the current Kuchiki family is concerned, no one dares to search for the same seniority as Kuchiki Clan. Yes, Senior Clan. The middle-aged man is called Kuchiki Ludu, the only son of Kuchiki Qingtian, the successor of Kuchiki Qingtian, and the future patriarch of the Kuchiki family. At this time, the Soul Society has entered the 503rd year of Jinglingting, which is the 503rd year of Jinglingting's official establishment. Here, the author has refined the time to make do with it. The passage of time, coupled with foreign wars, 500 years after the establishment of Jinglingting, the original patriarch, Kuchiki Tian died of illness. Yes, there is one less person from the group that Kuchiki Xian was familiar with at the beginning. In 500 years, Kuchiki Xian killed Shibahiko, Shihuinshini, and a group of old people from Kuchiki's family. Now even Kuchiki Aota, the patriarch who can be regarded as a friend, is gone. Time is merciless. Kuchiki Xian sat on the morning hall of Kuchiki Tian and said with emotion. In the 500 years, Kuchiki Xian has changed a lot, but there are two things that hurt Kuchiki Xian the most. The first point is the disgusting urine of the system. In the 500 years, the random sign-in event, although there are not many, but there are a few times, but just a few rewards, directly let Kuchiki Xian want to pull the system out of the body and smash this guy. The second point is the speed of cultivation after the 8th level. After 500 years, Kuchiki's profound talent can be improved from the middle of the 8th level to the high level of the 8th level. It is hard to avoid being complained by Kuchiki Xian. But Kuchiki Xian also understood the old man Yamamoto's penance for so many years. In Kuchiki Xian's own data, the most obvious changes are his spiritual power level and the emergence of Kido. Yes, in 500 years, many things have appeared in later generations, such as Kido. A long time ago, the old man Yamamoto relocated his Yuanzajuku to Jinglingting, and established the Mao Spiritual Art Academy, and he occasionally taught there, but there are still a small number of people who are qualified to enter the Mao Spiritual Art Academy. There are not as many students as the later generations in the original book. With the emergence of Shino Spiritual Art Academy, Kido was gradually counted, forming a unique teaching method, and today, 500 years later, it has also formed its own unique school. Because with the passage of time and the systematization of education, the senior officials of Seireitei have gradually discovered that not all psychics are suitable for using Zanpakuto. Therefore, during the exploration process, people discovered such a group of people who are suitable for Zanpakuto. Kido has a particularly talented group of people, forming the first batch of Kido practitioners, which is also the predecessor of the later Kido congregation. With the development of Mao Lingshu Academy and the appearance of the predecessors of Kido, Kuchiki Gen wanted to complain about Yamamoto. Why at this time, they have not thought about establishing Gotei 13, and they have to wait until they come to call, will you go to form Gotei 13? Therefore, Kuchiki Clan raised his requirements one step further, because only with the formation of a systematic armed force can truly capable people be selected, just like the expedition team established 500 years ago. Of course, there is Yamamoto Shigekuni who has the same idea as Kuchiki General. After all, Yamamoto Shigekuni is the most far-sighted person in Soul Society except Kuchiki Gen, the time traveler. But due to various reasons, sometimes he is helpless, so Kuchiki Xian knows that certain important tasks of changing history must fall on his shoulders, otherwise, according to the trend of history, the Soul Society will still be in a slump again. Of course, Kuchiki Xian is also very aware of the difficulty of innovation, Lees, and now it is the era of Jinglingting. It's not that simple anymore. At this time, Kuchiki Xian once again silently praised his foresight, because with the improvement of the Central 46 system, the nobles of Jinglingting at this time do not have much right to speak. In the era of being in power, the only people who can ignore the faces of those elders are Yamamoto Shigekuni and Kuchiki General. Yamamoto's prestige is too high, and this group of guys in Central 46 still rely on Yamamoto's country to suppress the Soul Society, so they generally treat old man Yamamoto with respect. But Kuchiki Xian is different, because he left an expedition team in Hueco Mundo, so in the past 500 years, the most powerful person in Jinglingting has been Kuchiki Xian. In terms of personal power, he is stronger than Yamamoto Shigekuni. Awesome. Of course, these are all feminine fears, so they shouldn't be too superficial. Anyway, it's all tacitly understood by all parties. Kuchiki Xian also knows that the identity of the captain of the expedition team is his nuclear weapon to deter Central 46, so over the years, Kuchiki Xian has been relatively honest and will not go against Central 46 too much, and Central 46 has the right to be Kuchiki Xian existence. It can be said that well water does not violate river water. However, although this level of identity will not be used easily, it must be used when it is not needed, just like now. Kuchiki Clan deduces that in about 500 years, there should be a battle between the Soul Society and the Quincy. To establish Gotei 13 at that time, it is really impossible to keep up with the hot ones. Therefore, Kuchiki Clan will change history and put it on his agenda again. It is not so easy to change history, so Kuchiki Clan first set his goal on the 10 world ghosts that he has always wanted to know, but has never had a specific understanding of. The so-called demon spirit world in 553 is actually a small world attached to the Soul Society. It exists attached to the Soul Society, just like the Spirit Palace. It is a world that exists alone. Why does the ghost world exist? Before, Kuchiki Clan deliberately went to understand that the demon spirit world is attached to the Soul Society, a place where sinful souls and beast souls are exiled. This type of soul is much more dangerous than human souls, so Soul Society does not include this type of soul, but not including it does not mean laissez-faire, so that next door of Soul Society does not know when there will be a demon existence of the spirit world. The demon spirit world includes all animal souls and souls that enter the animal realm, but because these souls are more irritable, brutal, and aggressive than normal souls, the demon spirit world has always been a Soul Society, a place where entry is strictly prohibited. Of course, in the demon spirit world, there are also races with advanced intelligence, such as the most representative race of humans and beasts. The so-called human-beast race is a general term that includes various human-beast races. There are also, say, human-beast races in the Soul Society, but because of the particularity of the human-beast race, the human-beast race in the Soul Society is not very good at walking outside. In the original work, the captain of the 7th Division, Kamamura Sajin, belonged to the human wolf family, which is a branch of the human-beast family. The world of demon spirits is very dangerous. Not only are there a large number of beast spirits, but there are also extremely aggressive human and animal races. If a soul from the Soul Society accidentally enters the world of demon spirits, there is a 90% possibility that they will be killed by the beast spirits. Devoured. Common's beast spirits have no clear self-awareness, and their action patterns are no different from wild beasts, but what makes them more terrifying than wild beasts is that they are more aggressive and powerful. Moreover, the most troublesome thing for Soul Society in the demon spirit world is that because the two worlds are interdependent, it is not difficult to enter the other side from the border, so there are often beast spirits or powerful human and beast clans from the demon spirit world. The spirit world came to Soul Society to kill and destroy. In this way, the demon spirit world has become the place that poses the greatest threat to the Soul Society besides Hueco Mundo. After all, it is more convenient for the beast spirits and humans and beasts in the demon spirit world to enter the Soul Society than Hueco Mundo. Threat is not too much, so the demon spirit world has always been a serious problem for Soul Society. As far as Kuchiki Clan has lived for 900 years, the demon spirit world has made some moths to add to the Soul Society, but because the Soul Society itself has a lot of things, it has not paid much attention to the demon spirit world. And because there are guards sent by Yamamoto, the matter of the demon spirit world has never been serious enough to be placed in the most difficult position. But with the development of the world, more and more souls have entered the demon spirit world, and the threat of the demon spirit world to Soul Society is also increasing, which makes Soul Society send a large number of people to deal with it. The old man Yamamoto Shigekuni has always been troubled by this matter. After all, the current Soul Society is the era of Seireitei, and many things cannot be decided by Yamamoto Shigekuni alone. The death of Kuchiki Clan is also inseparable from the affairs of the demon spirit world, because the increasing threat of the demon spirit world, Central 46 stipulates that all the nobles should contribute their efforts. Carousel Watch. Kuchiki Clan died quickly because he was wounded by a powerful beast spirit that ran out from the demon spirit world during his shift. Kuchiki Clan intends to use this as an excuse to mobilize the nobles to start forcing the palace against Central 46. Of course, before that, he must first reach an agreement with Yamamoto. Of course, in the last few hundred years, Yamamoto Shigekuni also intends to form an armed force in Jinglingting. After all, Jinglingting is also on the right track now, and the achievements of Shino Spiritual Art Academy are also good, making more and more many civilians also have the opportunity to come into contact with advanced knowledge. But as the number of people with power increases, without an organization to unify and regulate these people, there will always be some unwanted situations, so Yamamoto Shigekuni has long begun to think about this matter. However, when Yamamoto Shigekuni advanced this matter for the first time, his proposal was rejected by those bastards in Central 46. The reason is very simple, that is, Jingling Court does not need armed organizations, because the presence of nobles is enough up. Both Yamamoto Shigekuni and Kuchiki Clan knew the real reason for Central 46's refusal, and it was nothing more than fear that Yamamoto Shigekuni and others would completely hold the power of Jinglingting in their hands again. For such a situation, Yamamoto Shigekuni has no choice but to let go of such thoughts, but now it is different. If this matter is caused by Kuchiki Clan because of the demon spirit world, Central 46 has no reason to refuse so perfunctorily Kuchiki Gen's proposal. As I said before, Kuchiki Clan can be said to be the only person in power of an armed organization in the Soul Society. Kuchiki Clan is naturally aware of his own advantages, and the existence of the expedition team is his greatest reliance, which is where he can grasp the real power and confidence of Central 46. At this time, Kuchiki Clan has nothing to fear. Of course this is a joke, at least when facing the old man Yamamoto Shigekuni, Kuchiki Gen didn't dare to say this. This is for guys like Central 46 who occupy the commanding heights of power but don't do practical things. Kuchiki Clan's idea is actually very simple, that is to discuss with Yamamoto Shigekuni about the Gotei 13 issue. Gotei 13 has not been established for a long time, which is a problem that Kuchiki Clan has been brooding on. In the past 500 years, although everything in Jinglingting has been developing rapidly, Kuchiki Clan only sees unimportant aspects, such as the armed forces. It still maintains the appearance of the original dozen or so people. Central 46 originally objected to Kuchiki Clan's request for support, but in view of the rapid development of the human population, the number of souls will naturally increase. The number is also rising steadily. In the end, Central 46 had to choose suitable candidates to go to Hueco Mundo to support the expedition under the protests of all the families of the Soul Society. And as the strength of the expedition team improves day by day, Kuchiki Clan's authority will naturally rise accordingly. Roughly speaking, in the first round of confrontation between Kuchiki Clan and Central 46, Kuchiki Clan wins. Of course, fundamentally speaking, this is not a battle of Kuchiki Clan alone. After all, Hueco Mundo's problem is related to the safety of the Soul Society. If Central 46 can ignore this, then this group of elders will be dismissed. Not far away. To put it bluntly, there are actually only two backers of Central 46, one is the rules approved by the Soul King, and the other is the first person of the Soul Society, Yamamoto Genryosai. The Spirit King is an illusory existence. As long as the Soul Society is not destroyed, the Spirit King Palace will not suffer. Under normal circumstances, the Spirit King Palace will not care about the Soul Society. But Yamamoto Shigekuni is different here. Although Yamamoto Shigekuni has always held the heart of admiration for Central 46, but to put it bluntly, it is just Yamamoto Shigekuni's cherishment of the Jingling Court he worked so hard to establish. And responsibility, not how much recognition is given to Central 46, a balance of rights. Therefore, Kuchiki Clan knows that as long as it is beneficial to the Soul Society, Yamamoto Shigekuni will never object. As long as Yamamoto Shigekuni does not object, then Kuchiki Clan is sure that Central 46 will also compromise. Although Yamamoto Shigekuni's application was rejected at the beginning, but now and then, if Kuchiki Clan takes the lead this time and puts everything on the expedition team, as well as the support of the major nobles, coupled with the intention of Yamamoto Shigekuni, Kuchiki does not think that the Central 46 there is opposition to the land. Because if Central 46 still opposes this, then they will completely lose the support of Yamamoto Shigekuni. At that time, if Yamamoto Shigekuni pretends to see nothing and hear nothing, all the big nobles will unite with some high-ranking nobles to overthrow it. Is not difficult for a Central 46 to change its dynasty. The matter is actually very simple, it is nothing more than a matter of righteousness. Shigekuni Yamamoto went to talk to Central 46 alone, and Central 46 could completely prevaricate the other party by saying that this was Yamamoto Shigekuni's selfishness. But when Kuchiki Clan wins over most of the Soul Society's high-level power, this matter becomes a matter of righteousness. At that time, if Central 46 continues to oppose, it will ignore the safety of the Soul Society. Come on, things actually become simpler. Therefore, as long as the brains of the Central 46 gentlemen have not been burned by power, they will not make such an unwise choice. Therefore, the first thing Kuchiki Clan has to do is to talk to the old man Yamamoto Shigekuni. If he does not agree to force Central 46 to submit by forcing the palace, then everything he says is nonsense. Knowing the key to the matter, Kuchiki Clan is not going to waste time. After all, hundreds of years have been wasted. If Gotei 13 can be established early, it will definitely play a big role in the battle against the Quincy influence. When Kuchiki Clan was in his own world, he had seen enough of some unofficial history. According to the unofficial history, the establishment of Gotei 13 was an armed organization established after the old man Yamamoto Genryosai led a group of people with lofty ideals to fight against the Quincy. Kuchiki Clan is skeptical about this, so his idea now is very simple: no matter whether this matter is true or not, he must let Gotei 13 appear early, because it has a decisive effect on the future of Soul Society. Asking for flowers. Kuchiki Clan, who has read the original book, does not dare to underestimate the group of Quincy guys. The abilities of these guys are all kinds of strange, and there is an old scumbag like Habak, the ancestor of Quincy. Kuchiki Clan dare not relax at all. To be honest, Kuchiki Clan sometimes feels that the existence of Quincy is not a race that appeared to destroy Hollow, but a race that appeared to eliminate the group of guys like Jinglingting. In the three parties with spiritual power, Shinigami restrains Su, Su restrains Quincy, and Quincy restrains Shinigami. If you tell this logic to an uninformed person, what do you think this person will think? You tell this person the Quincy master eliminates the void, do you think this uninformed person will believe it? Therefore, since Kuchiki Clan read the original book, he has always held a deep hostility towards the race of Quincy, and has a strong sense of defense. Kuchiki Clan's idea is actually very simple, that is to live well, while enjoying Shinigami's life, while becoming stronger and climbing towards the highest peak. But now the Quincy master, oh no, it should be the existence of the extremist Yobak, which has seriously affected Kuchiki Clan's mood and new life experience, so everything Kuchiki Clan is doing now is aimed at Quincy. It is understandable to do it as a teacher. With the goal, the environment, and the identity, what Kuchiki Clan has to do now is to transform these advantages into something substantial. Therefore, Kuchiki Clan couldn't be idle for a moment, and he came out of his house without stopping, and walked towards the location of the Jinyang Academy of Spiritual Art. In the past 500 years, Yamamoto has been committed to cultivating more Shinigami. The name Shinigami has just become popular, and it is also influenced by the world, so in the 500 years, there are 400 years of Yamamoto. The encirclement is taught at the Jinjong Lishu Academy. For 400 years, the old man Yamamoto Genryosai not only taught people the skills of fighting, but also compiled teaching materials for Mao Academy of Spiritual Art. It was also at this time that the old man Yamamoto divided Soul Society's combat system into 4 major systems in detail: chopping, punching, walking, and ghosts. After 400 years, everyone in Jinglingting has truly accepted Yamamoto's national division system, and at the same time accepted the hierarchy theory put forward by Kuchiki Clan's insinuation. Not only is the division of ranks in spiritual power clearer, but even the division of the 4 major combat systems, Zhanquan Zogui, has been divided in detail. These divisions were plagiarized by Kuchiki Clan from the system. In Kuchiki Clan's words, scholar's business, how can it be called stealing? Anyway, the system passed on by Kuchiki Clan has also been recognized by the majority of Jinglingting residents, and of course the most important thing among them is the recognition of the strong. The emergence of the system not only allows people to know their own position more clearly, but also has a clearer goal, so people still respect the new things proposed by Kuchiki Clan. August 20th, of course, the specific measurement standard was formulated by the old man Yamamoto. Of course, the specific division of the four systems is still different from the system's evaluation of Kuchiki Clan. For example, the system evaluation currently only has 5 stages, but the rating given after discussions between Yamamoto Shigekuni and Kuchiki Gen has 6 stages. In addition to the original 5 stages of superficial, light taste, rough understanding, deep, spiritual, cooked, hundreds, and secret, there is also a 6th stage oil. The original meaning of the stage of God actually refers to the skills of godlike and miracle-like, but later on, it has become a kind of appellation, such as the name of Kuchiki Clan now, Flash Goddess. Yes, Kuchiki Clan's Shuanpa speed has surpassed the old man Yamamoto and Chilan Temple Tenshiro, and has become the fastest-moving Shinigami in Soul Society, so the title of Flash Goddess is well-deserved. 500 years, Kuchiki Clan has not been in vain. Although the cultivation of spiritual power is really slow, Kuchiki Clan has polished all his skills. Take Shuanpa as an example. Even if Kuchiki Clan does not add space and flying thunder god's application skills, his Shuanpa ability will definitely not be slower than the old man Yamamoto, but with the addition of special skills, Kumu Clan is the well-deserved second place in Soul Society. The topic is far away. Kuchiki Gen wears a cloak that symbolizes his great nobility, and his pace is not fast, but every step he takes is a very long distance towards the location of the Shino Spiritual Art Academy. As usual, this is simple. The old man Yamamoto Shigekuni must have stayed at the Mao Lingshu Academy, and he will definitely be able to find him if he goes at this time. For so long, in fact, Yamamoto Shigekuni also approached Kuchiki Gen, hoping that he could become a teacher at Shino Academy of Spiritual Arts, but Kuchiki Gen rejected them all. Although teaching disciples is also a process of self-reflection, to be honest, Kuchiki Xuan really doesn't teach many things. There are many things that he doesn't understand thoroughly. How can he teach others? So Kuchiki Clan happily rejected the old man Yamamoto's invitation, but he refused. Kuchiki Clan still promised Yamamoto Shigekuni to come to Mao Academy of Spiritual Arts to give an open class every once in a while. Of course, the content of this class, it is up to Kuchiki Clan to choose by himself, but Yamamoto Shigekuni has a requirement, that is, the time and content of this class is not limited, but the content must have something substantial. He does not want Kuchiki Clan to hold a random class to fool him. Kuchiki Clan naturally agreed to this point, so in the past 500 years, Kuchiki Clan has rarely attended classes, but each class has gained substantial things for each student, which is why Yamamoto Shigekuni has never disliked it for so many years, the reason why Kuchiki Clan has few classes. Soon, Kuchiki Gen came to the location of the Shino Academy of Spiritual Art, and without anyone stopping him, Kuchiki Gen went directly to the quiet room where Yamamoto Shigekuni was located. Discovering that Kuchiki Gen came uninvited, Yamamoto Shigekuni, who was meditating behind closed doors, raised one eyelid and looked at Kuchiki Gen, who was opening the door to come in. "Hey, you little brat, why didn't you come here today? Are you coming to class today?" Yamamoto said jokingly in Shigekuni's tone. Kuchiki Clan came in, and after pulling the door closed, he sat upright across from Yamamoto Shigekuni, and then slowly said, "Old man, I am not here for class today, I have something to talk to you about." "Oh. It's rare, you kid, you actually have something to say to the test book. What's the matter to hear?" Ben Chonghua asked with interest. "The matter itself is actually quite simple, but it needs your support," Kuchiki said with a faint smile. "Hehe, let me guess, do you want to go to this world for a while?" Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at Kuchiki with a half-smile and guessed. As soon as he heard Yamamoto Shigekuni's words, Kuchiki Clan was stunned. He never expected that Yamamoto Shigekuni would think that he wanted to go to the real world. At this time, the real world has a head, and now it is the beginning of the plot. More than 500 years ago, at this point in time, the Yamato country? Even the Yamato country in the manga world is super ancient, right? What are you doing in the present world at this time? Going to see monsters? Don't be ridiculous. Why do you think I'm going to this world? Kuchiki Clan asked in bewilderment. Isn't it? Yamamoto asked with a frown, noticing Kuchiki Gen's tone was wrong. Who would want to go to this world, please? Kuchiki Clan said speechlessly, what I want to talk about is related to armed organizations. Armed organization? Hearing Kuchiki Clan's explanation, Yamamoto Shigekuni immediately became serious, and then said, what do you want to say? It's not clear to you that the old man was rejected by Central 46. What do you want to do now? Of course I know. Kuchiki Clan said, I know that, so I came to you. What you did back then, I am the group of people from Central 46, and I will reject you, do you know? How do you say that? Asked Shigekuni Yamamoto. 0.6. It's very simple, your own affairs and the Soul Society's affairs, these are two concepts, do you understand, old man? Kuchiki said with a mysterious smile. My own affairs and Soul Society's affairs? Is there a difference? Isn't what I want to do just for the Soul Society? Yamamoto asked with a frown. There's a big difference. Kuchiki Clan raised a finger and said, what I'm talking about here is the key element of the whole thing, listen up. Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't answer, just nodded in response. When you went by yourself, Central 46 would naturally reject you in any way, because at that time you only represented yourself, and you were always seen by the Central 46 army. Kuchiki Gen said with a mysterious smile on his face. Only saw me? Hearing Kuchiki Gen's words, Yamamoto Shigekuni immediately realized, you mean, no matter what my original intention is, as long as I apply for it myself, then things will definitely fail, right? That's right, that's what it means. With a snap, Kuchiki Clan snapped his fingers and said. It's very simple, because Central 46 is afraid of your connections and your prestige, so as long as they have a reason to reject your application, they will definitely reject it, but what I want to say now is different. Kuchiki Clan shook his head and said, what I want to say is naturally from the perspective of the Soul Society as a whole. Even if the group of old fellows want to object, they won't be able to deal with it. Oh. What do you want to do, tell me? Yamamoto Shigekuni asked, very interested in Kuchiki Clan's proposal. First of all, what I have to do is to attract enough supporters, such as you old man, the patriarchs of the various nobles, and the support of some high-ranking nobles. Central 46 went to file the 24th application. At that time, we were relying on the trend of the Soul Society, and Central 46 had no room to object. Kuchiki Clan had a smile on his face, and said with a confident smile. It sounds like this method is feasible. Yamamoto Shigekuni is a man, although he may be a bit conservative in thinking sometimes, but he is definitely not stupid, on the contrary. But how can a person who is very smart and able to cultivate to this level be an idiot? So after Kuchiki Clan expressed his ideas, Yamamoto Shigekuni discovered the feasibility of this matter, but under serious consideration, Yamamoto Shigekuni asked, the method is feasible, but have you thought about a specific plan? This, of course I thought about it. Hearing Yamamoto Shigekuni's question, the smile on Kuchiki Gen's face became even brighter. Actually, my idea is very simple. The armed organization I want to establish is called, Gotei 13. Gotei 13. Hearing Kuchiki Gen's words, Yamamoto Shigekuni's breathing suddenly slowed down, and then the breathing rate also accelerated. Because what Kuchiki Gen said coincided with what he thought before. Although it was just a name, through the name, Yamamoto Shigekuni knew what the organization Kuchiki Clan wanted to establish was. His philosophy is exactly the same. I sometimes feel like you are a worm in my stomach, and you, a brat, can know what this old man is thinking. Yamamoto Shigekuni took a deep look at the smiling Kuchiki Gengo, and said such a sentence. Well, it means that what you and I are thinking about is only for the Soul Society. Kuchiki Clan said boldly. Humph, I have the right to believe you. Yamamoto Shigekuni naturally wouldn't fully believe Kuchiki Gen's words, although he knew that Kuchiki Gen was indeed doing things for the Soul Society in many cases, but his intuition told Yamamoto Shigekuni that Kuchiki Gen was definitely not as kind the appearance is for the Soul Society, so sometimes, Yamamoto Shigekuni has reservations about what Kuchiki Gen said. And Kuchiki Clan naturally knew that he couldn't fool Yamamoto Shigekuni, so he stopped talking nonsense and said, "Do you want to hear the details? Have you thought about the details?" Yamamoto Shigekuni frowned and asked in surprise. "Of course I thought about it a bit before I dared to come to you for support, right?" Kuchiki Clan said with a smile, "If I didn't make enough preparations, how dare I bother you, old man?" "Okay, let's hear it." Yamamoto Shigekuni was non-committal about Kuchiki's confident appearance. "Then let me tell you, the so-called Gotei 13 is an armed organization established based on the current situation of Seireitei and the future situation. First of all, Gotei 13 is naturally divided into 13 teams. Each team has its own responsibilities. There must be no conflict between teams, but they can assist and complement each other. That was my original idea. Then, the 13th Division of Gotei, the 1st Division, the main division, issued the Central 46 order and held the captain's meeting, the 2nd Division, the hidden mobile team, in charge. The support team of the 3rd Division, the medical team of the 4th Division, the rescue team of the 5th Division, the noble exclusive team of the 6th Division, the inner court guard team of the 7th Division, chief guard, the intelligence team of the 8th Division, and the prison team of the 9th Division, the 10th Division patrol team, the 11th Division combat special team, the 12th Division technology development team, the 13th Division purification team. Kuchiki Clan told Yamamoto Shigekuni the numbers and specific functions of the 13 divisions in one breath, and Yamamoto was shocked by Kuchiki Clan's detailed plan after listening. "You, kid, you call this a little idea?" Yamamoto Shigekuni said in shock. "Well. That's right, this is the first draft, if you disagree, you can revise it later." Kuchiki Clan said, licking his face. "Okay, that's great." Shigekuni Yamamoto didn't know what to say anymore. If such a detailed plan didn't work, Shigekuni Yamamoto didn't know what kind of plan would be a good one. "What do you mean, old man, that you support my forced palace this time?" Kuchiki Clan asked again. "Forcing the palace?" Yamamoto Shigekuni smiled slightly when he heard this word, and said, "It's quite vivid, it is indeed forcing the palace." Yamamoto Shigekuni is not stupid. He naturally knows the reason why 647 Kuchiki Clan came to him for support. After all, he is the guardian of Jingling Court's rules, so he will naturally become the biggest umbrella of Central 46. If Kuchiki Clan is applying sometimes, if you don't pull him into your camp, then whatever Shinigami does will be useless. Yamamoto Shigekuni thinks very clearly, but now he is caught in a certain self-struggle. On the one hand, it is because if he forces Central 46, then this is something that he himself is not able to do. But on the other hand, Kuchiki Gen has come up with such a perfect plan, if certain reforms are not carried out, Yamamoto Shigekuni will not even be able to pass his own level. Kuchiki Clan looked at the old man Yamamoto with a tangled face at this time, and didn't rush to urge the old man to make a decision, because he knew very well that there was no way for Yamamoto Shigekuni's struggle at this time, and the rules were set by him. He applied for it, and now if he supports forcing the palace, it would be a disrespect for the rules, that is, a disrespect for himself. It's just that Central 46's approach is indeed too arbitrary. Apart from forcing the palace, Shigekuni Yamamoto doesn't know how to make Central 46 compromise, and then approve the establishment of Gotei 13th Squad. On the one hand, it is the rules, on the other hand, it is the Soul Society. Yamamoto Shigekuni is really too difficult. After Yamamoto thought for a long time, he took a deep breath and said, "Boy, how sure are you of success?" "Huh." Hearing Yamamoto Shigekuni's sudden question, Kuchiki Clan was taken aback for a moment, and then immediately replied, "If you also support, plus your followers, I'm 90% sure that I will succeed." 90%. Shigekuni Yamamoto nodded. This is already a near certain success rate, and Shigekuni Yamamoto naturally has no doubts. One last question, do you have a plan for the specific composition of Gotei 13? Yamamoto Shigekuni asked. Of course there is. Kuchiki Clan nodded and said, first of all, each team has a captain and a vice-captain. The first team is an exception because it is the main team. It can have 2 vice-captains, and how many ranked officers are generally arranged in order of strength. The third officer is also responsible for assisting the deputy captain, and so on. The last is the minimum of 200, with no upper limit for grassroots members. The higher the rank, the more members need to undertake the task is relatively difficult. Some teams have 12 to 20 people serving as the same officer, and some teams even have so many people that they have to be divided into several squads, and a squad leader is assigned to each squad. Manage classes. After all, Kuchiki Clan breathed a sigh of relief, and then continued, since Gotei 13 will need a lot of personnel in the future, in addition to combat personnel, it also needs logistics support and other personnel, so I would like to recommend that the recruitment of Gotei 13 members should not set up any threshold, this is conducive to the inflow of talents. Wait, of course there are things like uniform clothing, all of which need to be considered by you, old man. Me. Shigekuni Yamamoto, who was fascinated by the sound, was brought back to reality by Kuchiki Clan's words, and then said in surprise. That's right, it's you. You'll be the captain in the future. Of course you're the one to consider these things. Kuchiki Clan said naturally. I'm the captain. You don't. Yamamoto Shigekuni was also very shocked by what Kuchiki Clan said out of his mouth. After all, he knew that Kuchiki Clan just said that from the heart, but the problem is that Kuchiki Clan wasted such a big effort as to pave the way for him. This made Yamamoto Shigekuni unable to understand for a while. After all, if Gotei 13 is really established, then the captain will be under 1 person and above 10,000. Kuchiki Clan actually gave him such a position, even him, Yamamoto Shigekuni, was really shocked. At this time, Kuchiki Clan remembered that in his previous life, he had read some unofficial history, which also mentioned a little bit about the development track of Gotei 10 Kings. According to unofficial records, the original Gotei 13 was a killer organization founded by Yamamoto Genryusai, and later took over from Team Zero, that is, royal agents who guarded the safety of the Soul Society and maintained the order of the Soul Society and the world. But to be honest, no matter how Kuchiki Clan looked at this kind of record, there were many conflicts, so Kuchiki Clan always just looked at it and didn't take it to heart. Thinking of this, Kuchiki Clan felt relieved. Since Gotei 13 in the original book may be the team brought out by Yamamoto Shigekuni, it is understandable for him to be the captain. Now it is the real world where Kuchiki Clan lives. In the case of forming Gotei 13, Yamamoto Shigekuni would take it for granted that the one who wants to be the captain is Kuchiki General. Thinking of this, Kuchiki Clan sneered directly in his heart, someone made a mistake, is it true that the young master wants to be the captain of some kind? Don't worry, the young master is not stupid. Yes, Kuchiki Clan never thought of being the captain from the beginning to the end. His idea has been said many times, he just wants to live simply, become stronger with nothing to do, live for a while, and then see more of the world. He is content with the scenery, let him be the captain, unless the end of the world cannot be saved unless he is the captain. This is possible, but under normal circumstances, it is absolutely impossible for him to be the captain. Why do I want to be the chief? If I become the chief, you are not afraid of Jinglingting messing up. Besides, how can being the chief help me? There is nothing, I will be the chief of the A*****. Kuchiki Clan directly asked the question. Give Yamamoto Shigekuni a blowout. You. Yamamoto Shigekuni's eyes widened, looking at Kuchiki Gen, who was looking annoyed and shocked at this moment. He didn't know what to say for a while. Because what Kuchiki Clan said was the truth, Yamamoto Shigekuni's mind went down for a while, and now he really doesn't understand what Kuchiki Clan is thinking. What me? Is it strange not to be the captain? Kuchiki replied with a shrug. What exactly do you want to do? Yamamoto Shigekuni asked directly after thinking for a long time but couldn't come up with a reason. I don't want to do anything. I just want to live easily. Kuchiki Clan replied with a sincere face. This answer is his true thought. Everything he has done is to live a more relaxed life. He has done so many things, but he is actually preparing for the future of Soul Society. Threat, Kuchiki Clan is too lazy to care about these messy things. I understand. Yamamoto Shigekuni stared at Kuchiki Clan for a long time before slowly choking out such a sentence. You understand what you understand? Kuchiki Clan was also at a loss for Yamamoto Shigekuni's answer. Okay, the old man knows what you think, and the old man supports your forced palace this time. Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't intend to entangle Kuchiki Clan about what he wanted to do, and replied directly. Well, it's basically done if you support this matter. Kuchiki Clan didn't bother to talk nonsense with Yamamoto Shigekuni, and continued to follow Yamamoto Shigekuni's, no monies, words. What are you going to do next? Let's contact the major families first, and win over all the families that can be won first. Of course, the more people who support us, the better. Kuchiki Clan replied. Well, then you can do it. When it's time to apply, just notify me. Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded and promised. Okay, that's it. Kuchiki Clan nodded, stood up directly, picked up the knife placed at his feet, and carried it on his shoulder to open the quiet room that Yamamoto reiterated. After Kuchiki Clan left, Yamamoto Shigekuni still couldn't calm down for a long time, because he really couldn't understand what Kuchiki Clan was doing and what he wanted to do. But one thing he can be sure of is that Kuchiki Clan is indeed working for the Soul Society, and it is enough for him Yamamoto Shigekuni to know this. After Kuchiki Clan left the Mao Academy of Spiritual Art, he began to travel back and forth among the major families. The first ones he found were naturally the Shihoin family and the Shiba family, who were both great nobles. After all, the Kuchiki family is Kuchiki Clan's own family, so naturally he doesn't need to go to the door to lobby, so it saves a lot of trouble. Shihoin's family, which is known as the Heaven-Given Bingzhuang Fan, is now Shihoin Shinichi in charge, and his father Shini has passed away. When Shihoin Shini passed away, Kuchiki Clan specially notified Shihoin Husan to come back participating in the funeral. After Husan attended his father's funeral, he rushed back to Shuchuan non-stop. After all, that was his battlefield. 500 years, Hueco Mundo's left-behind personnel have changed a lot, especially Shihoin Husan, who can be regarded as the top talent. When Kuchiki Clan left, Shihoin Husan was the 7th level elementary school. After 500 years of experience, Shihoin Husan people have not only matured a lot, but their strength has also improved a lot, and they have reached the 7th level directly, and they will soon enter consummation. Before Shihoin Husan left at the beginning, he left a sentence in the family, that is, the matter of the captain Kuchiki Clan is my business, and I will always support any decision of the captain. In this way, as the strongest of Shihoin's family 467, Shihoin Husan's words naturally play a decisive role. Therefore, the first person Kuchiki Clan approached was Sifantuan. After talking with Shinichi Shihoin in detail for a long time, Kuchiki Clan also got a satisfactory answer, and then left Shihoin's house and came to Shiba's house. At this time, the Shiba family is naturally headed by Shiba Chinya. Hongshao stays in the old aristocratic area, and Shiba Iron Owl continues to struggle in Hueco Mundo, and its strength has also been greatly improved. Of course, the Shiba family has no problem at all. The last family is Kuchiki Clan's own family, the Kuchiki family. Discuss this matter with the current owner. At this time, the head of the Kuchiki family is Kuchiki Ludu, a patriarch with no great ability or talent. Even because Ludu's ability is not enough, Kuchiki Qingtian intended to let Kuchiki Xianlai be the head of the Kuchiki family. But after Kuchiki Qingtian revealed this idea, he directly shocked Kuchiki Xian, and then Shishukshuan sternly shot Kuchiki Qingtian. Just kidding, Kuchiki Xian's ideal is to dawdle in peace and stability, being the head of the family or being the head of the clan. This is not what he wants. This thing is laborious and not flattering. The key is something that needs to be scrupled in this position. There are too many, and I can't let go of my hands and feet to do things at all. After Kuchiki Xian sternly refused, Kuchiki Qingtian could only regard his only son Kuchiki Ludu as his successor and cultivated it for a long time. This time, Kuchiki Xian originally wanted to force the palace against Central 46 under the banner of seeking an explanation for the Kuchiki family. The primary factor was that the Soul Society did not have an armed organization in the true sense, which caused the nobles to be forced. The circumstances of the battle are the real cause of Kuchiki Aoda's death. With this starting point, Kuchiki Xian occupies a part of the meaning, and the remaining part is the support of the major families of the Soul Society. As long as the nobles support more, the more righteousness Kuchiki Xian occupies. But the premise is that the Kuchiki family must be united in this matter, otherwise there will be no discussion, so this time the dialogue between Kuchiki Xian and Kuchiki Ludu is very important. After a detailed discussion, Kuchiki Ludu also knew the role she was going to play in this incident, and readily agreed to Kuchiki Xian's various requests. After the new clan from the Kuchiki family comes out, Kuchiki Xian's next target is the high-ranking nobles. First of all, the family that Kuchiki Xian wants to ventilate is naturally the Muyuan family. After more than 500 years of development, the Muyuan family is now considered to have recovered some vitality and strength have also improved, which is a very important helper for Kuchiki Xian to do various things. This time the forced palace incident, the Muyuan family will play an important role, siege, that is, the linker and leader of the high-ranking nobles. In the past 500 years, although Kuchiki Xian has been under the behavior mode of not making any big moves, he has not relaxed the cultivation of the available families in Jinglingting, not only the Muyuan family, but also the Jingle family among the high-ranking nobles. The family has also received Kuchiki's mysterious care, and has developed quite rapidly. Now, it's time for Kuchiki Xian to check and accept the results. As the saying goes, raising troops for 1,000 days and using them for a short time, what Kuchiki Xian has to do is to let these slowly developing families, when he needs it, as long as he raises his arms, it is enough to gather a large number of supporters. After Kuchiki Xuan notified the Muyuan family and contacted enough high-ranking nobles, Kuchiki Xuan felt that they could start doing serious things. Of course, before taking action, Kuchiki Xian also thought about it. Now their forced palace camp has included the 4 major nobles, 5 or 6 high-level nobles, and a very small number of lower-level nobles. More than half of them, with such a lineup to force the palace, there is no problem at all. However, although Kuchiki Xian is not used to thinking twice before doing things, it does not mean that he will not consider the possibility that things may happen. Not to mention anything else, as far as the current coercion camp pulled up by Kuchiki Xian is concerned, there are definitely people from Central 46 among them, this is for sure. As for where such a person comes from, Kuchiki Xian is not sure. He is also not sure whether it is among the big nobles, or the high-level nobles. Needless to say, the lower-level nobles, there must be people from there, so he does not consider it. But one thing, Kuchiki Xian is also very clear, that is, even if there are Central 46 people in the camp, it doesn't matter. This time Kuchiki Xian has mastered the general trend, and only one Central 46 can't compete with the general trend. Therefore, Kuchiki Xian has extremely strong confidence in this operation to force the palace. He is not afraid that Central 46 will know about it. Therefore, this time, Kuchiki Xian did not hide it at all, and it can even be regarded as a big fanfare. Kuchiki Xian asked people from the Kuchiki family to inform the families participating in the coercion this time, and began to gather at Kuchiki's house. Kuchiki Xian also said before that this time the coercion does not require too many people. To put it bluntly, this time Kuchiki Xian used the general trend and a small part of force to force the palace, instead of using all force to force the palace. The general trend is naturally the need of the Soul Society, and the force is headed by Kuchiki Clan himself, plus the deterrence combined by the great nobles behind him and the expedition team led by him. With this combination, Kuchiki Clan cannot find failure the reason. What's more, Central 46's only reliance on this matter, old man Yamamoto, agreed to their doing, so this time it can be said to be foolproof. As long as the old man Shigekuni Yamamoto is a staunch supporter of reform, then Central 46 will have no hope of success even if they gather all the families behind them to oppose it. Soon, various families came to Kuchiki's house as promised. Basically, the patriarch brought several elders from each family to attend the forced palace this time, which can be said to have given Kuchiki enough face. Of course, this is also related to some precautions that Kuchiki Clan raised before. This time it is a matter of using force as an aid to force the palace, so there is no need for too many people to come, as long as the major nobles come to the patriarch. Seeing one family after another brought by the patriarch and several elders, Kuchiki nodded slightly in his heart, and soon the big nobles were all here. After all, the big nobles lived relatively close to each other. So come faster. Not long after, almost all the high-ranking nobles came here, and the rest of the lower-ranking nobles came here scattered, and the estimated number of people who came could not be found. Seeing that it was almost time for people to come, Kuchiki Clan stood up. After all, this incident was initiated by him, Kuchiki Clan, and he is about to start action. As the initiator, Kuchiki Clan must more or less say a few words as a mobilization speech. Thank you for coming. Kuchiki Clan didn't like nonsense, and went straight to the topic. This time, all the friends who can come are my friends, and they are also the pillars of the Soul Society and Seireitei, so for the Soul Society and Jinglingting has a better tomorrow. Therefore, I, Kuchiki Clan, are here to cooperate with everyone to initiate admonitions against Central 46, so that Central 46 can pass the approval of Jinglingting Armed Forces Organization. I hope that everyone will not help me. 5 After Mu Xian finished his speech, he directly set his eyes on Yamamoto Shigekuni who was sitting beside him. The meaning of T is very simple. It should be time for you, old man Yamamoto, to take the lead in cheering you up. Yamamoto Shigekuni naturally knew Kuchiki Clan's thoughts very well. Before others answered, he opened his mouth first. Don't worry, old man and others, since they can come here, it means that they all hope that the Soul Society and Jingling Court can develop better. Therefore, this old man believes that everyone present is with you. After Yamamoto Shigekuni finished speaking, all the patriarchs and family elders present nodded firmly. Seeing this scene, Kuchiki Clan nodded slightly. He knew that maybe these people would still support him if Yamamoto Shikuni didn't say this, but with Yamamoto Shikuni cheering everyone up, the effect would naturally be different. Since everyone's goal is the same, then I won't talk nonsense anymore, but before I leave, I want to ask here again, is there any family that wants to withdraw from this admonition, and if so, leave now. Any one of us present, no one has a problem with the person who leaves. Kuchiki Clan reminded again, looking at the crowd. After a while, Kuchiki Clan nodded and said, then, let's go. When the team of 40 or 50 people left Kuchiki's house in a mighty way, a piece of news had already been sent to Central 46 in the underground meeting hall. Then, a group of gentlemen who went to room 46 will fry the pot. What are they trying to do? No, it should be said, what does this Kuchiki Clan want to do? Still asking. Isn't this obvious? Their purpose is to seize power, do you understand? UB ******************************************** D, Zong Buzong quickly bring someone over. Is it useful? They dare to call in directly. Nonsense, first give in to Buzong and stop them. The large underground meeting hall that received the news has now become a vegetable market. It can be said that they did not expect that Kuchiki Clan would suddenly gather so many nobles at this time to attack them. The purpose of Kuchiki Clan and others has long been known together with the news of their dispatch. The reason for the chaos of Central 46 is also known. If they really use this method to make admonitions, they will be regarded as Central 46. Speaking of it, there is really no room for rejection. Although, they can firmly refuse, but once a quarrel arises, they, as those in power, are disqualified, which is also very unfavorable to them. Here is the reason for blocking. As long as Kuchiki Clan and others can't enter the underground meeting hall, can't get in front of them, as long as they can't hear the advice of Kuchiki Clan and others, then they will be invincible. After all, advice that cannot be heard is not advice, but just rumors. Asking for flowers. However, as those who are in power but not strong, their thinking is too simple. When Kuchiki Clan led 40 or 50 people towards the large underground meeting hall where Central 46 was located, the person, Buzong, mentioned by a Central 46 sage earlier had already led dozens of people with the guards of the two-pronged fork with nervous expressions blocked the only way to the underground meeting hall. In the distance, Kuchiki Clan, who was walking at the forefront of the team, saw the members of the guards blocking the only way and that Junju Buzong, who was called Buzong by the sage. Jushiro Buzo, the genius young master of the Jushiro family, a lower-level nobleman, has reached the 7th-level median in strength since he was born and is now 260 years old. It can be said that he is a very outstanding talent among the lower-level nobles. At the age of 180, this Jushiro Buzong was selected by Central 46 as the captain of the guard team, responsible for the security of Central 46 members and the surrounding area of the underground meeting hall. Kuchiki Clan sneered and looked at the guards blocking the only way. Such guards are the guards recruited by Central 46 privately. For Jing Lingting, who has no armed forces and armed organizations, such guards should it's against the rules, but who made Central 46 the supreme arbiter, so most people chose to turn a blind eye. Of course, Kuchiki Clan was not among them, and the reason why Kuchiki Clan didn't attack because of the guards was because of the current situation. Of course, Kuchiki Clan also knew very well what the 46 old guys in Central 46 were planning, so Kuchiki Clan showed a sneer on his face. As Kuchiki Clan, who has long been accustomed to intrigue in the modern society, is a stumbling block for such a pediatric department as Central 46, and Kuchiki Clan doesn't even take it seriously. Want to play, out of sight, Kuchiki Clan simply cannot give them this opportunity. You're so naive, everyone in room 46. As Kuchiki Clan's team approached, everyone in the team also saw the situation of being blocked at this time, and their faces became ugly. You know, the group of guys following Kuchiki Clan can be said to be the existence of human beings, and they are all foxes who have lived for thousands of years. What are you talking about with me? How could they fail to understand the thinking of the Central 46 guys? After guessing the thinking of this group of old men, their faces naturally couldn't look any better. Of course, the patriarch of the Jushiro family and an elder following him were the ones with the most exciting faces in the crowd. At this time, the patriarch of the Jushiro family, Jushiro Zunasuk in the shape of a middle-aged man stared at the guards blocking the road with an ugly expression. At the same time, from time to time, he peeked at Kuchiki Clan who was leading the team, but he didn't know what to do. As one of the aristocrats with the bloodline of the Ling King, as a newly promoted lower-level nobleman, the Fu 060 Zhu family is one of the few newly promoted lower-level nobles who share the same spirit with the great nobles, and were originally excluded by some lower-level nobles. The Jushiro family originally expected to stand up and be the master this time, but as the head of the family, Jushiro Zingzasuk, he never thought that his son would dare to stand on the opposite side of the big noble at this time. Jushiro Zingzasuk wanted to die at this time. He should have known the situation at this time. At the beginning, he would never let his son agree to be the captain of the guard. And he, Jushiro Konosuk, knows his son very well, and he will definitely do what he promises to the end. He is a man of integrity and courtesy. Because of this, his son Jushiro Buzong is a stubborn guy. He is now. I really don't know how to persuade my son. Just when Jushiro Konosuk didn't know what to do, the team had already come to the guards and was directly stopped by Jushiro Buzong. Stop those who come. You are not allowed to move forward without approval. Jushiro Buzong, a young man with a handsome face and a bit of fortitude, said after stopping Kuchiki Clan and his group. Kuchiki Gen looked at Jushiro Ayuzo in front of him, suddenly smiled and said, "Boy, do you know who you stopped?" Everyone found that Kuchiki Clan had already spoken, and the several noble family heads and elders who had planned to speak out also stopped their drums and watched Kuchiki Clan's performance. After all, Kuchiki Clan had already spoken, so they didn't have to worry about it. No matter who you are, this road is impassable now. Please don't make it difficult for us to go back and forth from wherever you are. Said without salt. Hearing this, Kuchiki Clan also gradually restrained his smile, and said in an indifferent tone, Jushiro Buzong, no matter whose order you got, or what order, I am now armed with the sole weapon of Seireitei. Force Commander, Hueco Mundo Expedition Team Captain's identity tells you that the team you are in and the orders you are executing are not in compliance with the rules, you must know. Selling Court has the most rules. As soon as this remark came out, everyone who was irritated by what Jushiro Ozu said also showed smiles one after another, looking at Jushiro Ozu who was frowning slightly at this time. After hearing Kuchiki Gen's words, Jushiro Ozu subconsciously wanted to refute, and then he suddenly realized that the so-called guard team was an illegal, armed guard force spontaneously organized by Central 46. In Kuchiki Gen's words, it is the unruly guard force, so they do not have the so-called law enforcement power of Jingling Court, that is, they are not qualified to talk to the great nobles like Kuchiki Clan who came to give advice to Central 46. Although that's the case, but, you can do things for whomever you get your salary, forgive me for doing it. When Jushiro Buzong couldn't refute, he said such a sentence. Hoo. Hearing Jushiro Ozu's words, Kuchiki Gen showed a smile again on his face. What he was waiting for was this sentence. After all, as soon as this sentence came out, Jushiro Ozu was tantamount to admitting, and he waited for the guards teams are illegal organizations. In that case. Kuchiki Clan said with a smile, and the next moment his face suddenly became serious, and then he shouted, Expedition Team, where is the former team leader Motoda Mahara? Yes, Your Excellency, Captain. Motoda Mahara, who was following behind Kuchiki Clan, immediately replied sonorously. As the captain of the corps, I order you to take down the leader of the illegal organization in front of you, Jushiro Buzong, and wait for his punishment. Kuchiki said in a stern voice. Wait a minute, Your Excellency Captain Kuchiki. Hearing Kuchiki Gen's words, Jushiro Buzong immediately raised his hand to resist, when a voice interrupted his movement. The one who spoke was naturally Jushiro Buzong's father, Jushiro Konosuk, the head of the Jushiro family. What? Did the head of Jushiro object to what I said? Kuchiki Clan turned around and said, looking at Jushiro who had already emerged from the crowd. Don't dare, I don't dare, I just hope that you will give me another chance to persuade this unfilial son. Jushiro wiped the sweat from his brow and said respectfully. Just when Kuchiki squinted his eyes and was about to give Jushiro Konosuk a chance, Jushiro Buzong said, Don't persuade me, I won't let go. You be asterisk D, do you know what you are doing? Jushiro Konosuk heard what Jushiro Buzo said, and angrily reprimanded loudly. Father, it goes without saying that when I accepted this position, I was destined to do such a thing. Jushiro said firmly. Not bad, interesting. Before Jushiro Konosuk could speak again, Kuchiki Gen said with a smile, Jushiro Ayuzo, the talent is good, but the brain is a bit weak. Humph. Your Excellency, don't use your tongue. Jushiro Ayuzo squinted his eyes, snorted coldly and was about to refute Kuchiki Gen's words. But the next moment, his pupils constricted suddenly, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead in an instant, because a voice sounded from behind him. What do you want to say? Oh, but it doesn't matter what you want to say. I wanted to give you a chance. Kuchiki Gen's voice sounded in Jushiro's ear as if it came from the ghostly hell. The next moment, Jushiro Ozu's pupils dilated instantly, and then lost focus, followed by, with a thud, Jushiro Ozu's entire body fell forward to the ground, and the hand that was originally on the scabbard at his waist also slowly moved away from the knife. The sheath slipped off, and Jushiro Ayuzo just fell to the ground. Before Jushiro lost consciousness, the thought in his head was, what's going on, how did he get behind me, how did I fall down again? When Jushiro Buzong retorted that he fell to the ground, the whole process could be said to have been completed in an instant, and there were only a few people following Kuchiki Clan, who could clearly see all the process of what happened. In fact, the real process is like this: just when Jushiro Ayuzo was about to speak nonsense again, Kuchiki Gen was no longer ready to talk nonsense with him. As soon as Jushiro Azu refuted half of his sentence, Kuchiki Gen had already activated his speed of holding Flash Goddess, and directly drew his sword, hit Jushiro Azu's soul hammer, and retracted in a few tenths of a second. Sword came to the back of Jushiro Ayuzo. All the movements were completed in a very short period of time, resulting in the immediate effect. Following Jushiro's fall, Genzai Kuchiki put the saber in his hand back into its sheath with a click. I don't know the so-called loyalty. After knocking down the 7th-rank Jushiro Azu with one blow, Kuchiki Gen looked at Jushiro Azu, who fell to the ground, and said indifferently. The scene in front of him not only made more than a dozen members of the guard team sweating in horror, but even the crowd who followed Kuchiki Clan were also terrified. You must know that the person who fell to the ground in front of him was one of the few newly promoted experts in the past 500 years of Jingling Court, but such a 7th-rank middle-ranked expert was so vulnerable in front of Kuchiki Clan, it can be seen that how terrifying Kuchiki Clan was at this time. And the instigator of the whole thing, Kuchiki Clan, didn't take it seriously. To be honest, the guy in the middle of the 7th rank, in his opinion, is just a captain who has just passed the rank, and his strength is still far behind. You guys, you'd better get the hell out of here. He's a nobleman, I might spare his life, but if you guys don't get out of the way, I will kill all of you illegal armed forces as the captain of the expedition team. Kuchiki Gen no longer saw Jushiro Buzong at the bottom, but turned to the remaining dozen or so guard members and said. The next moment, facing Kuchiki Xuanru's killing intent, all the members of the guard gave a strange cry, then dropped the double-pronged forks in their hands and ran away. Humph, mob. Kuchiki Clan looked at the fleeing guards and snorted coldly. Brother Clan, what should we do with this guy? Mu Yuan Yuanta, who was already preparing to make a move, asked at this time. Take it down and go to the Great Uzumaki dungeon. Kuchiki Clan said without looking back. Okay. Maharamotoda nodded readily, and then directed an elder who came with him to take away Jushiro Azu, who had fallen into a coma, because after Jushiro Azu was hit by Kuchiki Gen, the pal hammer had already been killed. When he was seriously injured, he would not be able to wake up for a while, so the elder of the Muyuan family could take him away with confidence. Your Excellency Kuchiki, for the sake of this old man, let the dog die. At this time, Patriarch Jushiro said quickly with cold sweat on his face. Don't worry, I won't kill him. If I want to kill him, he died just now. I said, because he is a nobleman, I will spare his life this time. But he can't escape from prison. Kuchiki Clan said indifferently. Thank you sir, thank you sir. Jushiro Konosuke bowed again and said respectfully. Okay, the people in the way are gone, let's go. Kuchiki Clan didn't say any more, but said to everyone. With Kuchiki Gen's departure again, people have followed in Kuchiki Gen's footsteps one after another, and at this time, the underground conference hall has also received news of falling by Jushiro Buzong and others. What should I do? The trick of not meeting each other won't work anymore. What else can I do? In my opinion, just refuse directly and forcefully. That's right, I don't believe that these nobles dare to force the palace directly. And if they dare? Kuchiki Clan and the others naturally don't know the situation in the underground meeting hall at this time, but even if they know, they won't take it to heart. At this time, they have already arrived at the entrance of the underground meeting hall. As long as they enter from the entrance, the next few floors the distance can reach the meeting hall. Without the blocking of the death-seeking guards, Kuchiki Clan and his group came to the entrance of the underground conference hall without hindrance. Everyone didn't talk nonsense, they directly retreated to the gate and walked in. After descending a distance of about 3 or 4 floors, Kuchiki Clan and his group finally came to a huge underground meeting hall. When Kuchiki Clan and the others all stood still, the underground meeting hall fell into a strange silence, only the sound of people's breathing remained, which could be heard clearly. "Hey, why, all the gentlemen of Central 46, long time no see." Kuchiki Clan saw that the atmosphere was getting delicate, looked around at the 46 people sitting on the high platforms around the meeting hall, and first broke the silence atmosphere, he said. The silence had been broken, and the 6 presiding judges of Central 46 and 40 sages with veils on their faces and numbers written on the veils began to speak. "Kuchiki Gen from the Kuchiki family, what did you bring here?" one of the 6 people sitting on top asked. "Okay, just stop pretending, you guys don't know why we're here." Kuchiki Clan cut a disdainful voice and said after hearing this. 1. Kuchiki Clan's frankness was exchanged for another burst of silence from the Central 46 people. "Stop pretending, you guys are really boring. You know our purpose very well, otherwise you wouldn't have sent those unruly guards from 897 to stop us." Kuchiki Clan walked slowly in the middle of the field said. "So, I won't play around with you, and you can give me a word, whether you agree or disagree." After finishing speaking, Kuchiki Clan once again set his eyes on the 6 most conspicuous people on the high platform, and at the same time, all the people who followed Kuchiki Clan also focused their attention on these 6 people. After another brief silence, one of the 6 highest-ranking people spoke slowly. "Humph, I and everyone present here naturally know what you guys want to do. The answer for me and everyone is naturally, disagree." The old voice was mixed with determination and gnashing of teeth. Kuchiki Clan naturally heard it clearly, and then Kuchiki Clan sneered. "Cut. So, you guys who claim to uphold the rules are going to run counter to the rules of Jinglingting?" Kuchiki Clan didn't intend to argue with them, and directly gave a big hat to this group of guys who are dead food. After all, it seems that these guys are obviously not going to follow the rules with Kuchiki Clan and the others. Rules, then don't blame Kuchiki Hyun for being unruly. Since you are not ready to obey the rules, then don't blame me for not obeying the rules. Kuchiki Clan suppressed the smile on his face and said coldly. "Humph, who said that our Central 46 is not following the rules?" Another person among the 6 people also spoke at this time. "Why, you're still going to argue now?" Kuchiki Clan sneered again when he heard this, and Kuchiki Clan looked down on a group of big masters, who didn't even dare to admit their own intentions. "In vain, you are still the rulers of Jinglingting. From the very beginning, your goal was not on how to make Jinglingting develop better. You only know how to fight for power and profit and eliminate dissidents, that is, stubborn loyalists like old man Yamamoto, will be used by you. Do you think your nonsense calculations are useful to me?" Kuchiki Clan's words are like tearing the skin off. "You." Hearing what Kuchiki Clan said, the 46 people in Central 46 were all furious, ready to reprimand Kuchiki Clan. "What are you? You bunch of trash, without those of us rushing into battle at the front line, can you bastards sit firmly in your own chairs? You're still messing around with me here, I'm not afraid to tell you, today, you agree, disagree also agree. Big deal, I'll just ask you to change a group of people." As soon as Kuchiki Clan's words came out, not only the faces of all the people in Central 46 changed, but even the people behind Kuchiki Clan who were not Kuchiki Clan's hardcore supporters also changed their faces. B******************** D. Bold. Treason. For a moment, everyone in Central 46 growled at Kuchiki Clan like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Even Yamamoto Shigekuni next to Kuchiki Clan said in a low voice after hearing Kuchiki Clan's remarks, "Little devil, don't go too far, don't open your mouth about some things, be careful with your words." "Old man, what are you talking about carefully? Now it is clear that these guys have been in this position for a long time, thinking that they are really the masters of Jinglingting in Soul Society. Don't forget, who is protecting the Soul Society, and who snatched it from those moths, don't forget the people who died during the Civil War." Kuchiki Clan said coldly. Hearing this, Yamamoto Shigekuni was speechless for a while. He didn't really think that Kuchiki Clan did something wrong, but because what Kuchiki Clan said at this time was a bit extreme, out of caution. The old stubborn instinct, Yamamoto Shigekuni only reminded him, snort. After Yamamoto Shigekuni remained silent, Kuchiki Clan turned his head and looked coldly at the 46 people who were spraying dung and roaring non-stop. Then at the next moment, a huge black Ryatsu erupted from Kuchiki Clan's body in an instant. In an instant, the 46 people who had been shouting non-stop, disappeared in an instant like ducks choked by their throats. Sound. Because Kuchiki Clan's huge Ryatsu is simply not something that pampered elders like them can bear. In just a split second, all the 46 people were silent, and they were still panting while holding the table in front of them with both hands, resisting Kuchiki Clan's Ryatsu with difficulty, because if they didn't hold the table, they might have already lie on the ground. You want to do, what? One of the 6 people with the highest status, at this time, while resisting Kuchiki Clan Ryatsu, can also ask questions in horror. This person's strength is not bad. Hey, there is another one who can talk. Yes, you guys, you are not completely useless, you can be killed with just one breath. Now that it's tantamount to tearing up the face, what Kuchiki Clan said is no longer polite. I don't care what you are thinking, I just want to tell you one thing now, that is, the order to form the armed forces, you must issue it today, and your subordinates must also issue it. Kuchiki Clan said lightly, as if describing a very common things are average. I don't believe it. You really dare to do that? Do. Hee hee. It seems that you will not cry when you see the coffin. Kuchiki Clan heard this sentence, and there was a smile on his face that he knew this. Hey, you guys. Kuchiki Clan shook his head after saying this, and the next moment, Kuchiki Clan took back his Ryatsu, then snapped his fingers, and then said, I have already guessed that you will have such a show, so I have already done it. Get ready, Tai Xiao, Hu-san, come out. As Kuchiki Clan's voice fell, and several Shunpa's voices sounded, for more figures in black robes appeared beside Kuchiki Clan. Yamamoto looked at the 4 figures that suddenly appeared with surprise on his face, because he didn't find the Ryatsu of these 4 people at all, and he actually heard the name that Kuchiki Clan just called out. Iron Owl. Hu-san. Shiba Iron Owl and Shihoin Hu-san. These 2 people suddenly appeared in Yamamoto Shigekuni's mind, and then Yamamoto Shigekuni's expression changed drastically and he looked at Kuchiki Clan who was facing away from him at this time. At this time, Kuchiki Clan, with the appearance of the 4 of them, smiled again on his face, and then said, For today, I have prepared for a long time, let's meet you 4. Following Kuchiki Clan's words, 4 figures in black robes took off their black robes one after another, revealing the appearance of 4 people. Among the 4 people, there are 2 middle-aged people, 2 young people, and the 2 middle-aged people are Shiba Taishao and Shihoin Hu-san who just called out. 500 years later, Shihoin Hu-san has also entered middle age, and Shiba Taishao has grown a big beard just like his father, but he is not as old as his father was. Shiba Iron Owl. Shihoin Hu-san. Jingle Hide Man. Kanzaki Magi. Of King Zhao, Yamamoto Shigekuni blurted out the names of the 4 after finally seeing their faces clearly. What? It's actually the 4 of them. Aren't the 4 of them in Hueco Mundo? What's going on? I didn't hear what the captain of Kuchiki said just now. I knew it would happen. This is the backhand left by the captain of Kuchiki, the end. Yes, this is what Kuchiki Clan has prepared for a long time ago. When Kuchiki Clan was preparing to start admonishing, he guessed that these Central 46 might not obediently submit. A few days before preparing to gather everyone, Kuchiki Clan secretly sent a message to several small captains of the Hueco Mundo expedition team. At this time, the Hueco Mundo expedition team has expanded to 6 permanent squads, with 15 members in each squad and a squad leader in each squad, and the 4 people who appeared next to Kuchiki Clan are precisely this group. The 4 captains who are resident in Hueco Mundo. Shiba, Iron Owl and Shihuin Husan need no introduction, they have long been Kuchiki Gen's loyalists, and the remaining Jingle Hide Man and Kenzaki Motegi are rising stars. One is the second son of the head of the Jingle family, a newly promoted high-ranking nobleman. His talent and character are quite good, so he was selected by Kuchiki Clan early to join the expedition team. Kenzaki Motegi, on the other hand, was born in a common noble family. Their family is a subsidiary family of the Kuchiki family, just like the relationship between the Hachi family and the Shihuin family is the same, except that the Hachi family is a lower-level noble family, while the Kenzaki family is a common noble family. The kind of family that can't even go up the noble tree. At the beginning, Kuchiki Clan also accidentally discovered Kenzaki Motegi. He showed good ryatsu at a young age, which made Kuchiki Clan take him under his command. After several years of training, he threw him to Hueco Mundo to let Shiba, Iron Owl and Shihuin Husen went to practice. The current strength of Kenzaki Motegi is not bad. Although he has not yet reached the 7th level, he has already begun to comprehend Bankai. He thinks that as long as he enters the lower level of the 7th level in a few years, then Bankai will be within reach. To get back to the topic, a few days before Kuchiki Clan summoned many families, he had already sent someone to notify the 4 people who appeared at this time, and they all brought their confidants and rushed back to the 390,000 soul world without stopping. And Kuchiki Clan also began to gather various families under the condition of calculating the time, and then focused most of Central 46's attention on himself, but weakened the attention of the border a lot, which made Shihuin the third-class people, were able to return to the Soul Society smoothly, and did not alarm anyone. At the same time, Kuchiki Clan also asked Shihuin who 3 or 4 to put on a special cloak that can cover ryatsu, and mixed into the guard team of Los Central 46, waiting for his order. Therefore, there was a scene of 4 people suddenly appearing at this time, and not only the 4 of them, but the 4 of them brought back a lot of confidants, and they were rushing from the border towards the underground conference hall. At this time, Kuchiki Clan can be said to be determined to win. Even if Yamamoto Shigekuni defected to Central 46 at this time, he would be powerless to Revolving Heaven. These things can be said to have been calculated by Kuchiki Xuandu a long time ago. Originally, he didn't plan to do such a big thing with such a big fanfare, but who made these Central 46 garbage people ignorant of current affairs? Kuchiki Clan Song Yen lie hard, that's it. Beef. Kuchiki Clan, are you trying to rebel? Rebellion? Whose rebellion? My own. Or yours? Are you worthy? Kuchiki Clan said with a sneer. Rebelling is tantamount to rebelling against myself. This soul society was saved by me with all my life. You are able to sit here today because I and the group of people behind me sent their heads and blood to fight back. It's time for you to tell me that I want to rebel. You guys are inferior to dogs, can you trouble your brain before you speak? With the continuous improvement of Kuchiki Clan's status and strength, his original poisonous tongue talent tends to return, but what Kuchiki Clan said is really reasonable, and these people behind the former Kuchiki Clan agree with what Kuchiki Clan said. Your Excellency Yamamoto, will you allow Kuchiki Gen to be so rebellious? At this time, the guys at Central 46 finally realized that Kuchiki Clan was not joking with them at this time. They had no choice but to think of their only backer, Yamamoto Genryosai. Yes, Lord Yamamoto, do you just watch Kuchiki doing whatever he wants? After being reminded, everyone in Central 46 also realized that the only person they could rely on at this time was Yamamoto Shigekuni, so they spoke up one after another. Your Excellency Yamamoto. His Excellency Yamamoto. Yamamoto. Enough. The old man Yamamoto next to Kuchiki Clan couldn't stand the noise, he released a little ryatsu directly, and then yelled. And Kuchiki Clan didn't say a word, just looked at the guys at Central 46 with a smile and began to ask for help. To be honest, Kuchiki Clan, you don't care if they come to Yamamoto Shigekuni, because he knows that Yamamoto Shiguni, no matter how stubborn the brain is, it is absolutely clear what is the best for the ghost. After Yamamoto Shigekuni scolded, he glanced at Kuchiki Genho, who was so relaxed at this time, as if he was not worried about anything, his eyes narrowed slightly. You guys, needless to say, since I came here today, I support Kuchiki Clan. Although I admit that Kuchiki Clan's actions are inappropriate, but all the judges and sages of Central 46, are you really in favor of Kuchiki Clan? Have the Soul Society and Jing Lingting considered it? Yamamoto Shigekuni finished speaking to the people at Central 46, looked at Kuchiki Clan and continued, I admit, you made me look at you with admiration, so it turns out that you have managed to achieve such a level behind your back, the old man only I can say I admire it. Hee, I'm sorry old man, if you weren't always led by this group of garbage because of your hardened thinking and old-fashioned personality, I wouldn't be able to do these things around you. Kuchiki Clan shrugged and laughed said. Humph, you'll settle your bill later. Yamamoto Shigekuni narrowed his eyes and glanced at Kuchiki Clan, he really felt that he couldn't see through Ouyang Xuan now. Not to mention anything else, what Yamamoto Shigekuni can be sure of is that even if he really defected to Central 46 now to support their decision, Kuchiki Clan is definitely fully prepared. As for Kuchiki Clan's second Zanpakuto, which Yamamoto Shigekuni has known for a long time, has that special ability. Yamamoto Shigekuni no longer has the advantage of Zanpakuto. Although his Ryatsu advantage is still there, Kuchiki Clan also it is not free. Yamamoto Shigekuni is very clear that his strength at this time has entered a bottleneck that is almost unsolvable. At this time, Bankai is only one last step away from entering the third stage, and Ryatsu is also the same, only one last step away. He can break the boundary between man and God, just one step to heaven and one step to hell. As long as he does not take this step, then he will not have the ability to overwhelm so many people in the Kuchiki Clan camp with his own strength while losing Zanpakuto. Although many people in Jinglingting are his fans of Yamamoto Shigekuni, but in the current form, he really can't compete with Kuchiki General of course, these are all hypotheses, he and Kuchiki Clan didn't need to fight at all, originally Kuchiki Clan's purpose this time was also for the Soul Society, his Yamamoto heavy boudoir has no reason to stand on the opposite side of Kuchiki. Yamamoto Shigekuni seems to be getting older every day, but his brain is still working, and he can analyze the ins and outs of the matter quite clearly. Hee, scary brat. Yamamoto Shigekuni murmured secretly in his heart, but to be honest, Yamamoto Shigekuni couldn't help but be too harsh on Kuchiki General after all, Kuchiki Clan had already said before that he didn't want to be the captain at all. When he said this, Yamamoto Shigekuni could be sure that Kuchiki Clan was sincere. So Yamamoto Shigekuni is also very contradictory. He really doesn't understand why Kuchiki Clan would do so many things without asking for anything. Yamamoto Shigekuni really doesn't understand. This approval order or not, I still hope you don't force me to do something I don't really want to do. Kuchiki Clan no longer has the patience to talk nonsense with Central 46's rubbish. You. Don't talk nonsense, I don't want to hear it. Kuchiki Clan directly interrupted a sage who wanted to continue talking nonsense, I will give you 3 minutes to decide whether to go or not. If you still can't make a decision after 3 minutes, then I will help you make this decision. 3 minutes. Hearing the time limit given by Kuchiki Clan, everyone in Central 46 also fell into panic. Now the situation is obviously stronger than others, and even if this matter is brought up to the Lingwang Palace, they will not take it seriously, so at this time, these guys are scared. Your Excellency Yamamoto. I can't do anything, you guys should make a decision quickly. Yamamoto Shigekuni interrupted a presiding judge who wanted to continue persuading him. After all, Yamamoto Shigekuni is indeed too disappointed with Central 46. Apart from enjoying the pleasure brought by power, these guys don't do any practical things at all. They have already led people to force the palace to become like this group of guys are stubborn and stubborn, stubborn and stubborn. In the end, he still wanted to drag himself into the water. He, Yamamoto Shigekuni, was not so stupid. After being obviously rejected and perfunctory by others, he foolishly acted as a gunman for others. Yamamoto Shigekuni has always believed that those in power can do nothing, those in power can also be mindless waste, and it doesn't matter if they are also dictators or even tyrants, but at least one thing is to be able to see the current situation clearly, make a judgment corresponding to the situation, so as not to know how to die. But now the scum in front of me is already brainless, stupid, and unable to see the situation to the extreme. Such people are no longer suitable to stay in positions of high authority. Thinking of this, Shigekuni Yamamoto has already started to conceive in his mind how to update this group of guys. The group of brain-damaged people in front of him is really too powerful. If they continue to be in power like this, it will be strange that the Soul Society will not decline. Perhaps at this time, some people will feel that doubting the person in power, forcing the person in power, or even wanting to change the person in power is not like Yamamoto's character at all. People who have this kind of thinking can only show that they still don't know Yamamoto well enough. Chongwa this person. To put it bluntly, the old man Yamamoto Shigekuni will always be the Yamamoto Shigekuni of the Soul Society. He respects the so-called rules because the rules can bring a better future to the Soul Society. If one day the rules affect the development of the Soul Society, then sorry, Yamamoto will no longer abide by the so-called rules. 3 minutes is up. Actually, I really don't mind kicking you off your thrones, because to be honest, I have tolerated you for a long time. Kuchiki Clan counted the time on his fingers, and when the time was up, just opened his mouth and said. Also, I don't want to hear any nonsense other than whether to give an order. Who dares to say nonsense? Don't blame me for cutting him directly. Kuchiki Clan said indifferently, doing this to block any possible nonsense from this group of trash. As Kuchiki Clan said to death, all the people in Central 46 looked as ugly as their dead parents. Don't try to delay me, I'm counting down to dozens now, and if you don't give me an answer after 10, then I'm sorry, I'm going to do things in my way, which will be what you don't want to see way. Kuchiki Gen put his hand on the hilt of the wooden knife and issued an ultimatum to everyone. 10. 9. Exclamation point. Kuchiki Clan began to count down with a sneer on his face. He counted neither fast nor slow, and he did not play any tricks, but he gave in. In fact, Kuchiki Clan hoped that these guys would reject it. Anyway, it seems that Yamamoto Shigekuni has acquiesced what he was going to do, so Kuchiki Clan was not afraid at all, on the contrary, he hoped that this group of annoying guys would choose a road of no return. Ask for flowers. Exclamation point. Wait a moment. I don't want to hear crap. 2. We ordered now. Under the dual oppression of Kuchiki Gen's ultimate language and force, Central 46 finally compromised. Humph, what a pity. Hearing the final decision made by the members of Central 46, Kuchiki Clan said with a cold smile full of disappointment. Everyone in Central 46 saw Kuchiki Clan's expression of regret because he didn't finally do things in his own way, and felt very fortunate that they had made the right decision. It's really disappointing. Kuchiki Clan pouted and said, I actually really hope that you can stick to it until I finish reading. Everyone present knew very well that these few words of Kuchiki Clan were not joking. He really hoped that Central 46 would be tough to the end, thinking that when Kuchiki Clan was counting down, not only him, but even Shiba, the four of them also put their hands on the hilt of the knife, and they looked like they were ready to fight, as if they could draw a knife to kill someone at any time. Let's not talk about these four people, just talk about Kuchiki Clan himself. He himself is even more extreme. The knife has been pulled out of the scabbard several times, as if he has been waiting for the countdown number to finish before he directly draws the knife to kill. In fact, there are not a few people who have this kind of thinking among the 40 or 50 people brought by Kuchiki Clan. After all, the establishment of the armed department is a once-and-for-all matter for the nobles of Jinglingting, big and small. The battles in this battle were all drawn from the nobles, and it only took a few years for the nobles to cultivate a group of usable talents. Once such talents were lost, for the nobles, their vitality would be severely damaged at least, and they would be completely devastated. These things are things that Kuchiki Clan has only realized in the Soul Society for nearly 1,000 years. How the Shiba family declined in later generations has the most direct relationship with the withering of talents, so don't underestimate this little bit of responsibility. All directly affect the continuation of the nobles, and no noble is not nervous. Afterwards, things became simple. After the compromise, Central 46 naturally had what Kuchiki Clan said. Central 46 quickly issued the approval of, agreeing to Jinglingting's proposal to form the Gotei 13th Division. Now that the matter has progressed, Kuchiki Clan knows that he has finished all the things he has to do, and the rest will be left to the old guy Yamamoto Shigekuni to worry about. Kuchiki Clan knew very well that he was not the material for managing the organization, so he pushed everything to Yamamoto Shigekuni, and he took it for granted. Afterwards, Kuchiki Clan asked the 4 people who had temporarily returned from Hueco Mundo to return to Hueco Mundo. This was not for fear of retaliation by Central 46 afterwards. Anyway, Hueco Mundo's expedition team, a military organization, was all organized by Kuchiki Clan. He has the final say, he makes people come back, he makes people go past 263 and then go there again. There is no room for others to dictate. As long as it does not cause major losses to the Soul Society, there is no people can come to trouble Kuchiki Clan because of the problem of the expedition team. This is also one of the reasons why Kuchiki Clan is willing to serve as the captain of the expedition team. It is too free, there are not many things that need him to consider, and there are not many things that need to be handled by him. Everything is what Kuchiki Clan needs, so he has always been the captain. The establishment of Gotei 13 has already started to be put on the agenda. When the entire Seireitei was busy, Kuchiki Clan was free. He had made a plan for Yamamoto Shigekuni before, and it recorded the details of Gotei 13. The role and rank of the 3rd Division. So at this time, Kuchiki Clan can easily lie on the bed at home, being a salted fish without dreams. Of course, this is all nonsense. Even if he has nothing to do, Kuchiki Clan is destined to be restless. He still has the Quincy on his head. The strength of Quincy may not be very strong, but each of them is called the abilities given by Juhabak are absolutely unimaginable. Therefore, in the case of taking a break from his busy schedule, Kuchiki Clan must also consider when the system can send wind and power once, just like the previous Jinglingting event sign-in, rewards will be released the next day. Naturally, Kuchiki Clan hopes to sign in every day and get rewards every day. This kind of situation probably only appears in dreams. As for this time he created the Gotei 13th Division in advance, Kuchiki Clan is not sure whether this matter can trigger the random sign-in reward, and when the Gotei 13th Division is fully established, everything will be clear. It stands to reason that the establishment of Gotei 13 can also be regarded as a huge thing for Soul Society. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing, that is, in less than 100 years, the fixed sign-in reward will arrive. Kuchiki Clan has been coveting this fixed reward for 1,000 years. After all, this kind of reward can be regarded as it is a myth-level sign-in reward, definitely the kind of reward that can only be imagined but not impossible, so Kuchiki Clan is still looking forward to it. Now, Kuchiki Clan hopes that when the sign-in reward on his side can give a reward on the rule side, now Kuchiki Clan's skills and abilities seem to be very strong, but once he matches the powerful rule side ability, then his things are basically just not enough to watch. The only thing that is notable about Kuchiki Clan is his second sword. Those who are defying will appear stretched, so at this time, Ouyang Xuan urgently hopes that he can get the ability of the 10 rules. Just when Kuchiki Clan was blatantly lazy, he was told that Yamamoto Shigekuni wanted to find him. Then, Kuchiki Gen reluctantly came to the exclusive room of Yamamoto Shigekuni at Shino Academy of Spiritual Art. What? Didn't I tell you everything? If there's anything else you don't understand, you have to call me over. Why can't things be done without me? You old man is really serious, you won't let me idle at all. As soon as he entered the room, Kuchiki Clan was like Gatlin, spitting at Yamamoto Shigekuni. Hearing Kuchiki Clan's complaints, Yamamoto Shigekuni's face darkened, and then quickly returned to normal, and slowly said, "There are some details, the old man hopes to discuss with you. After all, it is something you came up with, and the old man will do it in a short time. Think about it, it is definitely not as comprehensive as you think. Kuchiki Clan rolled his eyes, then waved his hands and said, okay, if you want to ask anything, just ask. Yamamoto Shigekuni asked, first of all, it's about the team affairs, you're talking about it again. Kuchiki Clan rolled his eyes and replied, all Gotei 13 members must be Shinigami, who are loyal to Jinglingting. Each team has a captain, a vice-captain, and several levels of seats. The seats are generally in order of strength. Arranged, the third officer is also responsible for assisting the deputy captain, and so on, and finally there are more than 200 grassroots members, knowledge type. Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded and continued to ask, what about clothing? Kuchiki Clan replied, don't you know the Shudara family? You go and ask them. Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded again, continued to ask, what about the promotion between each team? Kuchiki Clan replied, promotion. Internally, a promotion and promotion system should be adopted. Those who are not strong enough to serve as captains will be reviewed in sequence. Members will be promoted to higher positions because of promotion. Will be transferred to another team for some reason. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing for Gotei 13 is their captain. To become a captain, one must choose any of the 3 ways to pass the certification. The 3 methods are, the first is to pass the captain's examination under the witness of 3 captains including the overall captain, to be recognized by 3 of them. The third point is to win the duel with the current captain under the witness of 200 team members to succeed as the captain. The captain must be prudent when accepting his fate. The captain has the deputy captain appointment right to appoint a team member as the vice captain. Not only that, the captain's significance to each fan team is very important. It is said that the captain is the soul of a fan team. It's not an exaggeration, so when it comes to choosing the captain, old man, you must be more careful. Kuchiki Clan said a lot in one breath, and made a clear statement of his understanding of the relationship between Gotei 13 and the captain. After hearing this, Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded thoughtfully, and said again, is there anything else that needs to be added? Is there anything else to add? Hearing Yamamoto Shigekuni's question, Kuchiki squinted his eyes and thought for a while, and then clapped his hands and said, I would like to add a little thought about leaving the team. 1. Well, let's hear it. Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded. Then Kuchiki Clan recounted what he borrowed again. Gotei 13 does not have a resignation system. In fact, players who want to resign because of their own will are not recognized, but there is an exception, that is later generation Byakuya Kuchiki's grandfather, Kuchiki Inling, the captain of the 6th squad, will be explained later. In fact, Kuchiki Clan doesn't want to talk about this point, but in line with an excellent organizational structure, there will inevitably be problems. Take Gotei 13 as an example, such an organization is actually very strict, so Kuchiki Clan feels that this one rule still have to be added, of course not in the form of the original. In the original book, the reasons for the establishment of Gotei 13 are different, and because Gotei 13 is recognized as a Noble 24 organization by the 46th room that manages Seireitei, it is not allowed to allow incompetent members among qualified members to happen. The situation where a player has to leave the team due to personal reasons is called dismissal, and if the team cannot return to the team after a long period of time, they will be expelled. As for retirement from the team, it stands for special threshold, meaning compulsory control. Some members who are deemed dangerous in their thinking or behavior, or who have been declared to quit the team, will be forcibly housed in a special threshold. The maggot nest of later generations is also one of the 4 dangerous places at this time, wormhole. Once a member leaves Gotei 13 or is promoted to a higher position due to reasons such as mutiny, death, retirement or expulsion, another member will be found to fill the position. There will also be special cases where members who were previously expelled due to fleeing are recalled to the Soul Society and returned to their posts. Speaking of this, the situation of Kuchiki Inling has already been clarified, but it is true that he is dying of old age, so he handed over his position as the captain of the 6th Division to his grandson Byakuya Kuchiki. In this situation, among the 6th divisions exclusive to nobles, it is a mode that is approved to exist. Therefore, the situation of Kuchiki Inling cannot be regarded as breaking the rules. In fact, the resignation referred to here is nothing more than resignation similar to modern society. Such a situation is not allowed, and it may only exist under special circumstances. A possibility. Here, what Kuchiki Gen hopes is to inform Yamamoto of the model that he thinks should exist, instead of existing in such an inhuman form. After listening to Kuchiki Xian's departure agreement, mixed with personal opinions, Yamamoto Shigekuni stroked the beard that had begun to grow on his chin, and gave his own opinion after a while. What you said, the old man has thought about it. Indeed, once Gotei 13 is established, there should be a strict rule, so the old man also agrees with what you said. For Kuchiki Gen's proposal, Yamamoto Shigekuni generally supports it, but it's just a specific analysis of the specific situation. Now it's just a preliminary discussion, and it's not yet time to build a team, so everything will have to wait for Gotei 13 to be established before we can put ourselves in the same place. To consider the problem of Gotei 13 itself. All organizations start to improve little by little because of imperfections and various defects in the initial stage of establishment, and then they become perfect. Therefore, Yamamoto Shigekuni knows the truth that one bite is not enough to make a fat man, and Kuchiki Xian also understands the truth. Clear. What the two of them are doing now is to make the organization that is about to be established take as few detours as possible. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing I want to say, that is about Gotei 13's team funeral and pension issues. Kuchiki Xian added again. Team funeral. Hearing this word, Yamamoto Shigekuni frowned instinctively, not because he was dissatisfied with Kuchiki Gen's topic, but because he hadn't considered this issue before. As the leader of a powerful family like Yamamoto Shigekuni, it is naturally difficult for him to imagine the existence of such things as pensions. In the original book, it was only after thousands of years that Gotei 13 gradually completed the issue of team burials and pensions. Of course, there are all the issues of Gotei 13 salary distribution and resource utilization. Kuchiki Xian naturally knows that it is not a big problem to let Gotei 13 appear now, but there are many problems that need to be solved. You know the problem, but Kuchiki Xian still needs to speed up some things in Gotei 13. After all, time can be wasted, but the bloody battle of the Quincy can't wait. The issue of team burial is actually related to many issues. Kuchiki Xian's idea is actually very simple, that is, to use the issue of team burial to bring out the problem that Jinglingting is still in a big pot at this time. If this so-called big pot of rice is not resolved, and Gotei 13 is not truly systematized and institutionalized, it is absolutely impossible to achieve the rules and regulations. Although these adjectives are a bit exaggerated, that's what Kuchiki Xian thinks. Feng Yuan cannot be achieved without rules. Since there are rules, there must be measures. How to come up with the measures is the most fundamental issue. Afterwards, Kuchiki 123 Xian confessed his own thoughts, which also gave Yamamoto Shigekuni a new understanding of the kid in front of him. Team funeral. Pension. Salary. The mechanism of Gotei 13. After listening to Kuchiki Gen's report, Yamamoto Shigekuni squinted his eyes and was thinking about the question raised by Kuchiki Gen. As you said, the old man will think about it carefully, but the old man wants you to understand that some things cannot be accomplished overnight, and many things will take time. Yamamoto Shigekuni can naturally see the problem of Kuchiki Xian's proposal, but he is also very clear that what Kuchiki Xian said is too advanced, so far ahead that it may be impossible to complete the reform in a while, so Yamamoto Shigekuni is reminding Kuchiki General Kuchiki Xian naturally knew that what he wanted and what he could actually implement were completely different things. So Kuchiki Xian didn't struggle with anything. I know all of these, so I can do whatever I can, and I don't have to force anything, it's up to you to decide. Kuchiki Xian shrugged and said indifferently. Well, it's best if you can understand. Yamamoto Shigekuni saw Kuchiki Xian's understanding, nodded and said with a little relief. The 13th team is finished, so let's talk about the selection of the captain. How do you think the captain of the 12 teams will be selected? Yamamoto Shigekuni obviously didn't want to let go of Kuchiki Xian, a ready-made coolie, and continued. Said. Are you a tired idiot? Kuchiki Xian uttered all the dialect of his hometown for a while, and then after obviously feeling something was wrong, he immediately continued talking and distracted his attention. I said, old man Yamamoto, you're wrong. I got the approval with all my might, and I gave you the plan to build a team. In the end, I don't want anything. You still don't want me to be idle, don't you? Authentic. Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't care about the famous quotes that Kuchiki Xian popped up from time to time, but showed a slight smile and said, there is an old saying that those who can do more work, as you said, the approval is obtained by you, and the plan is the same. What you gave, since that's the case, wouldn't it be good to just get the answers to the questions from you without bothering the two masters? You. Hearing Yamamoto Shigekuni's words, Kuchiki Xian was shocked. He never thought that the old man Yamamoto would be shameless one day. Soon Kuchiki Xian realized that something was wrong. Suddenly, Yamamoto heavy there is actually a reason for the country to do so. The starting point is actually that Kuchiki Xian did too many things privately, which made Yamamoto Shigekuni very uncomfortable, and now it is the disgusting Kuchiki Xian who thinks about the law. I see. Kuchiki Gen narrowed his eyes and looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni and said, you old man is avenging personal revenge, right? After finishing speaking, Kuchiki Xian stared at Yamamoto Shigekuni's face, hoping to see some clues of Yamamoto Shiguni's hidden thoughts, but what Kuchiki Xian never expected was that Yamamoto Shiguni was not prepared to cover up at all. Oh. You found out? Yamamoto Shigekuni said indifferently, well, that's what this old man means. You kid, you have done so many things before, and now everything is according to your wishes, so this old man thinks, you little brat should put in a little more effort degree. F***K. Kuchiki Xian was speechless by what Yamamoto Shigekuni said, and could only eat Coptis chinensis dumbly, and burst out a foul language directly. Fortunately, Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't understand what meant, so he didn't delve into it. Stop talking nonsense, let's talk about your thoughts. Yamamoto Shigekuni was too lazy to continue wasting time with Kuchiki Xian. Kuchiki Xian also had no choice, because what Yamamoto Shigekuni said was the truth, and Yamamoto Shigekuni used this to express his dissatisfaction with Kuchiki Xian, although everyone was satisfied with the result. But in terms of practice, Shigekuni Yamamoto is very dissatisfied. It can be said that he has touched the bottom line of Shigekuni Yamamoto. To be honest, if not for the fact that Yamamoto Shigekuni has always trusted Kuchiki Xian for so many years, and Kuchiki Xian has always been on the front line of benefiting the Soul Society, which would also make Yamamoto Shigekuni's feelings for Kuchiki Xian very deep complex. First of all, Kuchiki Xian is a disciple of Yamamoto Shigekuni. Secondly, during the Noble Civil War, Kuchiki Xian not only saved Yamamoto Shigekuni, but also laid a solid foundation for the victory of the Civil War. At the same time, he also saved a lot of Soul Society vitality. Of course, the matter of saving Yamamoto Shigekuni remains to be verified. After all, if there was no Kuchiki Gen, the Onitsuka family might not have taken action against Yamamoto Shigekuni at that time. Of course, all of this is not important anymore, even if the history is biased, it cannot deny Kuchiki Xian's contribution to Soul Society. Based on the above reasons, even if Yamamoto Shigekuni knows that Kuchiki Gen will do some weird things sometimes, he will behave a little strangely, but Yamamoto Shigekuni still trusts and values Kuchiki Gen very much in general, so even in Kuchiki Gen did go a little too far when forcing the rubbish in Central 46, and Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't condemn Kuchiki Gen on the surface. Respect and trust are mutual. Although Kuchiki Gen has gone too far this time, Yamamoto Shigekuni understands that if Kuchiki Gen doesn't do this, things will really go wrong. Sometimes some extreme measures are used, and Yamamoto Shiguni can still understand of. It's just that understanding belongs to understanding, but this kind of practice is really not advocated by Shigekuni Yamamoto. This time, through the detailed discussions in the early stage of team building, Kuchiki's memory will be improved. This is what Shiguni Yamamoto will do. Kuchiki Clan also understood Yamamoto Shigekuni's intentions, so he didn't talk too much nonsense, but got to the point. After all, he can be liberated sooner, right? Before, I mentioned that the position of the captain of the first team must be held by you, an old man. As for the deputy captain of the first team, it is up to you to consider. In my opinion, Gotei 13 must set a high standard for the selection of the captain level. A character at the captain level must be a strong person who has successfully cultivated Bankai, that is, the minimum level is also above the 7th level to be able to serve, or to be nominated. Encourage the staff of Gotei 13 to have enough motivation to make progress. Secondly, as for the vice-captain level, I think it must be at least a 6th level character. As for the specific level, it is not so strict. According to this standard, the remaining 3 or more seats are determined by their strength. Gotei 13 is not against competition, but encourages competition, so that people's enthusiasm and self-motivation can be mobilized. After talking about the selection criteria for the captain rank and the seat officer, let's talk about the functions of each team and the selection categories. I have just said the first team, because the task of the first team is relatively heavy, and it is an important hub for all 13 teams, so I have set up 2 vice-captain positions in the first team in my plan. The other fan teams are all 1, Mo Qian Zhao. In view of the old man Yamamoto, you will be the chief captain. The first vice-captain position will be given to your current little follower. I saw that guy. He has good talent, but he is a bit clumsy. You should train him well. It can be of great use. What Kuchiki Clan said is naturally Chojiro Sasakaibe, who left a scar on Yamamoto Shigekuni's head. To be honest, there is no problem with Sasakaibe's strength, but in the original book, the author, in order to set off the protagonist and the villain, there is no way to weaken Sasakaibe's strength infinitely. Well, the old man understands this. Let's continue. Hearing this, Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded his head in agreement with Kuchiki Clan's statement. Well, then continue. Kuchiki Clan also readily prepared to continue. After all, this is a hole he dug for himself, and he can only fill it in a little bit by himself. In view of the fact that there is already Yamamoto Shigekuni as the captain of the first team, Kuchiki Clan began to think about the functions of the remaining 12 teams and possible problems, and he focused on some known families. The second team, as I mentioned before, this team is the first team under the first team. I think it's better to make them a special operations team dedicated to certain things. The so-called special operations team is the special agent team. What they have to do is to collect intelligence and possibly assassinate. Drawing on the functions of the second team in the original work of later generations, Kuchiki Clan even said these words without being popular at all. The secret mobile team under the jurisdiction of the Zhong Air team in the original book is actually independent of the 13th team together with the Kido people. In the original book, when Shihoin Yoruchi was the commander-in-chief, because he also served as the captain of the second team, the trend of secret maneuvering became a subordinate organization of the second team. In view of this, Kuchiki Clan wanted to directly make Shihuin's family the resident team of the second team, which would benefit both Jing Lingting and Shihuin's family. I think it may be a good choice for Shihuin's family to work in the second team. After all, Shihuin's family is not only a great nobleman with the heaven-given armed forces, but also a member of the noble family. The family that is best at cultivating secret agents. Kuchiki Clan said lightly. Well, it makes sense. Let's continue. Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded and motioned Kuchiki 363 Clan to continue. Next is the third team. Their responsibilities are the support team and the emergency reserve team. They support and supplement the casualties in the battle of other teams, as well as the gaps in missions. Therefore, as such a team, I think the captain not only requires high strength, but also needs the captain to be a person with strong ability to teach and lead the team. Kuchiki Clan said after consideration. The fourth team is the healing team. As the name suggests, after all, Kido already has a systematic healing system Kido, and there are personnel with Ryatsu characteristics that are suitable for them. They can be trained towards this aspect. Of course, the strength of the players is not too rigid. It is required, but the captain must never make up for it. Oh, you must not just choose one at random. As for the fifth team, as a rescue team, the rigid requirements on strength cannot be lowered, but, I think, after all, the first, second and third teams in front are already belong to the nobles. If the fifth team, if such a key point team is still exclusive to the nobles, it will be a bit suspected of using power for personal gain. Therefore, I think that the selection range of the fifth team should be open to the public, so that all people from common nobles, commoners and poor areas, as long as they have ability, you can come to choose the captain of the fifth team. The reason why Kuchiki Clan said that is actually purposeful, and of course the purpose is not so strong. Among the captains of the fifth team he knows, there are almost no nobles who become captains. Of course, there may be, but Kuchiki Clan does not know. That's all. However, out of various considerations, Kuchiki Clan felt that for a team like the 5th Division, it would be better to select the captain from a wider audience. Of course, Kuchiki Clan is not afraid of any criticism, but because in an armed department, it is not a good phenomenon to be occupied by a large number of people of the same class for a long time. Kuchiki Clan purely considers for Gotei 13 itself. It can be said that he has no selfishness at all. After all, Gotei 13 established at this time is the first main force to face the Quincy after hundreds of years. If something goes wrong at the beginning, the consequences will be unimaginable. Similarly, Yamamoto Shigekuni also had the same thinking, so he did not disagree with Kuchiki Gen's suggestion. On the contrary, he thought it was an excellent phenomenon that Kuchiki Gen made such a suggestion. Continue. Then, the next is the 6th team. As I said before, as the team that handles all noble affairs, I think it is a good choice to hand it over to the 6th team. Of course, if you have a better proposal, old man, I don't care. Said Kuchiki Clan. To be honest, this is actually based on the original work, but the problem is that Gotei 13 should have been established earlier than the original work, Seth, by about 500 years. Such a time difference is not long or short. Maybe there will be some unexpected changes, so when Kuchiki Clan said this, he didn't say it dead. However, things like the world's development line are still quite powerful. Regarding Kuchiki Clan's suggestion that the 6th team be handed over directly to the Kuchiki family, Yamamoto has no objection. Can't understand. For the Kuchiki family, yes. Continue. Yamamoto Shigekuni motioned for Kuchiki Clan to continue. Kuchiki Clan nodded, then the next is the 7th Division. In my prediction, the 7th Division should be formed as a guard team. He is responsible for the defense of Gotei 13 itself and the protection of the captain. So for such a person, it is up to you to choose the old man. MJU 4 NDA 2 NTC 3 ODM 1 MZY 4 NZCYOJI smiley face. Hearing Kuchiki Clan's words, Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded again. Although there was no suitable candidate for Yamamoto Shigekuni for a while, Yamamoto Shigekuni can be said to be full of peaches and plums, so he will be loyal when he chooses a team. It is not difficult for a person in this position, but the difficulty of this matter is that it is relatively difficult to find someone who is capable and loyal, who can also be the captain, and who is not a member of the great nobles. Well, the old man will think about it. After thinking for a while, Yamamoto Shigekuni signaled to continue. The 8th Division is an intelligence team. There is an old saying in Dacia, as the saying goes, the 3 armies are not moving, intelligence comes first. Intelligence is extremely important to an armed force. The captain in this position must not only have strength, but also you must have an absolutely useful mind and the ability to adapt to changing circumstances, because everything collected and analyzed by the 8th Division will determine the safety and success rate of other divisions when performing missions, so you must not be sloppy. Of course, it depends on you. How did you choose? In the original book, the captain of the 8th team is Jingle Chunshue, a captain with considerable strength and intelligence. This guy even took over the post of captain temporarily after the old man Yamamoto was killed, and finally defeated the Invisible Empire. After that, he became the new captain. Moreover, throughout the entire plot, Jingle Chunshue has always shown superhuman analysis and judgment abilities, and of course the powerful combat ability to kill Aaron Carno. The most suitable candidate has always been Jingle Chunshue, but now Jingle's family has emerged, but Jingle Chunshue has not yet been born. Sometimes Kuchiki Clan thinks that during that period in the original book, although there were not many powerful characters, there were also quite a few absolutely top characters. Not to mention the 3 protagonists Kurosaki Ichigo, the psychopath Aizen Sosuke, and the ceiling Yamamoto Shigekuni, there are many other people who are outstanding. Kuchiki Clan sometimes really wished to gather all capable people to his side, but unfortunately, this kind of thinking can only be thought about. Withdrawing his thoughts, Kuchiki Clan continued to speak in plain language. The candidates for the 8th Division must be cautious. You must be very clear about this, old man. I won't go into details, and continue to talk about the following. Then there is the 9th Division. Since it is an armed organization, there will be law enforcement and fighting indifferently. Sometimes when facing a target that is not guaranteed to be killed, it will naturally stay alive. If the target is not guilty of death, naturally, they will be locked up as a punishment. Therefore, I think the 9th team should be used as a prison team, that is, the team that guards the prison. As a prison team, the core issues are of course loyalty and obedience. It's up to you. Kuchiki Gen will generally not put forward specific intentions for teams that are not particularly sensitive. At least now Yamamoto Shigekuni has discovered Kuchiki Gen's law, but what Kuchiki Gento said is quite reasonable, so Yamamoto Shigekuni also agrees got Kuchiki Gen's thoughts. The 10th Division, it is used as a regional patrol and security team. I think it is better for such a division to be run by our own people. The Shiba family is good. Regarding the 10th squad, Kuchiki Gen didn't explain much. After all, one sentence is enough, and it's useless to say too much. Anyway, Yamamoto Shigekuni can understand what he means. Well, yes, the Shiba family can do it. Yamamoto Shiguni meant that he agreed with what Kuchiki Clan said. After all, the current nobles all came here for the Soul Society at the beginning. During the change of power, some of these great nobles who have made contributions must be considered more or less, otherwise it will be easy to be divorced, which is not what Yamamoto Zhongguo wants to see. Of course, what Kuchiki Gen said is also one of the things that Yamamoto Shigekuni agrees with. After all, regarding internal defense work, it is better to entrust it to someone you know well than to a stranger. Of course, all of this is only temporary. When Gotei 13 is completely on the track after hundreds of years, these positions are not impossible to change. Of course, the premise is that these families in power cannot make any major mistakes in principle. The 11th squad, that is, the full-time combat squad, the only requirement for such a squad is that the combat power is strong enough. Kuchiki Clan finally talked about the 11th team, which is the highlight of the 13th team. The 11th team is the most special team in Gotei 13. Kuchiki Clan still values this team. In the original book, Kuchiki Clan, the first Kenpachi of the 11th team, remembered that this was the position of Sister Hua, Unohana Retsu, formerly known as Unohana Yachiryu, but later, Unohana Retsu buried the killing and did it with peace of mind. After becoming a doctor, he removed his Kenpachi name and his original name. The specific situation, Kuchiki Clan is not very clear, but because Unohana Retsu's approach is a little guesswork, of course, the current Unohana has not yet appeared, so naturally it cannot become the first generation of Kenpachi, but Kuchiki Clan is not going to let Shibachi. This tradition of the team was lost, so it gave its own proposal. I think, since it's a fighting team, choose the strongest one. Isn't there a legendary Kenpachi circulating in the Soul Society? Then our 11th team should follow this legendary as an example, so that they can become 11th, the strongest of the captains of the squad, inheriting the title of the strongest swordsman Kenpachi. Of course, since the 11th squad is a combat team, we must open up the greatest fighting freedom, so that the 11th squad will become stronger and stronger, and become the sharpest spear in Gotei 13. As for the specifics, it's up to you, old man, to think about it yourself. I won't go into details, let's continue to talk about it. Kuchiki Clan smiled lightly and left most of the troublesome things to Yamamoto, and continued to narrate. As for the 12th squad, I think it should exist as a technology development team. Don't underestimate this so-called technology development. Such existence can greatly improve the combat capabilities of members below the captain level. You have also seen it. When it comes to how much an epoch-making invention can bring about changes in people, the Zanpakuto made by Namiya is the most significant representative. So, I think it's perfect to put a guy with good strength but strong development ability in this position. Yeah. Hearing this, Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded again and said, "You say so, I have a good candidate, very suitable for this position." Originally, Kuchiki Clan, who didn't expect Yamamoto Shigekuni to give any specific candidate, was taken aback when he heard this, and then subconsciously asked with squinted eyes, "Who is it?" "The daughter of the patriarch of a relatively small family named Shutara Senjumaru." Plus. Hearing this name, Kuchiki Clan swears directly from the bottom of his heart, because Kuchiki Clan was still thinking about where this big sister is nesting. After all, the current Soul Society does not have a deadly pretense. The current Shinigami, the noun, has just started to become popular, and there is no matching clothing yet. As the creator of the Shinigami workwear Shiba suit, and the Duri Sho of the Zero Division, Shutara Senjumaru is still very important. But what Kuchiki Clan didn't expect was that at this juncture, Yamamoto Shigekuni knew about the other party's situation. Oh. Let's hear it. Although Kuchiki Clan knows what kind of ruthless person this is, he still has to, Zhao Nuozo, pretend to know nothing and speak up to Yamamoto Shigekuni. Well, nothing special, but she is already very young at such a young age. She seems to be doing something recently. I think that once this little girl succeeds, she will be taken to the Lingwang Palace like the kid from Ermiawa's family. Come on. Well, they are all ruthless people. Kuchiki thought silently. Then? What do you mean? It's okay, if she wants to, let her be the captain of the 12th division for a while. After all, Ermea is not here, she is the most suitable responsibility. Okay, boss, you have the final say. For such a proposal, Kuchiki Clan shrugged without any objection. Then, it's the last 13th division. Kuchiki Clan said solemnly, the 13th division, it's a little important. Squad 13 is arguably the most important part of the entire system. Kuchiki Clan said. What? Yamamoto asked in bewilderment. When Kuchiki Clan heard the question, he didn't give a direct answer, but asked instead, "Old man, what do you think is our duty?" Our duty? Yamamoto Shigekuni frowned slightly, and after trembling the eyebrows above his eyes twice, he said, "Our duty is to protect the Soul Society, and deal with the problem of the soul." Speaking of this, Yamamoto Shigekuni's eyes lit up and said, "You mean, the 13th division is dedicated to dealing with soul issues?" That's right. Kuchiki Clan snapped his fingers, and then said, "That's what it means." The task of the 13th squad is the purification team, to be precise, the purification team of the present world. We have now begun to call ourselves Shinigami. Well, for human beings in this world, we are indeed doing this kind of work, so we must not be sloppy at all in the face of our greatest responsibility, which is why I said that the 13th division is the most important reason. What is your specific idea? Yamamoto Shigekuni naturally heard the meaning of Kuchiki's mysterious words, so he asked directly. My idea is actually very simple, that is, the 13th squad, from the captain to the team members, are all required to have a compassionate heart. Kuchiki Clan said with a serious face. A heart of compassion? Yamamoto Shigekuni was also taken aback when he heard Kuchiki Clan's words. He really didn't understand what Kuchiki Clan meant this time. Yes, it's compassion. Don't understand. Let's put it this way. Kuchiki Clan explained lightly, the so-called compassionate heart is to have kindness and compassion for any soul, because every soul, whether it is whole or virtual, is our soul. The objects that people in the society should save, although we have always had a hostile relationship with Su, it was also formed based on Su's flaws, so whether it is soul burial or clearing Su, we should have a compassionate heart. After Kuchiki Clan finished speaking, he looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni with a serious face, because he knew very well that from the very beginning, Yamamoto Shigekuni had no such idea. After all, people in the Soul Society regard virtualization and wholeness as an item task, never have any compassion. What Kuchiki Clan, Sabi, did is not really hoping that people in the Soul Society can have a compassionate heart, but hoping that these people will subtly take these general tasks and bring personal feelings in the days to come. After all, no matter if it is a person, Jing, Su, or Shinigami, they all have feelings. Even if Su's feelings are missing a large part, it is undeniable that all people with power, what really inspires them to be more powerful is their feelings. The reason why Kurosaki Ichigo can become the protagonist is because he is not as cold as Shinigami, and of course it is also because he has combined the three major types of abilities to form an absolute comparison ability. Kuchiki Clan once heard a saying that, only with extreme emotion can one be extremely powerful with a sword. In fact, Kuchiki Clan agrees with this sentence very much. Only by expressing feelings more sincerely can he inspire himself to become stronger the power of. Therefore, Kuchiki Clan hopes to fundamentally change the mechanical nature of Shinigami's behavior. Only in this way can the combat effectiveness of Shinigami be effectively improved. Is that so? Feeling the power of Kuchiki Gen's words, Yamamoto Shigekuni was so solemn when facing Kuchiki Gen's words for the first time, because he felt Kuchiki Gen's heart. I understand what you mean. Seeing Yamamoto Shigekuni's expression moved, Kuchiki Clan was excited, because this was his whim, pretending to be a comparison, but unexpectedly the effect was quite good, even Yamamoto Shigekuni was shocked. Containing the excitement in his heart, Kuchiki Clan straightened his face, and then continued to speak. As for the 13th division, there should be 4 gates and guards. How do you say that? Because of Jinglingting, the current Soul Society has been divided into 2 parts, Jinglingting, and Rukongai. Even if we want to eliminate differences and bring peace to the Soul Society, we must also pay attention to making the Soul Society. The distinction between Aborigines and Wandering Souls is not discrimination, but a compromise chosen to avoid conflicts. Kuchiki Clan said helplessly. Well, that makes sense, let's continue. Yamamoto Shigekuni has a deep understanding of this point. With the development of the present world, more and more souls come to the Soul Society every year, so it is inevitable that there will be, in order to avoid conflicts with the Aborigines of the Soul Society, Yamamoto Shigekuni has established Rukongai outside the Jingling Court, where the original slums were located. Flowing souls are the name people in the Soul Society refer to the souls who came from this world. Even the children born of the floating souls cannot be regarded as the Aborigines of the Soul Society. Regarding this point, Kuchiki Clan understands and does not understand. What he understands is that the Aborigines of the Soul Society are actually the blood of the Spirit King, and the family they have bred. Essential difference. Of course, this refers to the souls who were born in the Soul Society later. Kuchiki Clan is naturally aware of the difference in power, but the essential difference, Kuchiki Clan is powerless, really can't understand. However, even if he doesn't understand, it doesn't prevent Kuchiki Clan from understanding the conflict between the wandering spirits and the aborigines, so Kuchiki Clan suggested that the real boundaries should be established in the early stages of team building, in order to reduce the conflict as much as possible. What I mean is, let Jingling Court have a wall and barrier that can completely isolate it from Rukongai. Kuchiki Clan said in advance the concept of later generations. It is very important for Jing Lingting to isolate the souls from the outside world. At this time, Rukongai is not as comprehensive as the giant Yamato of later generations. According to the description in the original book, Seireitei is located in the center of Rukongai, where Shinigami and nobles live, and is separated from Rukongai by the Seireitei wall. The Sealing Gate is the gate that Rukongai must pass through to enter the Jinglingting. There is usually nothing between Jinglingting and Rukongai, but when someone prepares to enter Jinglingting from Rukongai without authorization, there will be a wall. The walls are built with murderous stones that can block spiritual power. Release and decompose the fluctuations of spiritual power, produce a spherical protective cover, protect Seireitei from all aspects from the air to the ground, so the soul of general spiritual power is invincible. For sealing gates are set up on the east, south, west and north sides of the wall, which are the four major sealing gates in the east, Qinglu Gate, the four major sealing gates in the west, Baidao Gate, and the four sealing gates. The south gate of Dailingling Gate, Zhuhua Gate, the north gate of the four great Lingling Gates, Hailing Gate, all four gates are guarded by guards who are selected from the whole Soul Society and are famous for their heroes. What I mean is very simple, build walls and barriers first, guard these things, you can put them later. Kuchiki Clan finished what he knew and thought, stopped talking, and just looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni quietly. Yamamoto Shigekuni began to summarize and analyze the many things that Kuchiki Clan said before, many of which cannot be done in a short time, and Yamamoto Shigekuni naturally knows that there is no rush, so Shigekuni Yamamoto finally realized that the establishment of Gotei 13 is a long-term thing. I understand what you said, and you should also know that this is a long-term matter. I agree with what you said, but the difficulty of implementing it is really not small. Yamamoto Shigekuni said meaningfully. Both of them are smart people, so they don't need to speak too bluntly, and they both understand what the other means. Kuchiki Clan nodded, and said understandingly, it's natural, one bite can't make you fat, so I will work hard for you in the future. You little brat. Yamamoto Shigekuni shook his head helplessly and complained that he knew that there was almost no reason for Kuchiki-gen to work anymore. As for me, I'm just making suggestions. As for how to implement them at that time, it will be a headache for you. As a branch house member of a big noble, you don't want to drag me into the water. Kuchiki Clan gave Yamamoto heavy weight in advance. Gua has been vaccinated, anyway, after this time, he is waiting to eat ready-made ones. Understood, you lazy brat. Yamamoto Shigekuni was helpless. Okay, old man, I'll be leaving first. Kuchiki Clan knew that his work was done after hearing this, he got up and left. Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't stop Kuchiki Clan, after all, Kuchiki Clan had done everything that Kuchiki Clan was supposed to do, and beat him, too much would be too much, and Yamamoto Shigekuni also knew how to measure. With Kuchiki-gen leaving Yamamoto Shigekuni's house, it is also officially announced that the discussion, analysis and positioning work in the early stage of Gotei 13 has been completed, and the next step is to start the implementation. On the third day after Kuchiki-gen and Yamamoto Shigekuni had a detailed talk, Yamamoto Shigekuni and the three nobles, the soy sauce of the Tsunyashiro family, announced to the outside world that the Seireitei began to formally prepare for the establishment of the Gotei 13th Division, and selection of team members and captains. During the period, Yamamoto Shigekuni also specifically approached Kuchiki Clan for this matter, because Yamamoto Shigekuni knew that it would be very difficult for Kuchiki Clan to see him again this time. Of course, the matter for Yamamoto Shigekuni to find Kuchiki Clan this time is very simple, and it is a matter of personnel replenishment. Kuchiki Clan also said very simply, "Oh, you also come to ask me such a simple matter? Why do you keep so many students from the Shino Academy of Spiritual Art? From now on, You will start your studies in 6-year rounds. After the assessment, you can directly enter Gotei 13 after graduation, and you can be directly expelled if you are unqualified. Otherwise, why do you keep so many people? Besides, what do you think Gotei 13 is for? Or are you planning to open a school instead of a college? Church. This sentence directly enlightened Yamamoto Shigekuni. His previous thinking was too simple. He thought that cultivating people would be considered as contributing to the soul society. In fact, it is not the case. There are many people who have been resting for a long time but have no achievements. Yamamoto thought of his affection and continued to take in this other party, but now that he thinks about it, doing so is really not the way, and it may not be beneficial to soul society. The method Kuchiki Clan said is very good. 6 years is around. You have learned all the things you should learn. The practice is up to you. As the saying goes, the master leads the door to practice in the individual, and the soul society in the future will not it may be like before. As long as you enter the school, you will be a member of the school for the rest of your life, which is no longer realistic. With this in mind, Yamamoto Shigekuni is ready to expand the Shino Spiritual Art Academy again, and this expansion is also accompanied by the biggest reform of the Shino Spiritual Art Academy, and it will become what Kuchiki Clan said, academy models, instead of schools, and the like. Although Yamamoto Shigekuni may be a little bit reluctant, after all, whether it is Motojijuku or Shino Academy of Spiritual Art, he founded it all by himself. Do you think he has feelings for him? Of course there are feelings, but for the future development of soul society, Seireitei, and Gotei 13, we can only let Ouyang Xuan become history. The news of the establishment of Gotei 13 has spread, but the specific matters have not been announced. So far, Yamamoto Shigekuni and the 3 nobles have only announced the rules for the selection of Gotei 13. Of course, only the captain and vice-captain level are selected. Standard. Asking for flowers. As for the selection of team members, Shigekuni Yamamoto has been ruthless and has incorporated thousands of students from the Shino Academy of Spiritual Art into Gotei 13. As for which team to go to, this will be the selection of the captain in the future, after the official formation of the team thing. After all, not everything has to be done by Shigekuni Yamamoto himself. After each team has a captain, things will be much simpler. After announcing the official establishment of Gotei 13, Yamamoto Shigekuni united the 3 nobles to gather the high-level nobles and all the lower-level nobles, and even some powerful common noble families. The purpose of doing this is to select the captains of the 11 squads from among all the nobles, because the candidate for the first squad is Yamamoto Shigekuni, and the captain of the 12 squads is Shutara Senjimaru. So there are only 11 teams left who have not yet decided on the captain. Before the official selection began, Yamamoto Shigekuni had united with the 3 nobles and notified the positions of the 3 teams that had already been determined. As the 4 oldest families in the Soul Society, Yamamoto, and the 3 nobles, it is indeed worth getting more. Under this premise, other nobles have no objection. It is worth mentioning that any family related to Central 46 personnel is not included in the selection. For these 10 points, Central 46 is also quite helpless. However, even if they are given the chance to be selected, considering that most of them are lower-level nobles and some of them are common nobles, it is simply impossible to become the captain. Having said that, the attitude still needs to be given out. It is clear that Gotei 13 does not want Room 46 to intervene, so Room 46 has no choice but to keep an eye on Gotei 13 as much as possible, hoping that they will make mistakes. The topic is far away. After knowing that the 2nd, 6th and 10th divisions have been assigned to the Kuchiki family, Shihuan family and Shiba family, and after learning about the duties of the 3 divisions, they all agree. There is no objection. Soon, the nobles' meeting officially started, and the meeting began under the auspices of Yamamoto Shigekuni, and because Kuchiki Clan was the initiator and planner, Yamamoto Shigekuni strongly asked him to attend. In the end, Kuchiki Clan had no choice but to attend. The first topic of the meeting is the selection of the captain. The captain is the soul of a team, and its importance to a fan team is self-evident, so the selection of the captain must be done in a fair and open manner, in a serious manner. Take the ownership of the 3 teams already obtained by the 3 major families. If there are no qualified personnel, then they cannot directly take the captain position. Therefore, it is very necessary to hold such a meeting. Although it is not completely open to the public, at least the attitude is seen by the people of the Soul Society. 383 Next, the old man will preside over the selection meeting this time. Although it is only a primary selection, if the applicants who report do not meet the most basic standards, then do not bring it to the meeting to speak, and this time the primary election, it is only tentatively determining their qualifications, rather than being directly selected as the captain of the fan team, the above. Let's start the proposal of the captain of the fan team. Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't talk nonsense and went directly to the main topic of the meeting. I propose, Shihoin Ruji. It was Shihoin Shini who was talking. At this time, the Shihoin family was in charge. When he knew that the second team was handed over to their family, he was very excited, but the following rules were to let Shihoin Shini for a while. He has a big head, and as the head of the Shihoin family, he is naturally a strong man who has reached the 7th level. Of course, he barely reached the 7th level. His Bankai is also the weakest group of Bankai, so he proposed his younger brother Shihoin Long Heir. Shihoin Longer is stronger than himself, but his strength is limited. Although the next generation of the Shihoin family has grown up, the mainstay of the Shihoin family is still their generation. And among this generation, the strongest member of the Shihoin family is Shihoin Husan, who has rarely returned to the Soul Society for hundreds of years. And Shihoin Husan's strength, after years of hard work in Hueco Mundo, has already far surpassed the 2 big brothers. Even if the 3 are on the same level, Shihoin Husan's actual combat power will crush the 2 big brothers. People, one is fighting in Hueco Mundo day and night, and the other 2 are in Soul Society, it is not the same at all. And after Shihoin Shini proposed Shihoin Dragon 2, Kuchiki Clan, who had always been in the shape of a salted fish, suddenly sat up straight, and then said, I propose, Shihoin Hu equals. As soon as the words came out, everyone looked at Kuchiki Clan. After all, Shihoin Husan's identity is clear to everyone present as long as they are not idiots. But here comes the problem. Shihoin Husan is the second team leader of the expedition team, and he has stayed in Hueco Mundo for hundreds of years. He was suddenly suggested by Kuchiki Clan, and everyone didn't know what to say for a while. After all, Shihoin Husan is a member of the Shihoin family no matter what, this is an indisputable fact. Your Excellency Kuchiki Clan, Kozen, don't you still have a post in the expedition team? Shihoin Shin thought for a while and said slowly. Shihoin Shini did not ask any questions. After learning that his family can have the priority to appoint the captain of the second team, Shihoin Shini knew how this spot came about. He also knew that although he was expensive he is the current head of the Shihoin family, but he does not have the right to appoint the captain of the second division, he only has the right to propose, so there is such a question. Well, that's a good question. Actually, Husan is about to retire from the expedition team. Kuchiki Clan said flatly. Retired? As soon as this remark came out, everyone present at the meeting was taken aback. After all, although they knew that some common members had retired from the expedition team, who was Shihoin Husan? Is that from common? That was Kuchiki Clan's right-hand man in Hueco Mundo. Now let Shihoin Husan retire and return to be the captain of the second team. Kuchiki Clan's idea is very intriguing. Thinking of this, everyone turned their attention to Yamamoto Shigekuni next to Kuchiki Clan, and Yamamoto Shigekuni's reaction made everyone puzzled. Because Yamamoto Shigekuni didn't respond to Kuchiki Clan's proposal at all, as if he didn't hear it. After a while, amidst the strange silence in the arena, Yamamoto Shigekuni suddenly said, the second team's proposal, Shihoin Ruji and Shihoin Husan, do you have any other proposals? As soon as this remark came out, everyone knew that Yamamoto Shigekuni supported Kuchiki Clan, and they all stopped thinking about the previous problems. At this time, Yamamoto Shigekuni also looked at the slightly weird faces of the crowd, and then slowly said, "No matter who it is, as long as it is within the scope of the rules, it can be proposed. You must be clear, Gotei 13's the position of captain, the one who is able should occupy it." As soon as Yamamoto Shigekuni seemed to explain, everyone at the meeting came to their senses. It seems that this time, the battle for the captain of the first-generation team of Gotei 13th Division was based on the two basic principles of absolute fairness and meritocracy. Up. Since there are no new proposers, the two candidates for the captain of the second team will be publicly judged in 3 days. Yamamoto said, seeing that no one proposed to make a decision. Next, the captain of the third squad, you can start making proposals. Candidates for the captain of the 9th Division, Shiro Yamada and Ryumu Kue. Candidate for captain of Team 10, Shiba Chin Nu. Soon, 11 candidates for the captain were proposed. Candidate for captain of the 7th Division, Kagoro Ito. Candidates for the captain of the 6th Division, Kuchiki Clan, Kuchiki Ludu. Candidate for captain of the 13th Division, Taro Hasegawa. Of course, except Kuchiki Clan, an old salty fish, no one would want to be the captain. After all, these are the 13 most dazzling people in Jinglingting in the future. Candidates for the captain of the 4th Division, Harada Junsuk and Suzuki Atomic. With the selection of candidates, the time for review will soon come. In fact, Yamamoto Shigekuni is not satisfied with some of the proposed personnel, but because there is no more suitable candidate, he can only agree temporarily. The reason is that the 3 major nobles plus the Yamamoto family, the 4 together have already obtained 4 captain seats, so out of fairness, it has been notified at the beginning of the meeting, except for the Yamamoto family, the other 3 noble families cannot serve as captains of other teams. Therefore, judging from the current form of the Soul Society, apart from these aristocrats, there are very few other families who can meet the standard. The most basic standard for becoming a captain is to reach the 7th rank, and to comprehend Bankai. The previous one reaches the 7th level, people may reach it with hard work, but to comprehend Bankai, although with Zanpakuto, the comprehension speed is much faster than the previous Soul Society. But this also requires a strong understanding, so this second rule stops many people. In addition to the 3 nobles, taking other high-level nobles and lower-level nobles as examples, there are very few who can be both 7th rank and have comprehended Bankai. Although there are some, compared to the 3 nobles, there are still a lot fewer than 24 cases of. The most typical ones are the Miyuen family, the Ito family, and the Miyamoto family. These 3 families are old high-ranking nobles, who rose after the nobles' civil war. It is not a strong person that you can take out. This situation also made Yamamoto Shikuni realize that the previous training model was not enough, and it also strengthened Yamamoto Shikuni's determination to reform the Shino Academy of Spiritual Arts. Of course, these are all things to come. All that needs to be done now is to select the captains of the first generation as soon as possible, otherwise the 3 teams are fundamentally just a decoration. 3 days passed quickly, and the day of the captain selection of Gotei 13 also came. This time, Kuchiki Clan did not participate in the selection. Failed. Soon, the captains of the 11 teams were selected. In fact, to put it bluntly, the candidates who can be nominated now are all people with sufficient strength. Like those nominated alone, as long as they are strong enough and have learned Bankai, they will be directly qualified became the captain. Only when more than one person is proposed, after both candidates are qualified, an additional review of combat is added, so the review process is very fast. The captain of the first team also serves as the general captain, Yamamoto Genryusai, 8th level perfection. Deputy captain, to be determined. Captain of the second team, Shihuin Husan, 7th level complete. Deputy captain, to be determined. Captain of the third team, Arashir Miyamoto, male, lower rank of the 7th rank. Deputy captain, to be determined. Captain of the 4th division, Suzuki Atomic, female, lower 7th rank. Deputy captain, to be determined. Captain of the 5th team, Muyuen Yuan Tai, 7th rank upper rank. Deputy Captain, to be determined. Captain of the 6th Division, Kuchiki Ludu, the 7th level middle. Deputy Captain, to be determined. Team 7th Captain, Kagoro Ito, male, middle of the 7th rank. Deputy Captain, to be determined. Captain of the 8th Division, Shimura Taiha, male, middle of the 7th rank. Deputy Captain, to be determined. Captain of the 9th Division, Yamada Shiro, male, the lower rank of the 7th rank. Deputy Captain, to be determined. Captain of the 10th Division, Shiba Kingnu, 7th rank middle. Deputy Captain, to be determined. Team 11 Captain, to be determined. Deputy Captain, to be determined. Captain of the 12th Division, Zayudara Senjumaru, the lower rank of the 7th rank. Deputy Captain, to be determined. Captain of the 13th Division, Hasegawa Taro, male, 7th rank middle. Deputy Captain, to be determined. The above are the captains who have been selected by the 13th Division. Although the captain of the 11th Division is still vacant, the positions of the captains can be regarded as arranged in general. But it can be regarded as officially employed. Regarding the issue of the captain of the 11th squad being still vacant, Yamamoto Shigekuni and a group of nobles have discussed it, and in 2 days there will be a Kenpachi selection, so that the problem of the captain of the 11th squad will be resolved. After all, the 11th team is different from other teams, and it is not easy to directly appoint the captain. As for the question of the deputy captain and the chief executive, it depends on the actions of the newly appointed captains. After all, it is the captain's right to accept the appointment of the deputy captain and the chief executive. So Shigekuni Yamamoto didn't have to worry about this matter anymore, and he simply started to be a hands-off shopkeeper. Kuchiki Clan is more comfortable. He doesn't care about the captain's selection. Of course, Kuchiki Clan also has his own troubles. Since Ryatsu entered the middle rank of the 8th rank, the promotion is slow. This is because he has various, as a result of plug-in assistants. Years of torture have also made him understand how Yamamoto Shirgwa survived for so many years. Of course, when Kuchiki Clan was lazy, someone would not let him go first so easily. This is not right. After the captain was selected, Yamamoto Shigekuni visited Kuchiki Clan's small yard again. "Hey," I said, "old man, you are a bit too much. What's the matter with you? You came to me again just after the selection of the captain." Kuchiki Clan looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni, who was drinking tea by himself. With a face speechless, he said that he really didn't expect that Yamamoto Shigekuni would have such a naughty side. Yamamoto Shigekuni was unmoved by Kuchiki Gen's words and continued to drink tea from his teacup. Seeing Yamamoto Shigekuni's reckless appearance, Kuchiki Clan also had a black line on his forehead. "I 540 said, old man, if you have anything to say, just say it, and I will do it if I can." Faced with Yamamoto Shigekuni's sloppy way, Kuchiki Clan had no choice but to compromise. After all, Kuchiki Clan knew very well that if he did not compromise, Yamamoto Shigekuni could just sit in his house forever. "Hehe, it's easy to say, easy to say." Hearing that Kuchiki Clan compromised, Yamamoto Shigekuni no longer maintained the posture of standing still, and immediately changed into a smiling face and said, "Speaking of which, don't beat around the bush." Kuchiki Genta knew Yamamoto Shigekuni, so he didn't talk nonsense and asked him directly why he came. "It's nothing, I just want to give you 2 choices." "It must be nothing good, tell me." Kuchiki Clan said helplessly. "Either be the vice captain of the old man, or the captain of the 11th team, you choose one." Yamamoto Shigekuni said. "Ah. Are you kidding me? You want me to be the first generation Kenpachi?" Kuchiki Clan didn't hear the first option of being Yamamoto Shigekuni directly. After all, Kuchiki Clan knows very well that since Yamamoto Shigekuni can use such a pair of oil, he forced himself to submit with the appearance of not being salty, which meant that the old man's purpose was not that simple. What vice captain? Kuchiki Clan didn't believe it at all. The captain of the 11th team, or first generation Kenpachi, is Yamamoto Shigekuni's goal. Yes, the key point of Yamamoto Shigekuni is actually to let Kuchiki Shien be the first generation of Kenpachi. After all, in Yamamoto Shigekuni's opinion, Soul Society is currently able to be worthy of the so-called Kenpachi name. Apart from him, there should be only Kuchiki Shien one. Although, Shigekuni Yamamoto knew that Kuchiki Gen had no plans for these things, and he didn't want to get involved in these matters, but out of some considerations, Shigekuni Yamamoto still hoped that Gen Kuchiki could become the captain of the 11th team. That is first-generation Kenpachi. And with the other team captains in place, except for the people brought out by Kuchiki Shien, the other captains have only just passed the qualifications. It is impossible to talk about how high the intensity is. The dignified Gotei 13th squad, except for him as the captain, doesn't even have a powerhouse of the 8th rank. To be honest, Yamamoto Shigekuni is not very satisfied with this situation, but there is no other way. The current situation is like this. Maybe in 100 years or so, the situation will be better. But now, Yamamoto Shigekuni is very dissatisfied. Of course, this is also related to the turmoil of the Soul Society over the years. The internal friction of the Soul Society over the years has exhausted the high-end power of the Soul Society. Although with the appearance of Zanpakuto, the speed of people's cultivation and comprehension has become faster, but it also takes hundreds of years as a cycle to replace it, and there is no rush at all. Therefore, Kuchiki Shien has become one of the few strong players that Yamamoto Shigekuni sees. In any case, Kuchiki Shien's actual combat ability is there, and the record is also there. If he is the 11th as the captain of the team, no one should question it, and no one would easily challenge Kuchiki Shien. You know the situation of the Soul Society very well now, and I don't believe that you don't know the level of the captain selected now, so the old man thinks that only you come to be the captain of the 11th team can really secure Kenpachi's position. Yamamoto Shigekuni Akatsuki expressed emotion and reasoned. It's meaningless to say that, old man, although I know what you're talking about, but the problem is, once I sit in that position, let's not mention whether the management is not in charge, who can kill me when I sit there? Becoming Kenpachi. Besides, I have no interest in the name of Kenpachi. Kuchiki Shien spread his hands and said. It's not that Kuchiki Shien boasted, even if it's the first generation Kenpachi Zuno Hana Yachiryu in the original book, even in its heyday, it's definitely not Kuchikixuan's opponent now. Let's not talk about those abilities, even if it's a real fight, Unohana this royal sister is not necessarily the opponent of Kuchiki Shien now, let alone other people. This old man knows that there is no one in the Soul Society who can say that he dares to beat you, not even me, but special circumstances are treated specially, and this old man can promise that if there is a suitable candidate, this old man will definitely approve you to step aside. Yes. Yamamoto Shigekuni said again. Now Kuchiki Shien has put forward such a suggestion. Generally speaking, it can indeed solve the current troubles of Yamamoto Chongwa, and it can also make the whole thing sound better and more in line with the rules. Well, old man, don't say I don't give you face, I will definitely not be the captain, but you don't worry, just listen to me. Kuchiki Xuanchu pressed his hands and stabilized his ready to speak. Yamamoto Shigekuni continued, listen to my proposal first. Humph, that's fine, I will report to the Ichiba team in 2 days' time. Shigekuni Yamamoto is no longer ready to talk nonsense, after all he has achieved his purpose of coming to find Kuchiki Shien, so there is no need to talk about other nonsense. Yamamoto Shigekuni finally drank the tea in the cup, then got up and left. If it wasn't for Li Wang's to make Kuchiki Shien compromise, he wouldn't waste so much time, you know he is very busy all. After Kuchiki Shien finished speaking, he looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni, and Yamamoto Shigekuni was lost in thought. Originally, what he meant was that he wanted someone with sufficient qualifications to be the captain of the 11th team. Kuchiki Shien was naturally the most suitable candidate, but Kuchiki Shien has long revealed his desire not to become the captain, and Yamamoto Shigekuni can understand this. It's alright, let's go, you old man will come to see me for nothing. Kuchiki Shien drove Yamamoto Shigekuni away with a look of disgust. Hey, old man, don't you know what kind of person I am? You let me be the captain who handles affairs every day, and I'm not bored to death. Don't worry. Kuchiki Clan said with a disgusted face. To be continued. Kuchiki Clan is not afraid of Yamamoto Shiguni putting on airs to show his identity, he is afraid that Yamamoto Shiguni will play tricks on him, so Kuchiki Clan has nothing to do. Forget it, I don't plan to persuade you anymore, I just do as you say, I agree. Yamamoto Shigekuni also said helplessly. Hey, it's really troublesome. I want to be the captain of the 11th team. This is a big deal. Kuchiki Clan thought and complained, no matter how he thought about it, he felt that he was at a big loss, but there was no way, who let him Shigekuni Yamamoto has found a way to deal with him. Besides, today Yamamoto Shigekuni made it clear that he would not leave unless he got the answer he wanted, so Kuchiki Clan also had to think about how to deal with this guy in front of him. Sending Yamamoto Shigekuni away, Kuchiki Clan also heaved a sigh of relief. After all, if Yamamoto Shigekuni must let him take full powers as the captain, he really has no good reason to refuse. After all, Gotei 13 has just been established, and a lot of waste is waiting to be done. As the initiator of the establishment of Gotei 13, if Kuchiki Clan does not fully support it, it is a bit unreasonable. Since you want me to be the captain of the 11th team, that's fine, but my condition is that I'm only the acting captain, and I won't inherit the title of Kenpachi. When there is a suitable candidate, after the other party, let the other party become first-generation Kenpachi, so it is considered to be in line with the rules, isn't it? Hearing this, Kuchiki Clan narrowed his eyes slightly, trying to think about the feasibility of this method. If it is true what Yamamoto Shigekuni said, once he has a successor, he can step down, then this matter is not unacceptable other side. Why is it so difficult for you kid to be the captain? Although Yamamoto Shigekuni had already moved towards Kuchiki Clan's proposal in his heart, he still resented Kuchiki Clan. What? Is it because I agreed too quickly and you are not used to it? Kuchiki Clan looked at Yamamoto Shigekuni's face and said with a mean expression. But on the whole, the ending is pretty good. After all, he, Shigekuni Yamamoto, has already prepared for a long-term struggle, but he did not expect that Kuchiki Clan compromised a little quickly, which can be regarded as in line with Shiguni Yamamoto's wishes. 2 days passed in a flash. Kuchiki Clan got up early and walked towards the location of the first team's team building. Along the way, he met Shinigami who was in a hurry. The reason why Kuchiki Clan knows that they are Shinigami is because they are still wearing the uniforms of the Shinigami Academy, because Yamamoto Shigekuni has revealed before that the students of the Shinigami Academy will be merged into Gotei across the board. Among the 13, Yamamoto Shigekuni still thinks that there are not enough common players in Gotei 13. In the past, when many students joined the team, the ceremony was very brief. A simple swearing-in ceremony was considered to be an official entry into the team. After all, it was a time with a lot of things to do, and there was not much time to welcome these common soldiers into the team, so everything can be kept simple. Because everything is simplified, it is normal for the former students who are already official members of the Gotei 13 to still be wearing the uniforms of the Shino Academy of Spiritual Arts. Kuchiki Clan, who was not surprised by this, walked towards the team building of the first team without any haste. Although it was not fast, it didn't take long to arrive at the team building of the first team. Kuchiki Clan looked at the familiar and unfamiliar team house, feeling a lot of emotion. Unknowingly, Kuchiki Clan has been in Seoul society for more than 900 years. Although there is no deviation in memory, time has passed. Kuchiki Clan took a look at the information of the system, and found that except for the age and identity changes, other things have not changed at all, which also made Kuchiki Clan sigh again that it is too difficult to improve the Ryatsu level. Walking in the all-wooden corridor, I greeted the passers-by from time to time, and soon came to the captain's meeting room in the original book. It's not that Kuchiki Clan knows the way, but to show that everyone is concentrated here, including Yamamoto Shigekuni, no one is suppressing their breath at all. A group of characters above the 7th rank gathered together, and released Ryatsu without any disguise. Even blind people can find them by following their Ryatsu. When Kuchiki Clan arrived at the destination, he opened the door directly and saw the people standing in the room. It seemed to have a bit of the taste in the original book, but at this time, the Shinigami had not yet pretended to be domineering, nor did they have a group of captains like the ones in later generations. Gathered visual impact and pressure. After Kuchiki Clan opened the door, everyone also focused their attention on Kuchiki Clan who was at the door. Kuchiki Clan didn't care about everyone's eyes, he walked to the end of the team and then settled. Seeing Kuchiki Clan standing on his position so consciously, Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded slightly, and then said, "Originally, today I am going to specially select a captain of the 11th squad, but a few days ago, I visited Kuchiki Clan. After persuasion, Kuchiki Clan agreed to take the position of captain of the 11th team temporarily." Originally, the old man thought that the prerequisite for the election of the captain of the 11th team is to be able to inherit the title of Kenpachi, but the old man looked at the jingling court. Except for Kuchiki Clan, no one can bear the title of Kenpachi, so the old man persisted in inviting Kuchiki Clan to temporarily act as the captain of the 11th squad. I believe everyone has no objection to the old man's decision, right? None. No disagreement. After hearing Yamamoto Shigekuni's words, everyone also expressed their opinions. Jokingly, one side was Yamamoto Shigekuni's proposal, and the other was Kuchiki Clan's echo. Who dares to have an opinion in such a combination, and who can have an opinion? Since everyone has no opinion, then this matter has been decided in this way. The captain of the 11th team will be temporarily replaced by Kuchiki Clan, and Kuchiki Clan will be the acting captain of the 11th team. When the strong man is worthy of this title, Kuchiki Clan will automatically give way. Above. Hearing Yamamoto Shigekuni's summary, everyone nodded in agreement with this decision, and Kuchiki Clan naturally did not have any opinions. Today's captain's first meeting, the first topic is naturally the issue of the acting captain of the 11th squad, and the second question is whether you have decided on the candidates for the vice-captains of each squad that the old man mentioned before. Yamamoto Shigekuni leaned on Ryujin Jaka with both hands on the floor, knocking on the floor and said, "Well. I know. You just became the captain today. After that, you can go back to the team and choose by yourself. You don't have to participate in this topic." Yamamoto Shigekuni glanced at Kuchiki Clan and said, "Captain of the second team, Shihoin Husan, 7th level complete. Vice Captain, Omida Temple Sarada, 6th rank median." The list of the first 6 teams has been released. Next, Yamamoto Shigekuni breathed a sigh of relief, changed a letter and continued to read. Soon, the candidates for the vice-captains were also reported. The following is the list of candidates for the captains and vice-captains of each team, read out by Yamamoto. Captain of the 6th Division, Kuchiki Ludu, the 7th level middle. Vice-Captain, Kuchiki Kiwa, 6th rank upper rank. It's been chosen, Captain. After everyone had announced that they had candidates, Kuchiki Clan suddenly said, "I don't have any candidates yet." The captain of the first team also serves as the general captain, Yamamoto Genryusai, 8th level perfection. Vice Captain, Chojiro Sasakaibe, 7th rank middle, Vice Captain, to be determined. Captain of the 5th team, Muyuen Yuantai, 7th rank upper rank. Vice Captain, Makihara Sorai, 6th rank median. With the captain. Captain of the 3rd team, Arashir Miyamoto, male, lower rank of the 7th rank. Vice Captain, Baigi Nagano, lower 6th rank. Well, good. What about the other captains? Has anyone been chosen? Yamamoto continued to ask. We already have a candidate for the second team, Your Excellency the captain. The one who spoke was naturally the captain of the second team, Shihoin Husan, who had completely changed. Yamamoto Shigekuni opened a new letter, which has recorded the rest of the list that has not been read out. Team 7th Captain, Kagoro Ito, male, middle of the 7th rank. Vice Captain, Okita Kazumi, 6th rank median. Captain of the 8th Division, Shimura Taiha, male, middle of the 7th rank. Vice Captain, Isima, lower rank of 6th rank. Captain of the 9th Division, Yamada Shiro, male, the lower rank of the 7th rank. Vice Captain, Yamada Yuhizi, lower 6th rank, female. Captain of the 10th Division, Shiba Kingnu, 7th rank middle. Vice Captain, Takashi Matsushita, 6th rank upper rank. Captain of the 11th Team, Kuchiki Clan, 8th rank upper. Deputy Captain, to be determined. Captain of the 12th Division, Zayutara Senjumaru, the lower rank of the 7th rank. Vice Captain, Kongyue Temple, 6th rank upper rank. Captain of the 13th Division, Taro Hasegawa, male, 330, the 7th level middle. Vice Captain, Jushiro Juzo, 6th rank upper rank. So far, apart from Kuchiki Clan's 11th team, the captains and vice-captains of the other teams are complete. Oh yes, there is still a vacancy for the vice-captain of the first team. After Kuchiki Clan got to know the characters on the list, he lost interest in most of them, because Kuchiki Clan knew very well that from now on, Jinglingting has just reached the outbreak period of geniuses and monsters. Will soon be eliminated. Not to mention anything else, but the few 6th level high-ranking guys and the vice-captain are all members of the new generation. The potential of these people is stronger than that of the older generation, even the captain-level characters. These people are used to it. Will be a matter of time before the captain who fills up the number is replaced. Although the other teams do not challenge and change as frequently as the 11th team, there are also rules for challenging the upper ranks, so Kuchiki Clan can be sure that the captains you see now will soon be replaced. Replaced several faces, so Kuchiki Clan didn't bother to deal with these people. It's not that Kuchiki Clan doesn't like these people, but that there's really no need for these people to have deep friendships. The strength of the 7th level seems to be quite strong. To be honest, after more than 500 years, the Quincy division will attack. Such combat power, that is to say, the stronger cannon fodder, the captain level without 2 brushes, is really just delivering food to the enemy. Of course, this is just Kuchiki Clan's own thoughts. As for how strong these guys are when the Quincy strikes, Kuchiki Clan doesn't know. Anyway, Kuchiki Clan estimates that it will definitely not be as strong as the 1000-year bloody battle chapter in the original book. The Quincy team in it is weak. After the captain meeting, Kuchiki Clan slowly returned to the team building of the 11th team. Because the 11th team had no captain before, they did not select the vice-captain and the officers at all levels from the team members. This matter things are what Kuchiki Clan has to do right now. Because since the establishment of Gotei 13 was announced, Kuchiki Clan has not received the rewards given by the system at this point in time. Kuchiki Clan is wondering whether there is no reward for participating in historical events like this, or because Gotei 13 is not yet fully established. Indeed, the Shinigami at this time did not have a uniform costume, which made Kuchiki Clan look really messy enough, and there was no sense of beauty and chill in the uniform costume in the original work. Kuchiki Clan adjusted his emotions, and then said loudly, "Hello, members of the 11th team, I am the acting captain of the 11th team, Kuchiki Clan. The gold content of the reward is not low, it is basically the same as the Jinglingting reward I got before, but as long as a but is added to everything, there will be a turning point." After finishing speaking, Kuchiki Clan withdrew the slightly agitated Ryatsu, looked at many team members who were already in cold sweat, and the expression on his face returned to indifference. To be continued. With the appearance of the vice-captain and 6 seats, Kuchiki Clan finally got the long-lost random sign-in reward for team building. Yes, there was indeed a turning point in the matter, but this turning point was not turning in a direction that Kuchiki Clan did not want, but turned in an unknown direction. If it is because of the incomplete establishment of Gotei 13, then the reason must be that I am the acting captain of the 11th squad. After all, although the captain of the 11th squad has an agent. Before, maybe some people have heard of me, maybe some people haven't heard of me, it doesn't matter, the important thing is that now I am your captain. I believe that before you joined the team, you all knew many rules of the Gotei 13th division. I won't go into details here. Therefore, the first thing Kuchiki Clan did when he returned to the 11th team was to call up a group of students who were assigned to the 11th team, who were originally at the upper end of the Mao Academy of Spiritual Arts and who were more aggressive, or should be called team members now. Seeing that the effect had already appeared, Kuchiki Clan said again, "It's totally possible to challenge me, but, you have to be clear that the 11th team is different from other teams. When the 11th team challenges the captain, people will die. Yes. You better remember that." However, the official organization of the 11th team has not yet been formed. There is no vice captain, no chief officer, and no combat teams. It can be said that the current 11th team is basically a mess, so Kuchiki Clan believes that the problem lies in this. When all the personnel were assembled, Kuchiki Clan stood at the front of the 11th team's martial arts arena, looking at the more than 100 team members in messy clothes in the west at this time, frowning slightly. What should be said, I have said it all. Although I am the acting captain, I will always be your captain until there is someone who is suitable to be the captain of the 11th team. You have to remember it. I don't want some people disobey the orders I issue in the future, because such consequences are beyond your ability to bear. I'm calling everyone here now to select the vice captains and various officers of the 11th team. I believe everyone is very clear about what the duties of our 11th team are. That's right, our mission is to fight. Since it is a combat team, the first criterion for selecting the vice captain and the chief is the combat power. Whoever is stronger will win. If you have enough strong guys, you can also challenge me. Okay, from now on, those who think they are capable can go out to select the vice captain and chief executive. 2.0 In 2 hours, 7 people with the strongest strength stood out from more than 100 people. These 7 people became the vice captains of the 11th team to the 8th seat. As for the future seats, because there is really no one with more outstanding strength, they are temporarily shelved. Speaking of this, Kuchiki Clan's eyes suddenly became sharp, and the Ryatsu on his body also began to swell, just releasing the fur of Ryatsu, stunned the hundreds of people below. Yes, this time the reward is a reward style that Kuchiki Clan has never seen before. How do you understand this? All the previous rewards of Kuchiki Clan were rewarded with substantial things, and this time the reward can be regarded as another. It set a precedent. D. Host successfully participates in the establishment of Jinglingting Gotei 13 to change the history, and rewards random special sign-in rewards. Beep. The special random sign-in reward has been issued, please check the quality quickly. Beep. Remind host, you have a special reward to confirm, please check it quickly. When Kuchiki Clan received such a prompt, he was immediately caught in the circle. He had never encountered such a direct reminder from the system. Kuchiki Clan hurriedly entered the system to check the special reward this time. D. The special reward host has received. Hey, please be careful, host, this time because of the special event, the sign-in rewards have also become special. Hey, this time the rewards are divided into instant collection type and superimposed reinforcement type, please pay attention to the details, host. Hey, host, please note that the first option for the special 24 rewards this time is instant claim type. Instant claim type rewards, like other rewards, are directly issued by the system as a one-time ability reward, but because it is a special event, there have been special changes in the rewards. If the host chooses the instant reward, then it is unknown what system will appear. The second choice type is superimposed reinforcement. If the host chooses this type of reward, then the reward of the host this time will be clear, and the next time, whether it is a random sign-in or a fixed sign-in reward, it will be greatly improved. Hey, please pay attention to the host. If the host chooses superimposed and enhanced rewards, no matter what kind of rewards will appear next time, it will be greatly strengthened, and the superimposed and enhanced rewards can be accumulated across the world. As Kuchiki Clan read all the prompts, Kuchiki Clan was immediately stunned, not to mention the inexplicable appearance of this kind of reward, the choice of which also made Kuchiki Clan stunned. However, Kuchiki Clan understood the explanation of the two rewards. The first reward, it is possible to directly reward a big one like the previous Jinglingting establishment sign-in, but this is something uncertain, maybe the reward is not used, or it conflicts with this world, directly blocked. This is very likely to appear. And the second option is very intriguing. The so-called superimposed rewards, let alone how much it will strengthen the next reward, just the last sentence of the explanation, can be accumulated across the world, makes Kuchiki mysterious. Do not understand. With the selection of Kuchiki Xian finished, the prompts from the system finally stopped appearing, and Kuchiki Xian was relieved. After all, being chased by the system like that reminds Kuchiki Xian, it is also a headache. Just when Kuchiki Xian was about to analyze what was going on with this broken system, the system reminded him again. If it weren't for Kuchiki Xian to have a huge fixed reward right away, maybe Kuchiki Xian would not dare to choose this stacking and strengthening reward. If Kuchiki Xian doesn't understand the system, it's not entirely true. At least Kuchiki Xian is very clear that the so-called fixed rewards are given according to the difficulty of fixed sign-in, so Kuchiki Xian is not afraid of this kind of reward at all. What's wrong, as for this superimposed enhanced reward, since it dares to be called enhanced, it must be right to superimpose it to the next fixed reward. Because the success rate of gambling is too high, Kuchiki Xian really can't find a reason not to gamble. Even if there is any accident, there is a guarantee of fixed rewards, so Kuchiki Xian is not afraid at all. Therefore, Kuchiki Xian didn't know much about many things in the system, such as the selective rewards that suddenly appeared this time, and the superimposed and enhanced rewards, which appeared inexplicably. After all, Kuchiki Xian has complained about the fact that the ability of the system cannot cross the world for almost 1,000 years. This is the most important star point for Kuchiki Xian's kind of cross-world party. If the bet succeeds, it is really a big profit, and it is very likely that Kuchiki Clan will turn himself into the master and become the uncrowned king of this world. At that time, Aizen Sosuke and Uebok will all be ed by lousy. This system prompt directly brought Kuchiki Xian back to reality. After Kuchiki Xian quickly weighed it, he also quickly and directly chose the stacking and strengthening reward mode. That is to say, Kuchiki Xian is sure that in a short period of time, there will be no more weird random check-ins, so he will choose this superimposed and enhanced reward to gamble. If there is no fixed reward of 173 times, Kuchiki Xian might choose the instant claim type. After all, if it is to strengthen random sign-in, Kuchiki Xian would not dare to gamble on it. Then the fun will be great. As the system fell silent, Kuchiki Xian began to analyze the strange reward mode again. Originally, Kuchiki Xian thought that there were only a few types of reward modes in the system, but as Kuchiki Xian get along with the system for a longer time, he has found that there are more points that the system does not know. Of course, there is another point that Kuchiki Xian is more concerned about, that is, there is an extra suffix after Kuchiki Xian's name on the data. This made Kuchiki Xian feel very bad. After all, the system has been with him for almost 1,000 years. For such a long time, the system will show its presence when there are occasional rewards. At other times, it is almost a salty fish. State of the king. However, now there is a reward method in the system which can cross-world. The so-called cross-world should be understood by everyone. This superimposed reward can also be carried over, which will greatly strengthen the first reward of the hypothetical world traversed. Kuchiki Xian has never seen a state appearing in the name column. Other rewards have always been either in the space or already in his own ability. This state appearing directly behind the name is really the first time it has appeared. Hey, please host to choose the reward mode as soon as possible. If the host has not selected within 1 minute, then the system will directly select the instant reward for the host. Although the rewards appeared strangely and abruptly, but over the years, Kuchiki Xian has long been used to the urine of the system. As long as it doesn't happen suddenly, Kuchiki Xian thinks there is no problem. After looking through the system again, he didn't find anything wrong. Kuchiki Xian put this matter behind him. All he had to do was to wait for 1,000 years to come. At that time, Kuchiki Xian knew what is this new type of reward. In any case, the current matter can be said to have come to an end, and the rest is for Jing Lingting to move forward naturally. Kuchiki Clan also plans to hang around like this until the millennium sign in time, but the idea is always good, and before Kuchiki Clan Seireitei, the vice-captain he just elected, Shadow Blade Indoro came to find trouble for himself up. At this time, Kuchiki Xuan was sitting in his captain's position speechless, looked at the middle-aged uncle with a sincere face in front of him, and said helplessly, I said Indoro, I said I would not accept disciples, why do you have to send your daughter to me as a disciple? Isn't that the Mao Academy of Spiritual Art with old man Yamamoto? Just send it somewhere. The middle-aged man named Indoro is a native of the Soul Society over 500 years old. As a commoner, it is most suitable for him to join the 11th team as a 6th level high level. After hearing Kuchiki Clan's words, Shadow Blade Indoro's serious face was also full of helplessness. Captain, it's not that the subordinates are trying to embarrass you. In fact, the subordinates can't help it. The subordinate's wife is a poor man, and the subordinate is not a nobleman. Therefore, no matter how talented the subordinate's daughter is, it is impossible for her to enter the Xinyang spiritual art. It's from the academy, that's why this subordinate has the cheek to beg the captain. Indoro explained helplessly. Hearing this, Kuchiki Clan was also speechless, but he understood the reason. Before the Xinyang Academy of Spiritual Arts had not been formally reformed and became a real academy with an academic year system, there were indeed very strict admission rules. People with insufficient status were not allowed to enter the academy. Wait, you said it's your daughter? Kuchiki Clan realized at this time that the vice-captain he couldn't choose was referring to his daughter, not his son. In the Soul Society of this era, the strength of the female Shinigami has not yet been revealed, and there are even fewer powerful women, so Kuchiki Clan really didn't pay attention to Indoro's rhetoric for a while. Yes, it's a daughter. Indoro became more nervous because of Kuchiki Clan's culture. After all, although Gotei 13 has several women, they are all selected under special circumstances. Except for the 4 captains and vice-captains, almost few female Shinigami exist. Indoro was very worried at this time. Originally, his daughter was very talented, much better than his father who had lived for hundreds of years, and his wife died early, leaving only one daughter, although at this time his daughter is over 100 years old, but she is still in her infancy, normally under 12 years old, so Indoro judges from this that his daughter's talent is much stronger than him. You must know that those who have not yet grown up in 100 years, or even grown into teenagers, are the growth models of the descendants of nobles with strong blood and strong talents. Just like Indoro himself, his growth rate was relatively fast in the early years, and it slowed down a bit until his strength became stronger. His daughter grew slower than him, which also made him respect his daughter. Talent has a basic cognition. How old is your daughter this year? Kuchiki Clan asked. 103 years old this year, still young. Indoro said nervously. Well. It's interesting. Kuchiki murmured, he had no intention of accepting disciples, after all, teaching disciples is what Yamamoto Shigekuni likes to do. 10 years old. Okay, stop bowing, do whatever you want, don't be an eyesore here. Kuchiki Clan waved his hand and said. Seeing the speechless look on Kuchiki Clan's face, Indoro also realized something, and said suddenly, oh, my daughter is about 10 years old now. What Kuchiki Clan wanted to ask was how his daughter grew up, not really how old she was. The age of the people in Soul Society is just like a decoration. You know, at this time Kuchiki Xuandu is almost 1,000 years old, Shiba Iron Owl is about the same age as him, Shihuan Husan and Mu, Ma-ok, Yuan Yuanta is 100 or 200 years older than his little brother, but also it's about to be 1,000 years old, and 500 years later, it will be the 1,000th year of Jinglingting, and they will all be old guys who are 1,000 years old. At that time, Kuchiki Clan doesn't know how much strength they can exert. Miscellaneous. However, this is the current situation, what if 500 years later? Thinking of this, Kuchiki Clan looked at the vice-captain Indoro and said, tomorrow, bring your daughter here to test her talent. If the talent is really good, it will not be difficult for me to accept her as a disciple. Although the innate situation cannot determine the acquired achievements, how high the upper limit can go has a lot to do with the innate talent. However, Kuchiki Clan wanted to set up his own team a long time ago. Although Shihoin Hyuzo, Makihara Motoda and others are indeed his team, after all, they still seem very weak. Hearing this, Indoro's previous apprehension and nervousness disappeared, replaced by excitement. After all, the person who said this sentence in front of him was not from common, but Kuchiki Clan. Regarding Indoro's words, Kuchiki Clan couldn't refute. Compared with his age and even Yamamoto Shigekuni's age, he is more than 100 years old, which is about the same as a newborn baby. Thank you, Captain, thank you, Captain. Shadow Blade Indoro bowed suddenly in gratitude. Not to mention other things, Shihoin Husan and others are already very old, and Shiba Iron Owl is even older. Although they all look middle-aged now, not everyone has the strength of Yamamoto Shigekuni, the old man. It looks like it can live for 1,000 years. Kuchiki Clan's consideration is very simple. Shihoin Husan and others are actually not bad at this time in terms of strength and age. With Kuchiki Clan's encouragement, their strength will only become more solid, and their relative life expectancy will be longer. But what Kuchiki Clan can be sure of is that Indoro's daughter's talent is only above the 6th level talent, otherwise there will be no slow growth. Hearing Indoro's words, Kuchiki Clan immediately squinted his eyes. The appearance of 100 years old to about 10 years old, judging from this growth rate, is no less talented than the children of the noble families. Of course, the specific situation depends on need-specific test talent level to be able to determine. After getting Kuchiki Clan's permission, Shadow Blade Indoro went back again with gratitude, and Kuchiki Clan was also speechless to this person. However, Kuchiki Clan can understand a father's expectations for his children, especially gifted children. After all, his father himself is a common-born man who managed to make it through. Now he has the opportunity to let his children. It is natural to rack one's brains to join the sect of the strong. And it is normal to be overjoyed when you get the opportunity. Although Kuchiki Clan is speechless about this, he will not say anything more. After all, everyone is born by parents. Early the next morning, Kuchiki Clan met Shadow Blade Indoro and his daughter in his captain's room. Kuchiki Clan sat on his seat, looked at Indoro with a strange expression, then at his daughter, then at Indoro again, and after looking back and forth several times, he opened his mouth. "This is your daughter?" Kuchiki asked with doubt and uncertainty. Because, the gap between the two is too big. Indoro the Shadow Blade is a typical Oriental middle-aged face. Although he is tall and powerful, he is his daughter. It can be said that it is indescribable. Because his daughter is a typical mixed-race girl. Although she still looks like a little girl, she already has the shadow of bringing disaster to the country and the people when she grows up. The girl has 570 heads of pink and white semi-long hair, loose in the back of the head, and such a pair of red eyes. Eyebrows are also pink and white, a small pointed nose, and a small pointed chin, just like a little fairy. As for Indoro himself, as he said before, an ordinary Oriental face does not look like someone who can give birth to such a daughter. And this little girl with a delicate face that was not human, blinked a pair of big red eyes, and stared at Kuchiki Clan seriously, as if she wanted to engrave Kuchiki Clan's appearance in her mind. Kuchiki Clan didn't care about the little girl's sight, he was still more interested in the little girl's life experience. Indoro also seemed to see Kuchiki Clan's doubts. He smiled, and said awkwardly, "Captain, this is my daughter, his name is Naomi, Shadow Blade Naomi, it is her mother's name, and she looks the same." Indeed, he completely inherited his mother's appearance, completely unlike me. Hearing this, Kuchiki Clan once again looked at the little girl named Naomi who was about 10 years old. Her mother is a foreign soul. Kuchiki Clan probably guessed this and asked. "Sifa?" Yes. Indoro said brightly. No wonder. Kuchiki Clan wondered. No matter in appearance or name, Naomi does not look like an Oriental person. If it is the soul of a foreign race, it can be explained. After all, the Soul Society is also eclectic. Soul Society wants to confirm whether a person is the blood of this family. The method is very simple, just like verifying DNA in the real world. Among the blood relatives with spiritual power in Soul Society, you can feel more or less from the characteristics of Ryatsu this is the bond between two people who have less of the same quality. Really? Kuchiki Gen also frowned. However, Indoro also explained that Naomi's mother passed away very early. If it was a soul with strong spiritual power, Indoro should not be unaware of it at all. Of course, things can be said exactly like that. After all, there are other possibilities. For example, when Naomi's mother met her father Indoro, she was a powerful spiritual power user who had been seriously injured and was about to lose her spiritual energy. Is also extremely possible. My wife? My wife should be a common soul, right? I have never felt any Ryatsu in her, and many years ago, about 10 years after my daughter was born, she had passed away. If it is a soul, a powerful soul should be more than that. Shadow Blade Indoro explained with a strange expression. To be continued. Humans in the Soul Society are different from common human beings. Humans in the Soul Society are made up of spirits, which is different from the cells in common people. Therefore, when testing whether a person is similar to another person, the Soul Society has to test it is the similar quality in the spirit, not the genetic factor of the common people. Kuchiki Clan felt the breath between Indoro and Naomi, and after discovering some of the same characteristics, he no longer doubted the father-daughter relationship between the two. In her Ryatsu, I sensed the same Ryatsu characteristics as you. She is indeed your daughter, but... Kuchiki Clan said with a frown. With Kuchiki Clan's sensing ability at this time, he can slightly distinguish the characteristics of Ryatsu between those who are not strong, so after a rough observation, he identified the relationship between Indoro and Naomi. Father-daughter relationship. What's the matter, Captain? Indoro was a little apprehensive when he heard Kuchiki Clan's words. Naomi has such a talent, and it should have nothing to do with his current father who is not high enough or low enough, so Kuchiki Clan concluded that this influence should come from Naomi's mother. Even Kuchiki Clan's own talent can't reach the 9th level. The reason why the system's data is the 9th level talent is thanks to the existence of the system, otherwise Kuchiki Clan would feel very headache. According to his observation, the little girl's talent is indeed better than Indoro's, and it's not a little bit better. If Indoro's talent can barely reach the 7th level, then Naomi's talent is terrifying. It is definitely possible to reach the 7th level. As for the 8th level, it is not impossible. Don't think about the 9th level or something. Until now, Kuchiki Clan has also seen Yamamoto Shigekuni who is suspicious of the 9th level talent. Actually, it's nothing, but I feel that most of your daughter's talent should not come from you, but probably from your wife. Kuchiki Clan and the little girl Naomi looked at each other and said. Things like Ryatsu are closely related to bloodlines. If the family has too many strong people, the probability of strong people appearing in the offspring will increase. The necessary traits to discern whether someone is a descendant of a family. In the original book, Tosen Kaname, the captain of the 9th division, has a Yamato name but a black man. Isn't this a typical eclecticism? So Kuchiki Clan thinks it is understandable for Indoro to find a foreign soul as his wife. The little girl Naomi is not as nervous as her father. Although she has been facing the big man in her father's mouth, her foreign personality inherited from her mother makes her very strong in character even though she is a girl. There is still a slight discrepancy in the straight appearance. Kuchiki Clan's speculation is not aimless. If a strong Ryatsu level above the 7th level receives a chronic injury, there will be a period of time like a common soul before completely losing Ryatsu. During this period of time, the strong man's state will be completely like a common soul, and then within a certain period of time, the spirit will completely dissipate and pass away, just like the common soul dissipates. This kind of time usually lasts for several years or even 10 years, it all depends on how deep the foundation of the strong man was before he was injured, the more powerful the soul, the longer the period of time. Through Indoro's explanation, Kuchiki Clan analyzed that Naomi's mother is likely to be a powerful soul that has reached the 7th level or above. In the state. Later, in this state, Naomi's mother met Indoro, and after the two gave birth to Naomi, Naomi's mother passed away because the time was up. This makes perfect sense, but all of this is entirely Kuchiki Clan's guess. The deceased is dead, and Kuchiki Clan is too lazy to ask whether Naomi's mother is a strong person, even if a strong person can do it. Passing away means turning into a spirit son and returning to the soul society, so all this is not important anymore. The most important thing right now is whether or not Kuchiki Clan wants to accept Shadow Blade Naomi as his disciple. Kuchiki Clan has already recognized Naomi's talent, but it's just that. The little girl is so beautiful, isn't she the first disciple of her own? Will something be inappropriate? Thinking of this, Kuchiki Clan's face became weird. Although he had lived for almost 1,000 years including his previous life, he really didn't have much contact with women, and his emotional experience was even more messy, almost equal to no, so sit wax at this point. When Kuchiki Clan fell into self-struggle, Indoro staring at Kuchiki Clan saw Kuchiki Clan's face was strange for a while, normal for a while, normal for a while, and strange for a while, which made Indoro, who was already uneasy, even more at a loss. On the other hand, Naomi, a little girl, is much better than her father. Although she is only about 10 years old, her thinking is already very mature. Girls mature earlier than boys. Although it is a soul society in this special place, the biological instinct cannot be changed. But soon, Kuchiki Clan finished his struggle, and looked at Indoro's father and daughter with a calm face. Naomi's talent, I've already recognized it, as for your request. Speaking of this, Kuchiki breathed a sigh of relief and kept it a secret. What about Captain? Indoro seemed extremely nervous at this time. After all, it is impossible to enter the Jinyang Academy of Spiritual Art. If there is no good teacher, he is afraid that his own ability will delay his daughter's future achievements. Kuchiki Clan looked at Indoro's nervous look, and then looked at Naomi who was very calm. He decided not to play with the Vice-Captain Indoro in front of him anymore. Okay, don't be too nervous, I recognize Naomi's talent, so I decided to accept her as my disciple, Kaishin's great disciple. Kuchiki Clan said flatly. After hearing this sentence, Indoro, who was originally as nervous as a groundhog, suddenly changed his expression from apprehension to ecstasy. Ha 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 ha, thank you, Captain. Our family Naomi is really lucky to be able to learn from the Captain. Okay, I told you not to get too excited, look at your appearance, how decent. Kuchiki Clan waved his hands in disgust and said. Starting from today, Naomi has become my direct disciple. From now on, she will share everything with me in food and daily life. Do you have any doubts about this? Kuchiki Clan specifically stated his request. Well. Hearing this, Indoro was taken aback suddenly. After all, if you have to eat and drink together, as a girl, wouldn't it be too, so what? Thinking of this, Indoro looked at his daughter, and when he met his daughter's eyes, the maturity and aura in Naomi's eyes dispelled many of Indoro's doubts. After all, he was the one who asked Kuchiki Clan to accept him as an apprentice. After Kuchiki Clan agreed, he naturally had his own way of teaching disciples. Although Naomi was a girl, she could not become an obstacle between master and apprentice. And Kuchiki Clan has been observing the expressions of Indoro and Naomi. He said these words specifically. Of course, his way of teaching is indeed like this. Passing on the Austrian stuff is just like going to school and leaving school, that kind of teaching will always only be on the surface, at most it will lay a foundation. Ask for flowers. The original intention of Kuchiki Clan's subordinate Naomi is actually to make Naomi the leader of his future forces. After all, his identity is quite sensitive, and there are many things that he may not be suitable for. Naomi is different, even if he is his disciples, when the time comes, they will be able to leave him completely in whatever they do, and they will not be easily hindered by various aspects in whatever they do. Therefore, what Kuchiki Clan hopes is to be able to teach Naomi well, to make her a powerful Shinigami on her own. What Kuchiki Clan said is also a test for Indoro and Naomi. The test is whether they can completely trust themselves. 0. If you don't even have the most basic trust, then it doesn't matter if the master and apprentice don't do it. Soon, Indoro got his own answer in the firm eyes of his daughter. Captain. I have absolutely no objection to your proposal. Indoro bowed respectfully. Very good. Kuchiki Clan nodded. So Shadow Blade Naomi, what do you mean? After Indoro gave the answer, Kuchiki Clan asked Naomi again. Indoro and Naomi didn't expect that Kuchiki Clan would ask for Naomi's opinion, and Indoro felt extremely guilty for his hesitation and doubts before. And Naomi was taken aback. Originally, she thought that although her own will was very important in such an occasion, there was no room for her to speak, and Kuchiki Clan's question also made her a little girl froze on the spot. Kuchiki Clan found that the little girl looked at him suddenly, frowning slightly, and asked again softly, Naomi Shadowblade, do you have any opinions on the method I just proposed? Or if you have any ideas, you can speak out. Me. Naomi was awakened by Kuchiki Clan's question again, suddenly looked at Kuchiki Clan's handsome face, her cheeks suddenly flushed, and asked in her nice and crisp voice. Yes, you can say whatever you have in mind. Kuchiki Clan said again, seeing that Naomi finally responded. On the other hand, Naomi was blushing, and secretly glanced at the young and handsome Kuchiki Clan, as if she had made up her mind. My lord, Naomi has no opinion, it's all up to my lord. Okay, since there is no opinion, then this matter is settled. I will find a good day for the old man Shigekuni Yamamoto to take Naomi under his family. After Kuchiki Clan got the answer, he made a decision directly. Huh. It's so formal. Indoro didn't expect that he would have to pick a date for a teacher apprenticeship ceremony. After all, in the Soul Society at this time, the master-student relationship can be said to be a very formal relationship, which is as important as the father-son relationship and the blood relationship, especially for those who formally apprentice through the February 17th ceremony. The relationship is even more important. Indoro didn't expect that Kuchiki Clan would be so solemn that he would choose a date for the apprenticeship ceremony. In this way, after passing the ceremony, Naomi could consider herself half of the Kuchiki's branch house, that is to say, Naomi ascended to the sky and became a nobleman. Why, isn't it better to be more formal? Besides, shouldn't my first disciple be more formal? Kuchiki Clan looked at Indoro and asked. Big. Your lord. Is there any difference? Naomi's expression on the side had returned to normal at this time, and it was the first time that Naomi took the initiative to speak after she was able to speak. You don't need to call me an adult. Although you haven't formally apprenticed yet, you can call me teacher now. Kuchiki Clan said kindly, after all, he was his first disciple. Although he taught Muyu and Yuenta with him before, but that he is taught in a brotherly relationship, not a master-student relationship. Naomi is his first disciple in the true sense. Okay. Teacher. Naomi called out boldly. Well, very good. Kuchiki Clan nodded. As for your question, I actually don't know much, so I'll just tell you what I know. As for the relationship between master and apprentice, in fact, the relationship is also very complicated. For example, I just said that you will be formally accepted into the school by holding a ceremony. This kind is the highest level of master-student relationship among all master-student relationships. This is what it means to be a father for life. Similarly, after the ceremony, you will be half of my Kuchiki family, that is to say, you will have the status of a noble or even a great noble in the future, and you will no longer be a commoner. Kuchiki Clan said lightly. Wow. Although Naomi is young, he is also aware of the hierarchy of the Soul Society. She did not expect that after formal apprenticeship, there would be such a level of support. It really shocked the little her. This is just one of them. Kuchiki Clan said, the next level of master-student relationship, Just like the old man Yamamoto Shigekuni, and many disciples of Yunjijuku, although it is not a formal apprenticeship ceremony, the effect is similar, and they are all master-student relationships who have kowtowed and drank tea. Although they don't know how to promote their status, they can be regarded as the personal inheritance of old man Yamamoto. Up. As for the last level of relationship, it's like me and the old man Yamamoto Shigekuni. Everyone in the Soul Society knows that Yamamoto Shigekuni taught me, but I have never been a teacher, so I can only be regarded as a registered student of Yamamoto Shigekuni, that's all. The above are the 3 master-student relationships in Soul Society, get it? Kuchiki Clan patiently explained to Naomi. Disciple, understood. Naomi nodded half understanding. Okay, today you go back with your father first, and I will inform you when the time of the ceremony is confirmed. Kuchiki Clan nodded and said to the 2. Yes, Captain Heavenly Man. Is teacher. After finishing speaking, Indoro took Naomi out of Kuchiki Clan's room, and Kuchiki Clan sat on a chair with a rather strange expression. After a while, Kuchiki Clan got up from the chair, left his captain's room, and walked in the direction of this team. The 11th team's building is the farthest from the first team's building, because the responsibility of the 11th team is to fight, so the team building is at the outermost edge of Gotei 13, so that when there is a battle on the front line, the 11th team you can send people there quickly. As for the internal warfare of Gotei 13, if it is not specially approved, the 11th team cannot intervene. After all, there are 10th and 7th teams, so there is no need for the 11th team. Although it was a long distance, with the footsteps of Kuchiki Clan, he arrived at the first team's team building very quickly, and then directly came to the door of Yamamoto Shigekuni's office. While in front of the door, he was stopped by a young guy. The meaning was simple. Kuchiki Clan came directly to the captain's room without an appointment or notification, which was against the rules. Kuchiki took a closer look, and naturally knew who was blocking him. Looking at the white hair and the hairstyle on the back, he was naturally Yamamoto Shigekuni's diehard fan Chojiro Sasakai. Now that he knew who it was, Kuchiki Clan was not angry, but joked, "Hey, you are Sasakai, the kid who left a scar on old Yamamoto's head, right? Not bad." While talking, Kuchiki Clan also patted Chojiro Sasakai on the shoulder, directly covering Chojiro Sasakai, but soon Chojiro Sasakai reacted, and immediately changed his attitude and said, "Ah, you are His Excellency Kuchiki Clan, it's a pleasure to meet you, I'm Chojiro Sasakai, please give me your advice." "Oh, yes, please come in, the captain did say that if it's you, you don't need to report." "Yeah, young man, you are very promising, I am optimistic about you." Kuchiki Clan patted Chojiro Sasakai on the shoulder again, then opened the door, and walked into Yamamoto Shigekuni's house 1.2, leaving Chojiro Sasakai alone excitement outside the door. To be honest, Kuchiki Clan didn't know that Yamamoto Shigekuni had given such an order, nor did he know that Chojiro Sasakai treated him so well. Because he and Chojiro Sasakai are indeed unfamiliar. When Sasakai followed Yamamoto Shigekuni, Kuchiki Clan was still in Hueco Mundo. After Sasakai followed Yamamoto, he has been dealing with Yamamoto Shigekuni's internal affairs and rarely showed his face outside, and Yamamoto Shigekuni's Yuanzajuku, which later became the Mao Lingshu Academy, also needed someone to take care of it, so Kuchiki Clan and Sasakai hadn't met each other for hundreds of years. If it weren't for Gotei 13, this Chojiro Sasakai might not have appeared in front of people, because he is the kind of person who wants to be Yamamoto's shadow, so don't be too surprised. Kuchiki Clan entered the room and found that Yamamoto Shigekuni was correcting some documents. He didn't care so much, and sat directly on the chair in the room. Yamamoto Shigekuni's exclusive room is large enough to accommodate all the captains and vice-captains sitting around the fire for a meeting. Yamamoto Shigekuni was quite surprised when he found Kuchiki Clan's arrival, because if Kuchiki Clan had nothing to do, he would never come to him on his own initiative. "You kid, why did you come here suddenly?" Captain Yamamoto lowered his head again, and asked while dealing with work. "Hee, of course you only come here if you have something to do, who will come to you if you have nothing to do?" Kuchiki Clan knew his position very well, so he said directly to Shigekuni Yamamoto. Finally, what can I do with this old man? Yamamoto Shigekuni put down a document in his hand, looked up at Kuchiki and asked. Oh, I've taken a fancy to a little girl and I'm going to take her as my disciple. Kuchiki Clan said flatly. Originally, when Yamamoto Shigekuni heard the first half of Kuchiki Gen's sentence, especially the half sentence, I fell in love with a little girl, Yamamoto Shigekuni almost thought that Kuchiki Clan wanted to get married, but with the appearance of the second half of the sentence, Yamamoto Shigekuni realized that he had misunderstood, and quickly took back what 24 was about to blurt out. In order to hide his embarrassment, he even took a sip of the tea that had long been out of tea. Oh. Are you going to accept disciples? The formal ones? After covering up his embarrassment in the past and finding that Kuchiki Gen didn't respond, Yamamoto Shigekuni spoke again. After all, he knew very well that Kuchiki Gen would not come to him if it wasn't for a formal ceremony. Yes, it's the formal one. I want you to choose a date for me, and then notify everyone. Kuchiki Clan nodded, and said without going around the bush. This is a good thing. Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded. After all, he has been with Kuchiki Gen for almost 1,000 years. In the past 1,000 years, Yamamoto Shigekuni hopes that Kuchiki Gen can recruit more disciples and contribute to the Soul Society. Although Kuchiki Clan taught a boy from the Miyuen family at the beginning, but it was an informal teaching, so it can't be counted. Now that Kuchiki Clan has suddenly accepted an apprentice, Yamamoto Shigekuni, Kuchiki Clan's chief teacher, is also quite gratified. Where did you find the little girl? Shigekuni Yamamoto was still concerned about this matter, and asked veiledly. Oh, the girl from my newly elected vice-captain's family, a commoner. Kuchiki Clan said indifferently. Yeah, really lucky girl. Yamamoto Shigekuni concluded. Isn't it good luck, a girl from a commoner family can formally worship under Kuchiki Clan's sect, not to mention reaching the sky in one step. The former is a big change in identity, at least the identity has been released from the shackles of the commoner, the strength depends on the individual's talent, but as for identity, if there is no help from outsiders, it is really difficult to make changes to you. It's okay, the talent is good, so I accept it. Kuchiki Clan said. Why did you suddenly think of taking apprentices? Yamamoto Shigekuni still felt that the matter was sudden. It's nothing, I just accept it if I feel like it, and my vice-captain asked for it on my own initiative. Seeing the girl's talent is good, I accepted it. Kuchiki Clan spread his hands and explained. Okay, the old man will choose a date for you. Yamamoto Shigekuni stopped asking, picked up a thick book and began to flip through it. Well, 7 days later, it's a good day. Okay, just 7 days later. Where do you choose to do it? The Kuchiki family has a big place there. Kuchiki Clan said. Okay, I'll help you notify the nobles tomorrow. Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded. Okay, let's go, I'll go first, please leave the other things, I still need to go to Kuchiki's house. Kuchiki Clan nodded to Yamamoto Shigekuni, and walked out without waiting for Yamamoto's captain to reply. Yamamoto Shigekuni looked at Kuchiki Gen who had already walked out, snorted coldly, and continued to do what he was doing. If Kuchiki Gen hadn't arrived, Yamamoto Shigekuni would not have let go of his work. After all, Gotei 13 has just started operating. There are many things that need to be approved by him as the captain. Therefore, Yamamoto Shigekuni finally knew why Kuchiki Gen didn't want to be the captain at all, or even the captain. Did this little brat know how tiring it is to be a captain? Yamamoto Shigekuni couldn't help thinking. When Kuchiki Clan left from the first team and half a day after leaving Kuchiki's house, the entire Jingling court was also closed. The god tier of Kuchiki Clan was about to accept disciples, and the acceptance was the formal ceremony. This time, all the big families in Jingling court were very busy. After all, they had to prepare congratulatory gifts for such a formal invitation. Although the congratulatory gifts did not have to be expensive, it was a matter of etiquette. Soon, 7 days passed by, and Kuchiki Xian's acceptance ceremony will be held today. The place where Kuchiki Xian accepts apprentices is set at the Kuchiki family. After all, after Kuchiki Xian accepts apprentices, his disciples will become half of the Kuchiki family. Although there is no need to change their names, they will also be included in the Kuchiki family tree, so it is also in accordance with the rules to hold this ceremony in the head of the Kuchiki family. Soon, the grand ceremony began, and today's protagonist, Shadow Blade Naomi, was also dressed up grandly and beautifully by the Kuchiki's family. It can be said that she is the focus of the audience today. His father, Shadow Blade Indoro, was also in the audience, so excited that he couldn't help himself. As the ceremony progressed, after about 2 hours of tedious procedures, the ceremony finally came to an end, and the master-student relationship between Kuchiki Xian and Shadow Blade Naomi was officially established. From now on, Naomi's Shadow Blade has also officially become a member of the Kuchiki family, of course, a member of the Kuchiki family Tuchung branch house. After the ceremony was completed, the bigwigs from various families who came to participate also left one after another, even Naomi's father Indoro left. And Naomi stayed at Kuchiki Xian's house, because from now on, Kuchiki Xian will start teaching Naomi personally. Personal teaching is a traditional teaching method of the Yamamoto people. It is the initial stage when the teacher guides the student, that is, when laying the foundation, he takes the student close to his body, and then imparts all his foundations to this student. You can say anything. A disciple who can receive personal teaching is the best time to absorb basic knowledge during this period of time. If this time is not cherished, anyone will regret it in the future. Kuchiki Xian looked at the disciple who had changed into casual clothes at this time, who was a little tired and excited, and said gently, "Okay, Naomi, you are tired today, go to rest early, ask the servants to cook whatever you want to eat, starting tomorrow, it will be your official practice career." "Yes, teacher." After Naomi performed a solemn master-student ceremony, she slowly exited Kuchiki Xian's room. The next morning, when Kuchiki Xian got up, he found that his first disciple Naomi had prepared breakfast and was kneeling by the door of his room, which made Kuchiki Xian quite embarrassed. "Naomi, why did you come to my door so early? You didn't wake me up." Kuchiki Xian said slowly after hiding his embarrassment. "How can a disciple disturb the teacher's rest?" Naomi said with a serious expression on her small face. Seeing Naomi's expression, Kuchiki smiled knowingly, and then asked, "Have you had breakfast?" Although it is said that people with spiritual power in the soul society must eat to survive, but there is no need to be so particular about 3 meals a day, but because Naomi's body is still immature, it is better to eat on time, so Kuchiki Xiankai had such a question. Naomi nodded and said, "The people in the Kuchiki family are very nice, those big sisters got up early and made breakfast for me, and after I finished eating, they prepared breakfast for the teacher and asked me to bring it over." "Heh, these guys are still so serious." Kuchiki Xian shook his head and laughed when he heard what Naomi said. These maids are actually descendants of the Kuchiki Xian family from generation to generation. The servants will change a lot, so ordinary nobles seldom pay attention to the situation of the servants, and the servants seldom show up in front of outsiders. "Don't talk about them, come in, I'm going to teach you officially from today." Kuchiki Xian let Naomi into the room, and Naomi first brought the table and breakfast into the room, and then sat down. When I arrived at the guest seat, I was waiting for Kuchiki Xian to be seated. Kuchiki Xian sat in front of the main seat where the breakfast was already set, and then slowly said, "Since I have made it, then I will give you some basic common sense while eating." As soon as Naomi heard that Kuchiki Xian was about to start giving a lecture, she immediately sat upright, waiting for Kuchiki Xian to speak. Speaking of this, Kuchiki Xian breathed a sigh of relief. After eating a mouthful of steamed buns and a mouthful of porridge, he observed Naomi's reaction, and found that even with such simple common sense, Naomi listened very seriously, and she was very serious. After nodding secretly, Kuchiki Xian continued to tell. "Some of the people we live in the soul society are born with extremely high spiritual power. This kind of people used to be called spiritual power people, but now they don't call it that way, but the same explanation for spiritual power people, it has not changed, and you should be able to find that because you have spiritual power, you will be hungry, while people without spiritual power do not need to eat. This is the difference. First of all, what you need to understand is how things like spiritual power come from. Jean Padao is actually a term that only appeared in modern times. In the past, this thing was called a spiritual knife. Well, it means the blade in the soul, that is, the knife born from our soul. The cultivation of spiritual power will be based on personal talent, that is, the ability to cultivate the ability to compress spirit seeds. The better and faster the compression, the more spiritual power in the body, which means the stronger the talent and the stronger the strength. The stronger you are, the more you will form your own unique fighting style. Next, what I want to say is that our Shinigami, the most basic means of fighting, Zanpakuto. Spiritual power is a synonym for energy. The higher the density, the stronger the power. Spiritual power is our most basic Shinigami energy, and it is also the root that enables us to fight. And Ryatsu can also be understood as the pressure similar to gravity, which acts on external, and the composition of spiritual power acts on our body, one inside and one outside, thinking and cooperating, forming our Shinigami unique fighting system. Let's go, it's Shuanpa. Shuanpa is a special step passed down from the Soul Society since ancient times. It can move at a very fast speed, and can also go to a long distance at one time. Of course, it can also dodge in a small area. It is our Shinigami combat must learn the pace. As for, what is the reason, simply put, it is because your constitution is suitable for cultivating spiritual power, or in other words, your constitution is a constitution that is close to spirits, so your body is composed of high-concentration spiritual particles, and high-concentration spiritual particles. The formed body represents a much stronger physical quality than common people, and it will also consume a certain amount of spiritual energy in the body. Therefore, we who practice spiritual power need to eat and replenish some spiritual energy, because Soul Society the concentration of Ryatsu in the atmosphere is not strong enough to directly replenish the Ryatsu consumed by the human body. Kuchiki Clan glanced at the small table in front of him. On it was what he always ate. There were 2 small steamed buns, a stack of side dishes, and a bowl of snow-white porridge. Of course, there are more in-depth things about Ryatsu and spiritual power, which are not things you should learn at this stage, and you will come into contact with them in future studies. 21. As for boxing, it is the so-called white hits, which uses a special way of using spiritual power to carry out powerful melee attacks. People who practice white hits generally have extremely terrifying melee combat, and their speed is generally very fast. Kuchiki Clan picked up the bowl and took a sip of porridge, moistened his throat and said, "First of all, to practice, you must first know what Shinigami's practice is all about." Saying that, Kuchiki Clan breathed a sigh of relief again, and said so much in one breath, even Kuchiki Clan couldn't help feeling dry mouth. To be continued. Speaking of the way of fighting, at the current stage, it is actually a Ryatsu competition between people. The so-called Ryatsu refers to the density of the soul of the person who cultivates spiritual power. This is determined by the person who cultivates spiritual power. It is determined by the foundation of a person's spiritual power. With the development of the times, our fighting methods have evolved from the original Zanshu and Zogue to the current Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto is the Zanpakuto mentioned before, and it used to refer to the spirit knife. The application and kendo are now simply expressed as Zanpakuto. Of course, this is what it used to be called, and in the past, it took a lot of hard work to manifest a spiritual knife to manifest a spiritual knife. Not every person with spiritual power can manifest a spiritual knife, but the current process is called for Emiya Wangyue, the knife god. He worked hard and finally created Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto is an epoch-making work that binds our already born spiritual knife to the inherent blade with a physical blade. After Zanpakuto, the spiritual knife can be realized more easily, and it does not need to consume spiritual power when maintaining the form. In the past, when there was no Zanpakuto, the spiritual knife that people manifested, if you want to maintain the external display form, will continue to consume spiritual energy. This time, after Kuchiki Clan directly finished all the breakfast, he spoke again. Naomi, do you remember what I just said? Naomi nodded quickly when she heard Kuchiki Clan's question. I remember the teacher, but... But what? Kuchiki Clan asked while wiping his mouth. Teacher, you said that our Shinigami's 4 basic fighting abilities are punching and walking ghosts. What is that ghost? Naomi asked with a full face of doubt. Damn it, it's Kido. Kuchiki Clan raised his head and said. The existence of Kido actually did not exist long ago. After many years of research, some psychics who have no melee combat ability have created an attack method that uses Ryatsu combined with spells and singing. It was circulated in some small-scale families, but with the integration of Soul Society, the appearance of Shino Academy of Spiritual Art, and the emergence of Gotei 13th Division, Kido has become a unique system of attack and other usage methods. Kido is divided into Heido, Bakudo, and Kaido. Heido, as the name suggests, is the Kido of the main attack, and Bakudo is a functional Kido, which can be used to trap the enemy or communicate. Kaido is for the team members need to practice the special Kido, which can heal the unique injuries of spiritual power users. These, the more detailed things, you will come into contact with gradually in the days of cultivation. Kuchiki Clan said slowly after he finished describing Kido. Naomi nodded. Anyway, in the current situation, Naomi will listen to whatever Kuchiki Clan says. Oh, by the way, although it is not clear which path you are suitable for, as my disciple, you must know everything, at least at the basic stage. Kuchiki Clan said lightly. Yes, teacher. Naomi said respectfully. Okay, let's go to the martial arts arena at the back. Kuchiki Clan got up and said, then picked up the long knife beside him, and walked out of the room first. Naomi also followed behind Kuchiki Clan step by step, and soon the two arrived at the small martial arts arena in Kuchiki Clan's backyard. First of all, the teacher will show you the 4 most basic things, the fist and the ghost. As he spoke, Kuchiki Clan raised the wooden knife in his hand, then slowly pulled out the sheath, and began to sing slowly, the fire of karma is burning, clear away the chaotic world. Purify it. Enma. As Kuchiki Clan chanted, the long sword ignited Black's flame, and then as the flame covered the entire blade, it became Black's Enma. Naomi looked at Yamamoto in Kuchiki Clan's hands with bright eyes, her eyes were full of envy and longing. Kuchiki Clan doesn't care, after all, she is a little girl from a commoner background, and it's normal to desire power. Ouyang Xuan, who was once a commoner, isn't greedy for all kinds of power in the two-dimensional world. Although Naomi is now, the environment is different from that of Kuchiki Clan at that time, but the essence is the same. This is your teacher, my Zanpakuto, Yamamoto. Kuchiki Clan introduced. Teacher, what is your Yenma ability? I heard from my father that Zanpakuto doesn't have the same ability, right? Naomi asked with glowing eyes. That's right, everyone's Zanpakuto is different, because every Zanpakuto is born from people's soul, because everyone's soul is different, so the ability of each person's Zanpakuto is also different, and you are always my Yamamoto. Your ability is the black flame on the sword. The ability of the black flame is to devour and burn all things that contain spirit particles, for example. While talking, Kuchiki Clan dropped the black flame on Yamamoto onto the floor a little bit, and then under Naomi's shocked eyes, the black flame started to burn the floor little by little, and then followed the pothole on the floor expanded, and the volume of the black flame became larger and larger. This scene shocked the little girl Naomi. Teacher, Hey Yen, who was so small just now, has actually grown bigger. That's right, black flame can not only devour spirit seeds, but also absorb a small part of spirit seeds, seek, to strengthen itself while devouring. Of course, black flame's ability is not only that, you will know more in the future, now I just to show you. As he said that, Kuchiki Clan took back the black flame on the ground, and restored Yamamoto's to the shape of a long knife with a wooden handle. Teacher, can I have a look at your Bankai? Naomi saw that Kuchiki Clan retracted Shirkai, her eyes moved, and then she asked full of longing. You girl. Hee, that's fine, my bankai is not suitable for display, if you have a chance, you will see it in the future. Kuchiki patted Naomi's head lovingly and said. Naomi stubbornly avoids Kuchiki Clan's big hand, and curls her lips in disappointment, making her look even more cute and cute. Okay, continue to demonstrate the remaining 3 combat abilities. Kuchiki Clan said nonchalantly. Upon hearing Kuchiki Clan's words, Naomi immediately put away her emotions and began to concentrate on listening to Kuchiki Clan's explanation. Zo Quan Zo Gui's fist is white hits. White hits is bare-handed fighting. White hits can be divided into 2 categories, one is boxing and the other is wrestling, that is, fighting abilities such as judo and wrestling. The white hits of Soul Society is the white hits method based on boxing. To be honest, white hits is actually not very adaptable in Soul Society, because Zanpakuto's combat style is still the main method in Soul Society, whether it is Kido or Shuanpa, they all exist to assist Zanpakuto. This is also one of the reasons why Kuchiki Clan admires the strong white hit series in the original work. Whether it is Shihuin Yoruchi or Sui Feng, their white hits ability is quite outstanding. In particular, Shihuin Yoruchi, in Zanpakuto's Soul Society, was able to rank among the powerful captains with pure white hits. No. Sui Feng is a lot more balanced, at least his Zanpakuto is also one of her important abilities, so on white hits, he is as pure and powerful as Yoruchi. Mu Xian also does not intend to train Naomi to be a man like Shihuin Yoruchi, so he does not intend to let Naomi develop in the direction of white hits. What Kuchiki Clan has to do is to cultivate Naomi into a beautiful, attractive, and very powerful female Shinigami, so we must start with Zanpakuto, Kido or something. Kuchiki Clan doesn't like that kind of thing very much, because if Ryatsu is stronger than you, with Zanpakuto's versatility, you can still bridge the gap, but if you only count on Kido, there is no hope of the weak defeating the strong in this life. Kuchiki Clan has, roughly, made a plan for teaching Naomi, why the quotation marks are probably added, in fact, there is no detailed plan. For Kuchiki Clan, he doesn't have any good experience in teaching others. He is a modern person, and sometimes it is really difficult to put himself into this era, so many times, Kuchiki Clan is a people, he doesn't adapt to this era, and he doesn't want others to see his incompatibility. Of course, the so-called incompatibility is all about minor things, because Kuchiki Clan knows very well that if he doesn't integrate into the world, it will be difficult for him to survive. Back to the topic, when Kuchiki Clan was teaching Naomi, he took the time to look at his own ability level. System host, Kuchiki Clan, real name, Ouyang Xuan, superposition enhancement reward accumulation. In the world, Shinigami world. Kuchiki Clan found that some changes had taken place in his profile. The original identity was divided into identity and position, and, one more relationship. The so-called relationship, after Kuchiki Clan understands it, is actually the interpersonal relationship in the Soul Society. Of course it is a relatively intimate relationship. For example, his relationship with the old man Yamamoto Genryuzai is a teacher and friend, and his relationship with Naomi is a mentor. Kuchiki Clan conjectured that the change shown in the data this time was actually a change that occurred after he accepted Naomi as his apprentice, otherwise, Kuchiki Clan could not find the reason for the data change. But these don't matter, anyway, it's not an important thing, and what Kuchiki Clan wants to look at is the concrete manifestation of his own ability. Among the 4 abilities of Zhanshuan Zogue, the worst is Kido, which only has a secret plus sign, and the strongest is naturally Shuanpa. Although only 4 plus signs are displayed, Kuchiki Clan knows very well. After obtaining Flying Thunder God and fully mastering it, Kuchiki Clan's Shuanpa ability can definitely reach 6 plus, so he is the strongest in Jinglingting and even the entire Soul Society at this time, and it is not even the best in the Shinigami world. Exaggerate. After a long time of detailed consideration, Kuchiki Clan finally worked out a preliminary training plan for Naomi. Yes, it was preliminary, and it was formulated after a long time of consideration. Then, time passed slowly while Kuchiki Clan was half out of tune. In the process of teaching Naomi, more than 90 years of time slipped away in a hurry, and it slipped away without Kuchiki Clan noticing. If it wasn't for Kuchiki Clan, he found that Naomi had grown up many, and then glanced at the system time, he didn't know that it had been so long. System host, Kuchiki Clan, real name, Ouyang Xuan, stacking and strengthening reward accumulation. In the world, Shinigami world. Venue, Seoul Society Seireitei. Age, 999, Seoul. Position, Chief Captain of Hueco Mundo Expedition Team, Acting Captain of the 11th Team. Besides, the one who has changed the most is Kuchiki Clan's little apprentice. Oh, it's not young anymore. After nearly 100 years of Kuchiki Clan's training, Naomi has not only become much stronger, but also because of spiritual power training. Because of this, she has grown from a 10-year-old girl to a slim, protruding and backward-looking beauty who is about 18 years old. 1,000 years old, not only that Kuchiki Clan has finally reached the level of a 1,000-year-old monster, but also means that Kuchiki Clan will soon get the super fierce fixed sign-in reward, and there is another point, that is, the cumulative superposition strengthening reward. Kuchiki Clan seems to know what kind of super reward he will get when the time comes. To be honest, the closer we get to this deadline, Kuchiki Clan is really a little excited. It has been more than 500 years, and Kuchiki Clan has no serious reward income. Before getting the Flying Thunder God, it was unprecedented luck. Kuchiki Clan doesn't think that the so-called random rewards can be randomized with the practical and buggy ability of Flying Thunder God every time, so Kuchiki Clan pins all his hopes on this Millennium check-in. Ask for flowers. Strength level, 8th level upper, spiritual power level 28%. Subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, and lower 4, etc. Relationships, Yamamoto Genryusai, teacher and friend, Kadra Naomi, teacher and apprentice, etc. Abilities, Kendo, secret ++++, white hits, secret ++++, Shuanpa, secret ++++, Keto, secret ++, space ability, secret ++. Status, noble Kuchiki family branch house owner. Time difference, Shirkai, Bankai, tampering domain 1 type, a game of minorities 2 type, death match of mortals, liberation language, 4 directions, 100, infinite. Let's change it. Time difference. I don't know if I don't see it, but I was shocked when I saw it. Kuchiki Clan found that his age had already stopped at 999, which is a number on the trademark of a certain pharmaceutical company. This is also an extremely sensitive number, because soon Kuchiki Clan will be 1,000 years old. System level, qualification talent, level 7, subdivided into perfect, upper, middle, lower, etc. Super sensory talent additional level 2, real level 9 upper. Calculating the time, and counting it all, there are only a few months left, and he will be able to get this so-called Millennium sign-in reward. Naomi's change was actually a bit beyond Kuchiki Clan's expectations. He was not very clear about the difference between women and men in Seoul society. It turns out that the females of the Seoul society, especially the females with strong spiritual power, in the initial situation, their growth rate is about the same as that of males, but once the females start to practice spiritual power, they will grow in a very short period of time. She has grown into a slim young girl in her 28th year. And this situation will last for a long time with the strong spiritual power of women, which is also the preferential treatment for women with strong spiritual power. Generally, strong women in the Seireitei court will maintain their most perfect age, and then they will not show their old appearance until they reach the end of their lives. These are some common sense that Kuchiki Clan chose to understand after discovering that Naomi had developed too fast. Of course, this, 170, is also the reason why there are not many powerful women in the Seoul society before. After about 100 years of teaching, besides the physical changes, Naomi's strength changes are more obvious at this time. At this time, Naomi already has a 6th level spiritual power level, which is better than that of 100 years ago. His father, Shadow Blade Indoro, was even stronger. And Naomi did not disappoint Kuchiki Clan. Naomi is also quite strong in Kendo and Shuanpa, which is one of the reasons why Kuchiki Clan laid Naomi's foundation very firmly. It can be said that Naomi has perfectly inherited the two advantages of Kuchiki Clan. As for Keto and white hits, of course, she has also dabbled. Although the level is not high, it is enough to deal with enemies of the same level. Of course, the enemies of the same level here refer to the kind of enemies that are not exclusive to Keto and white hits, at least they will not be weaker than the non-specialized enemies of the same level. Naomi, who has already completed the 6th level, has already obtained her own Zanpakuto. Her Zanpakuto is called Blade Shadow King Kong Nightblade. The Nightblade can be divided into a big black sword with a length of 1.3 meters. Black Yao, and a 60 cm Snow White little tie-dye by Xian. This is a double sword, but a different kind of double sword. With the guidance of Kuchiki Clan, Naomi, who is about to be promoted to the 7th level, has already begun to comprehend her own Bankai at this time. Kuchiki Clan believes that as long as Naomi enters the 7th level, then Beiji is a certainty. At the same time, Kuchiki Clan also believes that after Naomi and Zanpakuto Bankai, the ability will definitely be very powerful and practical. Finally, there is the problem of Bankai. Kuchiki Clan believes that doing so will benefit the possibility of Naomi directly reaching the 2nd level after comprehending Bankai. After all, not everyone's Bankai goes from the 1st level to the 2nd level and then to the 3rd level. Yes, some people are good enough to learn Bankai, and they may be in the initial stage of the 1st order in their whole life, and some people may be in the initial stage of the 2nd order as soon as they understand Bankai, but this stage will last for a lifetime. This reminded Kuchiki of the one-step anime I watched before time travel, the one called Titan. The people on the facade have a kind of motorized device, which uses gas, nails and steel wires to move quickly. Although he also has a second Zanpakuto, it was provided to him by the system, and it is not a Zanpakuto with two knives with different abilities, which cannot be compared at all. At first, Kuchiki Clan and Naomi competed for the purpose of letting Naomi get acquainted with Zanpakuto 0.0 ability, but Kuchiki Clan found that if he didn't show some strength, he really couldn't do anything to Naomi. So Kuchiki Clan believes that doing so is good for Zanpakuto, who is relatively difficult to control like Naomi. Secondly, because of Naomi's Shirkai form, if Naomi doesn't do this, it will be difficult for her to find the rhythm of the battle immediately after Shirkai during the battle. If it is Shinigami of Kuchiki Clan's age, it will not appear. In this case, but how old is Naomi, a newcomer who hasn't even been developed by Bankai? Even if she is strong, she can't change the problem of adaptability. Naomi's Baisyen is more maneuverable than their mobile devices. There are many things that can be done. As far as Kuchiki Clan understands it, it is very comprehensive. Once Obsidian and Baisyen cooperate with each other, even Shirkais, but Kuchiki Clan, who has suppressed Ryatsu to the 6th level of perfection, will become very embarrassed in the face of such Naomi. Of course, the premise is that he does not know the ability of Naomi, a pair of Zanpakuto. First of all, after Naomi ran out of Ryatsu every day, she cultivated her spiritual power faster, which is why she was able to reach the consummation of 6 knots so quickly. Yes, it is weird. Baisyen, as the name suggests, is that this small sword can produce a string with nails that can be launched far away from the sword body. This string can attack, defend, and auxiliary. Kuchiki Clan is also quite envious of Naomi's ability to have two knives with such different abilities, but it's useless to be envious, he just doesn't have it. And Zayadachi Baisyen's ability is much more complicated than that of Obsidian. Obsidian's ability is simple and practical, while Baisyen's ability is powerful and weird. And Naomi's pair of double swords are two swords with fundamentally different shapes. Because of the particularity of the Shirkai, from the moment Naomi got the Zanpakuto Shirkai, Kuchiki Clan consciously let Naomi has always maintained the state of Shirkai. Although this state is a burden on Naomi, as Naomi's strength becomes stronger, she also discovers the benefits of Kuchiki Clan letting her do this. When Naomi got the Night Blade, Kuchiki Clan was really shocked. It was the first time for him to have a double sword with different blades. You must know that in the original book, there are two pairs of double swords, which are Jingle Chuanshue's Huatayankwangu and Jushiro Yukitake Sojio no Kodawari, but these two pairs of double swords have the same blade, which means that the appearance of each pair of double swords is the same. The ability of the Night Blade is very special. The abilities of Naomi's two knives are different. Obsidian's ability is very simple, powerful destructive power, that's all. Don't underestimate this point. Obsidian's ability is actually very powerful. It can unleash a slashing ability several ranks higher than the Ryatsu output by Naomi. If the opponent chooses to resist such an attack, it is likely that after knowing the strength of Naomi's Ryatsu, he will be directly attacked by such an attack. Maybe kill it. Naomi's Night Blade has a very strong ability. Although there is no Mesikito type strengthening effect, the offensive ability of the two knives, Black Obsidian, and White String, can definitely be used in Soul Society at this time. Zanpakuto from Zanpakuto ranks in the top 10. You must know that this includes Kuchiki Gen's, Yama, and Yamamoto Shigekuni's, Ryujin Jaka. Oh, of course this refers to the situation of Shirkai, Bankai is not included. As Naomi's strength became stronger and stronger, Kuchiki Shien had already begun to gradually form his own forces. None of Kuchiki Shien's subordinates before was prepared to be drawn into the new organization. Because Kuchiki Shien thinks very clearly, such as Makihara Motoda and Shihuin Husan, who are already the captains of Gotei 13, if they are allowed to join their new organization at this time, it is the same as Kuchiki Shien. The original intention was somewhat contrary to the original intention. Of course, Kuchiki Shien also had other considerations, so when forming this organization, these old friends and subordinates were not included. Kuchiki Shien had completed the planning of the new organization decades ago, and he named his organization, Sanctuary. The so-called sanctuary means that the people there are all saints. In Kuchiki Shien's conception, the holy master of the sanctuary is naturally him, and of course he can also hold a position at the same time, and 7 positions are set up under the holy master. These 7 positions are called 7 Great Sages by Kuchiki Shien, and they are indeed the 7 Great Sages mentioned in a certain myth. The names of the 7 Great Sages, Kuchiki Shienyen used 24 names in mythology, namely, the Great Sage of Pingtian, the Great Sage of Covering the Sea, the Great Sage of Huntian, the Great Sage of Ishan, the Great Sage of Exorcism, the Great Sage of Ventilation and the Great Equal to Heaven. Holy these 7. And under the 7 Great Sages, 12 positions have been set up. This is of course a later story, because what Kuchiki Shien has to do now is to find candidates for the 7 Great Sages. In his mind, the one in Hueco Mundo, that is, after Kuchiki Shien returned to the Soul Society, he still kept in touch with him intermittently, the first Minos Grande he met at the Vasto Lord level, God Kales. In Kuchiki Shien's cognition, Kamui's strength and ability can completely assume the position of a great saint, not to mention that this guy should have been properly independent of Arankar for hundreds of years. Kuchiki Shien knew very well that Kamui was too strong back then, and if he could independently Arankar, his strength would be even stronger, so Kuchiki Shiendan gave him a high-level position in his organization. Of course, when the two of them communicated before, Kamui also revealed his intention to agree to join Kuchiki Shien's organization, so it should be no problem. The position given to Kamui by Kuchiki Shien is the Great Sage of the 7 Great Sages. Although there is no distinction between the 7 Great Sages, they also have the right to speak. Kuchiki Shien intends to let Naomi take the position of a great sage. Although Naomi's aptitude is good, there is still a long way to go to reach the strength above the 8th rank, so out of other considerations, Kuchiki Clan still gave Naomi the position of great sage overturning the sea. Why did Kuchiki Shien give 2 positions to these 2 people so early? When reading the original book, Kuchiki Shien liked these 2 people very much, and the imaginary characteristics of these 2 guys. As for the positions of the remaining great sages, let's not talk about the position of the great sage Pingtian. The great sage Ishan has not yet been decided, but there are already a few target characters that Kuchiki Shien knows, but because the target characters have not yet appeared, so temporary vacancy. As for the last remaining position of the 7 great sages, the position of the Monkey King, Kuchiki Clan has not yet thought about it, nor does he have any obvious goals. What kind of strong people have existed in the era that did not appear in the original work, so it is difficult to select all the candidates at this time. To be continued. Kuchiki Clan had already given the position of the Great Sage of Exorcism, and the position of the Great Sage of Ventilation has also been given. The owners of these 2 positions are Ulquiorra west of the 4th Espada, a member of the original Espada, and the 4th Espada in the original book. 1 Espada's Coyote Stark. Of course, this is not to say that Naomi's strength has reached the position of the Great Sage, because in many cases, Kuchiki Clan will hide behind the scenes, and Naomi is his mouthpiece in the sanctuary, so the Great Sage who overwhelmed the location, Kuchiki Clan has already reserved for Naomi. Naturally, Kuchiki Clan also thought about cultivating some strong people by himself, but it is not so easy to cultivate strong people, let alone those who are above the 8th level, not counting those who are later generations of the original book. There are no more than 21st order powerhouses, let alone Kuchiki Clan cultivated a few 8th level powerhouses. From Kuchiki Clan's point of view, among the 7 great sages, except for Naomi, everyone else must be a powerhouse above the 8th rank, otherwise Kuchiki Clan Ning would like to leave the seat vacant. So, no matter what, Kuchiki Clan will not let these 2 people escape from his palm. Of course, these things need to be considered after Kuchiki Clan has spent the first bloody battle that will happen in hundreds of years. Regarding the issue of common members, Kuchiki Clan has already thought about it. After receiving the reward of the millennium, Kuchiki Clan will start to train personnel. Although the position of the 7 great saints is a bit difficult to train from now on, but the positions of the 12 sages and common members can be selected through training to select excellent talents, so how to train their own team is also a question that Kuchiki Clan needs to consider carefully next. And under the 12 sages, it is the position of common member established by Kuchiki Clan. As a common member, Kuchiki Clan has no special requirements, as long as he is loyal to blocking, loyal to Kuchiki Clan, and has no intention of harming the Soul Society will suffice. Although there is no special requirement for the strength of the members of the common, the original intention of Kuchiki Clan to set up this organization is not to do other things, but to deal with several major crises of the Soul Society, so the people in the entire organization must be combatants, because the mission of the entire sanctuary organization is to fight. As for the positions under the 7 great sages, there are not such rigid requirements, but in line with the principle of preferring lack over abuse, Kuchiki Clan will not be assigned to these positions if his strength is too weak. It is definitely a sharp weapon against the Quincy division of the Invisible Empire that has been strengthened for thousands of years. The sages here are different from the group of sages in Central 46, because they have to be called differently from the 7 great sages, so these 12 positions can no longer be called sages, and Kuchiki Clan was used once. Leaving aside the remaining positions of the 7 great sages, after the 7 great sages, Kuchiki also set up 12 positions similar to the small bosses. Such positions are naturally different from the 7 great sages, and are called by Kuchiki mysterious name, 12 sages. If it weren't for the fact that Naomi would be stationed in the sanctuary, on behalf of herself, Kuchiki Clan would not have specially given Naomi the position of a great saint. After all, in Kuchiki Clan's cognition, only the strength is above the 8th level median, only the strong ones are qualified to become the great saints in the sanctuary. As for the time, when Kuchiki Clan was using it to the east and the west, it all slipped away. If it wasn't for the system prompt, Kuchiki Clan would not have noticed that he is already 1,000 years old. Please note, host has been in the Soul Society for 1,000 years. Hey, host, please pay attention, you have survived the Soul Society for 1,000 years. Hey, host, please pay attention, you have fulfilled the check-in conditions. Hey, host, please pay attention, your regular check-in rewards will be sent. Hey, host, please pay attention, your enhanced sign-in reward has been sent, please pay attention to check it. A series of 5 reminders directly made Kuchiki Clan break away from his own affairs, forcing his attention to focus on the system. After Kuchiki Clan deepened his consciousness into the system, the first thing he saw was that the accumulated enhancement reward on his profile was gone. Presumably it was directly used for this Millennium Sign-in reward enhancement. At the same time, there were some changes in his profile. The organization, Sanctuary, which had just had a template, was also included in the system's own profile. It seems that the system recognized his identity as the leader of the organization. No matter how many other things there are, Kuchiki Clan turned his attention to the very sacred reward in the system space, with a feeling of anxiety. This reward is a little different from the previous rewards. It is an 8-sided box-like thing. It is the first time Kuchiki Clan has seen such a thing. When Kuchiki Clan put his attention on this 8-sided box, the name and annotation of the box made Kuchiki Clan almost fail to come up and pull it over. It's not that the rewards are too cheating, but that the rewards are too powerful. Yes, the rewards are very powerful. I saw a few large characters written on the 8-sided box, Zomon Lucky Draw Gift Pack. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The more important thing is the annotation made by the system on this box. Zomon Lucky Draw Gift Pack is the most difficult reward to obtain among the super large fixed sign-in rewards. It is the ultimate reward of the highest super large fixed sign-in reward, along with Comprehensive Movie Lucky Draw Gift Pack and Infinite Lucky Draw Gift Pack. The reason why the host can draw is because the original sign-in reward has been strengthened by the superimposed strengthening reward option, so that this gift bag can be obtained, and of course it is also a manifestation of the character of the host. Comprehensive Lucky Draw Gift Package is a lottery gift package made by the system based on the collection of various abilities in the comprehensive animation world. This gift package can draw a permanent practical ability from it at regular intervals. Of course, the source of the ability they all come from various animation worlds, and what you can win depends entirely on the personal luck of the host. This is a very long note, and Kuchiki Clan chewed it slowly before he understood the meaning. To put it simply, Kuchiki Clan got a lottery perpetual motion machine, but this perpetual motion machine has an unknown CD, and what is drawn depends on Kuchiki Clan's own situation. Although the uncertainty already exists, its powerful functions still make Kuchiki Clan look sideways. You know, the system has said that all the abilities in this gift package are practical abilities, and it will definitely not appear to Kuchiki Clan. This world does not have the ability to help. For example, in the Shinigami world, it is impossible to give Kuchiki Clan a gourmet captive gourmet cell. Even if there is, it is the ability that has been modified by the system. It will definitely give Kuchiki Clan useful abilities in the current Shinigami world. As for the extent of the ability, it depends on Kuchiki Clan's luck. Although the uncertainty is strong, Kuchiki Clan is very content. At least it is much better than the ghost randomness of the system. At least he will not give Kuchiki Clan a useless skill, or a second chance to travel. What a deceitful thing, Kuchiki Clan doesn't want to work hard in the Soul Society for 1,000 years, and then 10 people accidentally get drawn into this kind of class again. As for whether he can get his favorite ability, such as a powerful skill like Flying Thunder God technique, Kuchiki Clan is not worried at all. As long as he is still alive, as long as this gift bag is still there, then Kuchiki Clan is not afraid I can't get the practical ability that I like. Thinking of this, Kuchiki Clan didn't delay any longer, and directly sank his mental power into the system space, and directly opened the lucky draw package with 8 sides, just like an i9 chip packaging box. As soon as Kuchiki Clan's mental power touched the box, a text was displayed on one side of the box, which means, D. Zomon draws a lottery, glad to serve you. Currently you have 2 chances to draw a lottery. Do you want to draw a lottery? As the word appeared, it was followed by 2 words, de zhao zhao, one is, yes, and the other is, no. It seems that this is the way to make Kuchiki Clan choose. Seeing the emergence of these words, Kuchiki Clan was overjoyed again. Although he saw the note before, this gift package had a so-called CD. Now it seems that the number of draws for these 2 times should be part of the rewards given to him by the system. Thinking of this, Kuchiki Clan didn't waste any more time, and directly chose yes. When Kuchiki Clan chose yes, the side of the word that appeared originally disappeared immediately, and then one picture after another emerged. As more and more pictures appeared, the pictures began to flash at a faster speed, and with Kuchiki Clan's eyesight, it was no longer clear what appeared. As the screen began to flicker at a speed that Kuchiki Clan could not see, Kuchiki Clan knew that this was the official lottery draw, so Kuchiki Clan began to wait patiently. After the screen flickered for 15 seconds, the speed began to slow down. When the speed was close to Kuchiki Clan's naked eyes, the screen suddenly froze on a color picture. When this color picture appeared, Kuchiki Clan was petrified, and the reason for the petrification was that Kuchiki Clan recognized the characters in the color picture. This character is very famous, and Kuchiki Clan liked it very much at the beginning, but he never expected that he would meet him at this time, and, in Kuchiki Clan's cognition, isn't the so-called Zonmon the Yamamoto series? What? Will this big brother come out? Kuchiki Clan didn't understand. He didn't understand why this person appeared, and he also didn't understand what substantial improvement this ability could bring him. Because, the person in the picture is wearing a yellow uniform, with a mask on his head, and 3 metal spears in his left and right hands respectively. Brother Wolverine. Yes, that's right, you 583 read that right, that is, Wolverine Logan. It's true that Kuchiki Clan likes him very much, but he doesn't understand what Wolverine's ability can bring to him. The most powerful ability of Wolverine is nothing but the self-healing ability. As for the Steel Claw, yes, it all appeared the day after tomorrow, and it is not within the scope of Wolverine's ability. If you insist, then only Bone Claws can be regarded as ability. The appearance of Wolverine is already outrageous. If it is really to give Kuchiki Clan a Bone Claw ability, it will be outrageous to the point of no reason. Fortunately, Kuchiki Clan knows that since the system has said that it will not give unhelpful abilities, then Kuchiki Clan can be sure that Lao Shizi's Bone Claws will never appear. Sure enough, after the reward appeared, a line of words appeared again, "Congratulations on drawing Wolverine Constitution." Seeing this line of words, Kuchiki Clan felt relieved, but Kuchiki Clan still didn't understand, what's the use of Wolverine's constitution for him? He is a spirit body, spirit constitution, and he needs a physical body to heal. What can you do? Kuchiki Clan was thinking about it, and suddenly the system gave a prompt, "Hey, I found that the host has the ability to fuse, and now start to fuse. Hey, the integration is complete, please check the new ability directly in the host file." Following the prompt given by the system, Kuchiki Clan immediately checked his profile. Kuchiki Clan discovered that the super healing body that he already existed had been replaced by the fused constitution, becoming a super unlimited healing version, Wolverine Constitution Enhanced Version D, Max, Special Edition. Although Kuchiki Clan can't see any specific changes, at least the name is much better than before. As for the effect, it will be verified later. As for the so-called Special Edition, at the back, Kuchiki Clan didn't understand what it meant, and the system didn't give an explanation. Clan has one good point, that is, ask if you don't understand, and don't ask if you can't figure it out. Since he couldn't figure it out, Kuchiki Clan simply didn't bother with this issue. Anyway, the things given by the system were either inexplicable or messy. Kuchiki Clan was used to it. But now, the problem that Kuchiki Clan is considering has shifted from this ability to the Zonmon lottery gift package, because Kuchiki Clan didn't use it for another lottery draw. And the box also gave a hint, asking Kuchiki Clan whether to continue to use the lottery. Kuchiki Clan is a bit entangled, he doesn't know whether to smoke or not. After all, Kuchiki Clan feels that he is a bit dark at this time and has the potential to be an African chief, so Kuchiki Clan is a little undecided now, whether to smoke or not. Of course, there is another point that Kuchiki Clan struggles with, that is, if he does not draw the second reward, then he will not know when the interval between the next lottery draw will be, so Kuchiki Clan will not be able to figure it out. Is this lottery package a CD that is calculated independently, or a CD that is calculated comprehensively? What is independent calculation or comprehensive calculation? In fact, Kuchiki Xian wants to know whether the gift bag will enter the CD cooling before the number of draws is used up. If not, it means that if Kuchiki Xian does not use this time when the number of lottery draws is used up, the time before the start of the next one will not start to cool down. In this way, Kuchiki Clan will have to wait for a long time invisibly. And if it is calculated independently, that is to say, even if Kuchiki Xian does not use up the number of draws, the cooling time will start to be counted. As for how to distinguish, it is actually very simple. The comprehensive calculation must be that the time displayed or prompted when Kuchiki Xian has used up the number of draws must be an integer, and if it is calculated separately, then the time displayed must be an irregular number. Kuchiki Xian was originally a guy with difficulty in choosing. Although he has changed a lot in the past 1,000 years, he still hesitates once this time comes. Finally, after struggling for a long time, Kuchiki Xian finally decided that he would also use up the second lottery draw. After all, Kuchiki Xian also wanted to understand. If the cooling time is really calculated comprehensively, then he does not need to lose the number of lottery draws, which means that the time of the next lottery draw will be delayed by a large amount, which is not worth the loss. Moreover, Kuchiki Xian has a feeling that the probability of the time of the lottery draw is calculated comprehensively, not separately. Why do you say that? It is actually very simple. Don't look at the fact that Kuchiki Xian had 2 chances to draw a lottery before, but one of them it is the extra number of times rewarded by the system, not the regular number of lottery draws for gift packs, so Kuchiki Xianrang believes that the number of draws for this lottery gift pack cannot be superimposed. Since they cannot be superimposed, the CD time between the number of draws will never be separate computational. Therefore, Kuchiki Xian decided to use up this second lucky draw chance as well. Now that the decision has been made, Kuchiki Clan didn't want to waste any more time, and directly chose the yes option. After Kuchiki Clan chose yes, the Zonman lottery package also started to operate again. After another process of flickering pictures that was said to be long but not long, and neither long nor long, the lottery draw for the Zonman lottery gift pack has also been completed this time. When Kuchiki Xian saw the animated character that appeared, the expression on his face became even weirder, because this is also an acquaintance, or the kind of acquaintance who is very familiar with an acquaintance. Professor X. Kuchiki Xian complained with a speechless face, "Aren't you always busy with lottery packages? This is American comics, or even an X-Men lottery package." It's no wonder that Kuchiki Xian made complaints like this. Just now, he got Wolverine in a lottery and didn't say anything. Here is another Professor X, isn't this what the American comics gift pack is? Could it really be the X-Men gift pack? But things are already like this, even if Kuchiki Xian complains, it's just complaining, it won't do anything, but Kuchiki Xian really wants to ask why this gift pack is so easy to come out of American comics. What should happen has already happened, and the rewards that should be drawn have also been drawn. Now it can't be changed. Kuchiki Xian can only look at the abilities of these rewards. How to match your existing abilities is a serious matter. It doesn't matter if you look at it this way, Kuchiki Xian found that not only is there an additional, spiritual power, primary application, in the reward ability, but after this ability appeared, even the level of the original ability has changed a little. Originally, Kendo was supposed to be an evaluation between 3 and 4 plus signs in secret, but now it has become godlike, and there are no other symbols, and white hits is because it is lower than Kendo, so it has become godlike, a minus rating. But Xuanpa is different. Xuanpa's previous evaluation of Kuchiki Xuanji is secret 5+, but with the assistance of other abilities, Xuanpa's actual ability is definitely more than 5+. This time, after the evaluation was changed, Xuanpa's subsequent evaluation became a plus sign of godlike. As for the remaining Kido and space ability, they are still 2 plus signs of secret transmission, without any change. Discovering this situation, Kuchiki Xian immediately thought that it should be because he had obtained a spiritual strengthening, which caused some qualitative changes in some of the original abilities. That's why the system's evaluation of its own abilities has changed. Asking for flowers. And this godlike evaluation, after a comprehensive evaluation of several abilities, Kuchiki Clan felt that if he wanted to achieve a godlike evaluation, he could be rated as a godlike with 3 plus signs, and less than 4 plus. If it exceeds 3 plus signs, it should be a normal evaluation of godlike. As for the evaluation of godlike plus, at least 5 plus signs in secret can be achieved. Don't think that such an evaluation is easy to achieve. In fact, once each ability reaches the level of secret, it is already very good. It is difficult to improve, not to mention 4 or 5 plus signs. It is not easy to improve the evaluation of 1 plus and 2 plus signs. 0, 0. Kuchiki Clan is the best example. You must know that he has various abilities to assist in his cultivation. With such a speed, it took him more than 800 years to upgrade an ability from secret to godlike. How difficult it is to improve the evaluation of cognitive ability. Kuchiki Clan estimated that among the people in Seoul society, the only one who can improve certain abilities to godlike evaluation is the old man Yamamoto Genryosai. Others, Kuchiki Clan can't think of it for the time being, and in the original book, not to mention the boxing and the like, but Shuanpa, there are not many who can reach the level of the secret. Except for the old man Yamamoto, Shihuan Yoruchi should be in secret pass between 1 and 2 plus signs. Other powerful captains, such as Jingle Chunchue, should be between secret pass and 1 plus sign. Byakuya Kuchiki is similar, Suifeng should be the same, but higher of the 2 or 3 pluses. Kuchiki Clan couldn't think of anyone coming. One thing that makes Kuchiki Clan very strange is why the system updates the next stage of ability evaluation after getting the primary application of spiritual power. Why before, it would rather use so many plus signs instead. Don't choose update either. On this point, Kuchiki Clan also asked the system, but the system was still as cold as ever, and did not give any answer to Kuchiki Clan at all. Kuchiki chose to ignore the urine nature of the system. After all, he was used to such a system. If the system answered his question well, Kuchiki would feel uncomfortable. Putting this problem aside, Kuchiki Clan refocused on the newly acquired ability, the so-called primary application of spiritual power, psychic power. Kuchiki Clan didn't know how primary it was, but with the ability to 477, with the appearance of power, Kuchiki Clan has discovered the changes in himself. Originally, Kuchiki Clan's perception ability was very powerful, and the range he could cover was astonishingly large hundreds of years ago, but perception ability and spiritual power are different things. Perception is just perception, just like when you radiate perception, you will perceive what you want to perceive. Anything is fine, but mental power is different. The perception of mental power, or should be called scanning, is more accurate. If you have to use easy-to-understand words, perception is like the reversing radar in a modern car. It will not tell you what is behind the car. But when you are about to touch something, it will remind you that there is something, let the driver know, oh, you are about to touch something, and let you have an idea. The mental power scan is like a reversing image, which not only tells you that there is something behind the car, but also lets you know what is behind the car, allowing you to see whether it is a person, a dog, or a stone behind your car. Such a comparison, in fact, the gap is very obvious. In fact, long ago, Kuchiki Clan was not very clear about the difference between mental power scanning and perception. Even before he got the application of mental power, he did not know the difference between the two. Difference between. But, now that Kuchiki Clan knows, the difference is huge. Although perception can also be applied to mental power, perception does not fully use mental power, and the utilization rate of perception to mental power is quite inefficient. After learning how to use mental power, Kuchiki Clan found that the efficiency of his use of mental power has improved a lot. If Kuchiki Clan's large-scale perception was like a radar in the past, he could find out how far away he was and where someone was guarding him, then now with the application of spiritual power, Kuchiki Clan will be able to, based on the information previously known by perception, you can see what the other person looks like, what their characteristics are, etc. It's like installing a camera on the radar. It used to be guessing, but now it's just watching. Are essentially different. Originally, Kuchiki Xian didn't quite understand the difference between mental power and perception. He thought that perception was actually mental perception, but in fact it wasn't. At least now he has understood the difference between the two. Kuchiki Clan released his mental power, and the situation of the entire 11th team building appeared in Kuchiki Clan's eyes. It's like watching the entire 11th team with the eyes of the sky. Of course, Kuchiki Xian can actually expand the range of mental power scanning, but in this way, the accuracy of the scan data will decrease as the scanning range expands, and in the end it will become the same as perception, and only a vague idea can be obtained. Withdrawing his spiritual power, Kuchiki Xian felt that the harvest this time was not bad. The newly fused superhealing body and the current application of spiritual power are not extremely useful abilities for Kuchiki Xian, but in general they are not too bad. Although, the two rewards seem to be more useful than the super healing body, but who can say that they will not be used in the future? So Kuchiki Xian's mentality is still very peaceful. However, one thing that made Kuchiki Xian unhappy was that he finally knew that the cooldown of the Zonmon lottery gift pack was calculated comprehensively, not separately, and the cooldown time was still very long. When Kuchiki Xian used up the last lottery draw, he found that there was an extra waiting time behind the column that said "Always Busy Lucky Draw Package" in his profile, which is the so-called cooling CD. It's a bit long, a full 50 years. Although it is said that the time of people in Soul Society is not time, 50 years is a bit too long no matter how you look at it, but even so, Kuchiki Xian has no choice. After all, it is the time stipulated by the product of the system, and he has no choice but to protest. And to be honest, Kuchiki Xian is actually understandable. After all, if the cooling time is too short, it can be drawn once every few years. After hundreds of years, Kuchiki Xian will have more than a dozen or even dozens of abilities. Which is not the original intention of the system. The original intention of this high-cold system is to let Kuchiki Xian struggle with his own efforts. The function of the system is only auxiliary, so most of the abilities produced by the system are passive abilities, and the occasional bug-level abilities, Flying Thunder God, seems to be a powerful killing ability, but its auxiliary ability is much stronger than its direct killing ability, so this kind of ability can actually be counted as auxiliary ability. After so many years, Kuchiki Xian has not had much time to get along with the system, but in general, he has figured out the system's uniqueness, and it is more appropriate to say that it is a system rather than an auxiliary plugin. It is because of the understanding of the original intention of the system that Kuchiki Xian has always lived a life that is more Buddhist than 4.5, but the premise of the Buddhist system is to be able to survive. Kuchiki Xian is also very helpless. The seemingly calm and safe Soul Society actually has everywhere an inevitable disaster, so Kuchiki Xian had to find ways to become stronger. Moreover, not only does he become stronger, he also wants to create a sanctuary of strong people. Only in this way can everyone's strength be gathered. Kuchiki can feel a little bit of. Speaking of which, Kuchiki Xian has already begun to prepare to focus on the sanctuary in the future, because if it is fully planned, it will be more than 400 years before the war between Jinglingting and the Quincy. During this period of time, Kuchiki Xian must improve his own strength as much as possible, and at the same time keep the sanctuary on the right track, so that he can better deal with the Quincy's attack. Just when Kuchiki Clan received his Millennium Award and was about to start to arm his sanctuary, a big event suddenly happened in Jinglingting. This big event is, someone is going to be promoted to the Zero team. This news was reported to Kuchiki Xian after Naomi hurriedly came back from the outside. When Kuchiki Xian heard the news, he was stunned for a while. After all, Kuchiki Xian couldn't think of anyone who could be promoted to Team Zero at this time. Wrong. There is one person who should be able to do it, and this person is the captain of the 12th Division, Shutara Senjumaru. Kuchiki Xian actually doesn't know when this future Turi Sho joined the Zero team, but Kuchiki Xian can be sure that the opponent definitely did not join the Zero team because of the deadly costume. Why do you say that? It's actually very simple. To put it bluntly, the Shinigami costume is just the standard costume of the Shinigami. Although Yamamoto Shigekuni handed over this matter to Shut-era Senjumaru a long time ago, but for so long, it is still there was no movement, which showed that the other party's mind was not in this regard. Therefore, Kuchiki Xuanka is 24 sure that if Shut-era Senjumaru was promoted to Team Zero this time, then this guy must have been promoted with other inventions. In fact, the reason is also very simple. Kuchiki Xien knows that the conditions for promotion to the Zero Division are very strict. Similarly, when someone is promoted to the Zero Division, the promotion conditions of the promoted person may not be made public. Of course, Ermiawa Wangyue is an exception. After all, the things he invented are intended for the public, so there is no difference whether they are public or not, but other people's creations are different, like the Quantang Ghost, Qilin Temple Tianshiro. He is indeed famous for his medicinal baths, but Kuchiki Gen doesn't know exactly why he entered the Zero Division, because the Soul Society has not made it public, and Kuchiki Gen doesn't dare to ask Yamamoto again country. There are other people, such as Ichibai Hayasube, who also don't know why the other party entered the royal family's spies. In the original book, there is a slight mention of the creation of Hikifune Kiryu. Hikifune Kiryu is Urahara Kisuke's previous generation 12th Division captain. Because of her promotion, Shihoin Yoruchi nominated Urahara Kisuke as the 12th Division captain. Hikifune Kiryu, the manager of Lingpanli Hall and Crouching Pig Hall, who is titled King of the Valley. Urahara Kisuke's previous captain of the 12th Division was also the object of respect for Saragaki Hayori, nicknamed Hayori, Little Hayori, and Hirako Shinji respectfully called her Miss Kiryu. And the reason why she joined the Zero Division was that she was invited to be promoted to the Zero Division by the Royal Secret Service because she developed the technology to put the temporary soul into the body, thus laying the foundation for the development of the Yihan pill. Become a member of the Royal Family's Secret Service. Of course, this is temporary. After some people appear, Kuchiki Xien will not be the acting captain. As for Naomi's position, Kuchiki Xien will also adjust her to other places. Team, it's better for Naomi not to stay. It's not very clear. In other words, that is, Naomi has completely mentioned his father Endoro and became the vice-captain of the 11th team. As for the others, Kuchiki Xien really doesn't like it. In 100 years, Gotei 13 has indeed changed a lot of people from the captain to the vice-captain. Those with strength can challenge at any time. Then, through the above analysis, Kuchiki Gen can be sure that the person who will be promoted to Team Zero this time should be Shut-era Senjumaru. It is certain that this Shut-era Senjumaru was a member of the Technical Development Bureau before he was selected for Team Zero. It stands to reason that this person should appear in later generations, and now he has been killed because of Kuchiki General. The reason is that it appeared in advance in Gotei 13, which has already appeared in advance. This is probably the so-called butterfly effect. At least Kuchiki Xien thinks that wearing the captain's cloak or haori is indeed very handsome and fashionable. After all, whether it is easy to use is second, and being handsome is a lifetime thing. At this time, Gotei 13 is basically on the right track, and everyone knows that it is a very honorable thing to be recognized by the Zero team of royal agents. Out of due envy. Now that the Soul Society has already developed like this at this time, it is meaningless for Kuchiki Xien to forcibly search for the so-called original track. To be continued. For this, Kuchiki Xien does not have any opinion. Anyway, it is to promote the development of Gotei 13, and Kuchiki Xien is not very satisfied with the strength of the captains at this time. As Gotei 13 became more and more lively, the personnel from Team Zero who came to pick up Shut-era Senjumaru also came to Jinglingting. Shiro and Ermiawa Wangyue, in fact, among the Zero team, the one who is the most idle is this Yamato Sho. Others are much busier than his wife. As for Kuchiki Xien, there is not much fluctuation. In Kuchiki Xien's mind, after Shut-era Senjumaru is promoted this time, it shouldn't be long before the Death Fighter outfit should be available. After all, the current Gotei 13 team uniform is still it has not been fully determined, and the cloaks and feathers worn by the squadron leaders in the original book have not yet been rigidly popularized, which makes Ouyang Xuan a little unhappy. After all, compared with the costumes in the original book, the current costumes are really different. Nice. Soon, the fact that the 12th Division Captain Shuta 690 Luo Senjumaru was promoted to the 0 Division team has spread throughout Seireitei. Shudora Senjumaru, titled Original Show, is also the creator of the deadly costume. The Soul Society's existing vigilance system, Shut-era rank, is derived from her surname. According to the few materials of Kuchiki Clan, this Shut-era Senjumaru should have joined the 0 Division before Hikifune Kiryu. Except for Hikifune Kiryu, she is the most junior member of the 0 Division, but these are all it doesn't matter, since a long time ago, Kuchiki Clan has not planned to conduct too much analysis on the time that did not appear in the original work. After all, this is a thankless task. It is worth mentioning that a few years ago, Naomi, the only disciple of Kuchiki Clan, had defeated his father and became the veritable vice-captain of the 11th team, but his father was specially approved because of his health. Go home to retire. Speaking of this, Kuchiki Clan has to recall the information of Shut-era Senjumaru again. After all, for these old guys who don't appear much, Kuchiki Clan doesn't know much information. With the arrival of Ichibai Hyasube, the monk of the real name, it means that Shut-era Senjumaru will leave Seireitei and Gotei 13, and it also means that the captain of the 12th Division will be vacant. Kuchiki Clan didn't expect that someone would be promoted to Team 0 even before his acting captain was resigned, which also made Kuchiki Clan feel sad. The position of captain of the 12th Division has been vacated. Since a new captain of the 12th Division is to be selected, now that Gotei 13 is on the right track, the selection of the captain will not be the same as when Gotei 13 was first established. Then choose casually. Everything now has to go through the process in accordance with the rules. The first is the nomination of the captain. After the nomination, it must be approved by more than 3 captains including the chief captain before being able to serve as the captain, or more than 6 captains. Only when the other captains have no objection can they serve as the captain. In this way, it is not an easy task to find a candidate that everyone approves of. As for how Urahara Kisuke passed the approval of the original junior high school, Kuchiki Clan does not know. Anyway, he does not worry about the candidate for the captain of the 12th squad. This problem. What he has to worry about is his own efforts to stop the sanctuary. After all, the current sanctuary has only one framework, and the real members are only him and Naomi, and of course Kamui may be added. The state of the sanctuary is now. Holy Master, Kuchiki Clan, in place. Ping Tian de Sheng, vacant. Great Sage covering the sea, Shadow Blade Naomi, in place. God of War, Kamui Cleese, in place. The Great Sage who moved mountains, vacant. Exorcist, vacant, Okiora West Buddha, not in place. Ventilation Master, vacant, Coyote Stark, not in place. Monkey King, vacant. Even if Kuchiki Clan temporarily took the position of Ping Tian Dasheng, then out of the remaining 6 positions, only 2 positions have candidates, and the remaining 4 positions are all vacant, although 2 of them Kuchiki Clan already has candidates he likes, but at this moment, Kuchiki Clan has no way to recruit them into the group. So the top priority now, Kuchiki Clan wants to expand the personnel reserve of the sanctuary. Of course, he does not insist on the position of the 7 Great Dingsheng, at least to supplement the position of the 12 sages below. These 12 sages are Aries Sage, Taurus Sage, Gemini Sage, Cancer Sage, Lion Sage, Virgin Sage, Sagittarius Sage, Scorpio Sage, Libra Sage, Capricorn Sage, Aquarius Sage, and finally, Pisces Sage. That's right, Kuchiki Clan's title to the 12 sages is the title of the zodiac. Anyway, he has already borrowed the 7 great sages, so he might as well borrow the zodiac again. Just how come? Among the 12 sages, there are already candidates for 2 positions, but compared to the remaining 10 vacant positions, the candidates for these 2 positions seem too thin, and one of them is still in prison. Yes, one of them is in prison, and Kuchiki Clan personally sent it in. Maybe some people have already guessed who this person is, but let's not talk about it now, let's keep it a secret. Among the two, the only one who can move freely is the Aries sage Shiba Hongxiao that Kuchiki Clan has already decided. That's right, it is the Shiba Red Owl who once fought against Hueco Mundo with Kuchiki Clan, who is now staying in the old aristocratic area of the Shiba family's old clan, and is also the younger brother of the current Shiba family head Shiba Qinghe. Because of Shiba Hongxiao's status as the second son, he is doomed to be impossible to walk in front of others. Kuchiki Clan just took advantage of Shiba Hongxiao's convenience and let Shiba Hongxiao join his sanctuary, and let others become one of the 12 sages. Shiba Red Owl can be said to be brought out by him alone. This person has a gentle personality, kindness, good strength, and is not too old. Go to Hueco Mundo, so Kuchiki Clan can completely trust Shiba Red Owl. Moreover, because Shiba Hongxiao is known to be in the old aristocratic area, Jing Lingting's control over him is very weak, so Shiba Hongxiao's actions are much more convenient. As early as a few years ago, Kuchiki Clan had informed Shiba Hongxiao to start paying attention to the information of some orphans in the Soul Society. Although the incidence of orphans is very low in the aristocratic and common areas, it is much higher in the poor areas and the newly emerged Rukongai. There are many reasons for this, one of which is that any child with spiritual power will live much longer than his parents, so among the civilians who become Shinigami, few have relatives. It is this group of people that Kuchiki Clan asked Shiba Hongxiao to pay attention to. Because of the existence of Ryatsu, they either boiled their relatives to death, or directly crushed their relatives to death without knowing it. This is the case with Hitsugaya Toshiro, the captain of the 10th Division in the original book. When he awakens his spiritual power, he will unconsciously release a powerful Ryatsu, and let his grandmother who raised him bear such a huge Ryatsu for no reason. One day he will dead. Common soul cannot withstand the Ryatsu formed by high-strength spirit particles. It is like a person who is used to the gravity of the earth and suddenly has to withstand several times or even dozens of times of gravity every day. This is simply impossible. Therefore, Kuchiki Clan told Shiba Hongxiao to start slowly, gather up these orphans with spiritual power who may appear, start to find a secret place, and slowly train them. After they take shape in the future, these people it will be the cornerstone fox of sanctuary. Because, Kuchiki Clan can't guarantee that there won't be a genius, Noa Qianhao, among these children. Once there are one or two, let alone the position of the 12 sages, it is not impossible. Although Kuchiki Gen didn't expect that this method of casting a wide net could get a genius like Hitsugaya Toshiro, at least a few levels short of a genius, there should still be hope. So Kuchiki Clan asked Shiba Hongxiao to prepare a long time ago. After several years of sneaky actions, at this time, there is already a training base in a hidden area somewhere in the old nobleman. This base is far away from the population, and will not be easily discovered by people. At this time, this secret training base has taken in more than a dozen such children, all orphans with spiritual power and no relatives. Shiba Hongxiao was able to recruit more than a dozen orphans in such a short period of time. For such work efficiency, Kuchiki Clan still gave a high evaluation and affirmation. As Shut-era Senjimaro was taken away by the real monk who, this time the event of being promoted to the 0 division ended, and Seireitei once again regained its calm. Kuchiki Clan now hopes that the Jingling Court will be peaceful every day. After all, only when the Jingling Court is quiet can he do something. Be found. Of course, Kuchiki Clan didn't make any moves. The ones who made moves were from the old aristocratic area, so they wouldn't be noticed easily. However, Kuchiki Clan just wanted Seireitei to be quiet. Well, Kuchiki Clan admitted that he was lazy, he didn't want to do anything when he was free, and he couldn't do anything about it when he had something to do. While Kuchiki Clan was enjoying the peace, Yamamoto Shigekuni sent someone to inform him and asked him to go to the first team. Kuchiki Clan had no choice but to wander towards the first team's team building. As for what Yamamoto Shigekuni was looking for at this time, Kuchiki Clan had no idea at all. Sometimes the salted fish has been salted for too long, and the bones of the body are lazy. Kuchiki Clan is in such a state at this time, so he does not want to go to Yamamoto at this time, but the old man Yamamoto has sent people, and he can only bite the bullet and pass. Half an hour later, Kuchiki Clan appeared in Yamamoto Shigekuni's exclusive big room 427. When Kuchiki Clan entered the room and saw Yamamoto Shigekuni's clothes, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Hey, old man, your bundle of divine adornments is not bad." Kuchiki Clan grinned and praised, because the Yamamoto Shigekuni that Kuchiki Clan saw at this time was wearing the Death Bully outfit and captain's cloak in the original book. "Well, I called you here today because of this matter, please sit down first." Yamamoto Shigekuni has already begun to show his old age at this time, and the beard on his chin has grown a lot after hundreds of years have passed. It has already started to be fixed with rope. And Chojiro Sasakai, who was standing beside Yamamoto Shigekuni, has also begun to develop towards the appearance of a middle-aged man. After Kuchiki Clan came in, Sasakai bowed slightly as a greeting. After all, Yamamoto Shigekuni was by his side, and the two of them you can't talk directly either. Kuchiki Clan heard Yamamoto Shigekuni's words, and probably guessed why Yamamoto Shigekuni came to him, so he quickly took a seat and said, "Old man, just tell me what's going on." "That's it." Yamamoto Shigekuni was not polite, the two of them didn't need any politeness, and went straight to the point. "The outfit that the old man is wearing at this time, the black one is called Death Basket, and the white one is the captain's cloak. This is the idea that Shudara had already had before he was promoted to Team Zero. After all, the old man has entrusted this matter to her for many years. Today, 1 month before she was promoted to Team Zero, the mature plan was given to the old man, and the suit that the old man was wearing at this time was the finished product she made for the old man a few days before going to the Lingwang Palace. The old man feels that this kind of attire has a sense of solemnity and seriousness, and at the same time it does not affect the normal battle. It is better than the Taoist uniforms and strong clothes we used to wear, so the old man wants to make this set. How do you think the bundle will be extended to all 13 teams and become our Shinigami official attire? Yamamoto Shigekuni said all the key points of calling Kuchiki Clan this time in one breath, and then waited for Kuchiki Clan to speak. After reading this manuscript, I feel that there is nothing to modify. Since it is a uniform, there should not be too many messy things. Of course, the small details can be decided according to personal preferences. That's all. Kuchiki Clan pushed the manuscript back to Captain Yamamoto and said, "Send this matter to each team, and then ask the team to report the personal data of the team members, and then hand it in." Yamamoto Shigekuni ordered. "Captain." Chojiro Sasakai on the side immediately bowed in response. "Death Tyrant outfit, right? I support the popularization of this Death Tyrant outfit. It's up to you, old man, how to promote it." "Chojiro," shouted Yamamoto Shigekuni. "Both of them are the type of going to the Three Treasures Hall for nothing. As long as they find you, there must be some things for you to do, otherwise you will not be used." To be continued. The Shiba suit is Shinigami's work uniform, tailor-made. The whole body is black, the upper part is like a kimono, and the lower part is pants with extremely wide legs, which are long to the ankle and closed. The overall style is uniform, and only differs slightly in details depending on the wearer. Kuchiki Clan knew very well that Shigekuni Yamamoto was looking for him, not just to listen to his opinions. After all, Shigekuni Yamamoto knew him, or they both knew each other. After listening to Yamamoto Shigekuni's words, Kuchiki Clan began to deliberate pretendingly. In fact, he was already very happy in his heart. Kuchiki Clan frowned, stretched out his hand to take the manuscript on the table, and began to recall all the details of the Death Warrior costume in his mind. "Well, I agree," Kuchiki Clan said cheerfully, seeing that there seemed to be no trap on Yamamoto Shigekuni's side. In addition, the captain also has a long feather weave with the formation number written on the back, and the vice-captain has a sub-team badge, which is usually worn on the arm, but of course it can also be hung in other places. These details can be adjusted according to personal preferences. Arrange it at will, as long as it is generally not out of line, there is no problem. Well, you have the same idea as the old man. Although the old man gives outsiders the impression that he is rigid and stubborn, but the old man is not a person who does not know how to adapt. Then, according to what you said, start tailoring for everyone in Gotei 13. Captain Yamamoto nodded and said. Well, it's good if you support it. Of course, the old man asked you to come. Apart from this opinion, the old man also wants you to see if there is anything that needs to be modified in this deadly costume. Yamamoto Shigekuni said, holding the A manuscript of Kuchiki Clan was pushed in front of Kuchiki Clan. Kuchiki Clan said lightly, he didn't dare to show too much enthusiasm, otherwise the old man would be asked to do something if he didn't keep everything in order. Finally, Sabi, there are few things to do now, and most of the work of the 11th team is handed over to letting Naomi deal with it. Kuchiki Clan could easily slack off. If there is something revealed about this matter, it is really possible that the Yamamoto country will arrest him. I think, old man, what you said is right. Moreover, I have seen what you are wearing on your body. It is indeed not bad, at least it is better than our current attire, so what about this? There are only so many materials in Kuchiki Clan's memory, so he frowned and picked up the manuscript to read it. After a while, Kuchiki Clan put the manuscript down. Yes. Your Excellency, Commander. Chojiro Sasakabe immediately turned around and went out to give the order after receiving the order from Yamamoto Shigekuni. In the room at this moment, only Kuchiki Gen and Yamamoto Shigekuni were left, and Kuchiki Gen had a bad feeling. Brat. After a while, Shigekuni Yamamoto said. What old man do you want to say? Kuchiki Shientong said the same thing. The old man thinks that you are different again. What's different? Kuchiki Clan asked. It feels different, the old man Yamamoto said in a spirited voice. Hearing this, Kuchiki Clan naturally knew why, but Kuchiki Clan didn't say much, but asked again, old man, if you have something to say, just say it, you are not tired of beating around the bush. Okay, then the old man will just say it directly. Yamamoto Shigekuni knew that it was useless to talk to Kuchiki Clan by beating around the bush. Recently, Shiro Yamada from Division 9 came to see me and told me about the big prison. Yamamoto Shigekuni said with a strange expression on his face. Kuchiki Clan knows the big prison. The full name of the big prison is, Underground Big Prison, or, Crypt Space Big Prison. It is the largest prison in the Household Soul world built on the basis of 4 dangerous places. The 9th Division is the prison team, so any issues related to the prison are under their control. Before the emergence of Searing Court, the largest prison in the Soul Society was the Underground Prison. Prisoners who are extremely vicious and have committed the most heinous crimes will be imprisoned in the Confession Palace instead of going to the underground prison. After all, the large underground prison was built in the Crypt Space, one of the 4 dangerous places. The danger factor here is very high, so only repeat offenders will be imprisoned here. Kuchiki Clan also knows some secret things, that is, there were many villains who fought against Shiokuni Yamamoto back then, and after being defeated by Shiokuni Yamamoto, those who died, and those who managed to save their lives were thrown into the ground by Shiokuni Yamamoto among the big prisons. 3 of them are the most famous. They are all powerful men who were in great power for a while, and they are also villains. These 3 villains are called the 3 evils in the crypt, which means the 3 evils in the big prison in the crypt. They are Okita Kaku, who is called Evil Demon, Fong, who is called Scythe Executioner, and Jin Saburo, who is called Crazy Swordsman. These 3 people are strong contemporaries of Yamamoto Shigekuni. They are powerful, and they brought incredible pressure to the contemporary Yamamoto Shigekuni. And Shigekuni Yamamoto stood up to the pressure of these 3 people and became the number 1 in Soul Society. It was because of Shigekuni Yamamoto's record of eliminating the 3 of them that Shigekuni Yamamoto became legendary in Soul Society. Kuchiki Clan knew that the three of them had powerful strength above the 8th level in the beginning, and all three of them met Yamamoto Shiguni when they were at the peak of their strength, and they were defeated by Yamamoto Shiguni and thrown into the underground university prison. As for whether what Yamamoto Shigekuni and Kuchiki Clan said has anything to do with them, Kuchiki Clan is not sure. What kind of thing? Kuchiki Clan thought for a long time before asking this sentence. Yamamoto Shigekuni glanced at Kuchiki Gen. He knew that Kuchiki Clan knew about his young deeds, so when Kuchiki Clan asked this sentence, Yamamoto Shigekuni was quite relieved. He doesn't know the specific situation. After all, with his ability, he doesn't dare to go too deep into the cave space. Yamamoto Shigekuni said lightly. Then what does he mean? Kuchiki Clan didn't think there was anything wrong with Yamamoto Shigekuni's words. He also knew that in places like the crypt space, if the strength is not strong enough, it is too deep and it is easy to get out. The crypt space is a special space that has existed in the Soul Society since ancient times. The characteristic of the space is that it has a fatal suction for souls without spiritual power. The higher the quality of the soul, the stronger the strength, and the resistance to suction. The stronger it is, it also means that it can go deeper into the depths of the cave space. Hearing these words, Kuchiki Gen suddenly realized that Yamamoto Shigekuni wanted Kuchiki Gen to take a look instead of him, and as for bringing Jushiro Ayuzo out, it was actually a matter of piggybacking. Not exactly, but the old man hopes that this matter has nothing to do with the three of them. Fade out and didn't kill these three guys, not the exaggeration in the rumors. The reason for such a reputation has a lot to do with their lawless style, because they are not so evil as Ultimate, so the old man spared their lives. Speaking of this, Yamamoto Shigekuni, his face became serious. Aren't you the one who was imprisoned in Jushiro's family before? You go and bring him out, and check what happened in the big prison by the way. If. Speaking of this, Yamamoto Shigekuni's eyes suddenly became sharp and deep. I understand, then I'll go. Kuchiki Gen agreed to Yamamoto Shigekuni's request. Asking for flowers. Then what do you want to do? Kuchiki Clan asked back. He didn't really want to get involved in the issue of the big prison, although one of his people was imprisoned in it. 0. The meaning of Yamada is very simple. There is a problem in the crypt space, or there is a problem in the big prison. Yamamoto Shigekuni answered Kuchiki Xuanwen's question. Are you afraid the problem of the crypt space is caused by those three guys? Kuchiki Clan asked. Well, be careful in everything. If you can't do it, don't force it. Yamamoto Shigekuni nodded and said. But, if they don't know how to repent, I don't mind, I will kill them and let them turn into spirit sons and return to the embrace of the Soul Society. Kuchiki Clan understands what Yamamoto Shigekuni means. Although Yamamoto Shigekuni wants Kuchiki Gen to solve the problem of the crypt space, but if things are not that simple, according to what Yamamoto Shigekuni said, Kuchiki Gen can give up everything as long as others are safe. The return is enough. The reason why the crypt space was built as a prison by the ancestors is to allow the crypt space to consume the spiritual power of the detainees all the time, and play a certain role in punishment and detention. Hearing this, Kuchiki Clan nodded. This is the Yamamoto Shigekuni he knew, killing decisively and showing no mercy. Another point is that once the crypt space is entered, the spiritual power of the entrant will be consumed all the time. Once the spiritual power is insufficient in it, it is very dangerous. Of course, these are what Kuchiki Clan learned from the materials. He has never been to the crypt space since he was born 1,000 years ago. If what happened in the big prison has something to do with those three guys, the old man allows you to take action. Don't worry, I will judge according to the situation. If something is really impossible, I will return it. Kuchiki Clan nodded in response. That's good, you go too, go back early. Yamamoto Shigekuni said. Okay, then I'll take my leave. Kuchiki Clan nodded and stood up, then left Yamamoto Shigekuni's big room with a slight bow. On the way back to the 11th team, Kuchiki Clan began to consider the feasibility of this trip in the crypt space. After all, it was not only because of Yamamoto Shigekuni's commission, but also because of the problem of Jushiro Ayuzo. Jushiro Buzong was the captain of the guard team who was blocked on the only way when Kuchiki Clan took people to Central 46 to give advice. But, in fact, the real identity of Jushiro Ayuzo is a person of Kuchiki Gen. Yes, Jushiro Buzong is Kuchiki Gen's 827. He joined the guard team of Central 46 at the behest of Kuchiki Clan. Similarly, Kuchiki Clan nodded and agreed to stop him on the only way. As for why Kuchiki Clan personally shot Jushiro Ayuzo unconscious, and then threw him into the underground prison, for this moment. When Kuchiki Clan first met Jushiro Ozu, Jushiro's family was not well established. He took a fancy to Jushiro Ozu's talent, and then taught Jushiro Ozu for about half a year. After he taught some basic things, he started left. No one knew about this relationship except Kuchiki Clan and Jushiro Buzong himself. Afterwards, Jushiro Buzong became Kuchiki Clan's person and has been preparing for Kuchiki Clan's affairs. Finally, after the establishment of Central 46, Jushiro Buzong saw his opportunity to contribute to Kuchiki General then, after Kuchiki Gen's careful consideration, Jushiro Buzong successfully got the appreciation of Central 46 as a new nobleman and joined the so-called guard team. What happened after that was what was shown in front of people. Kuchiki Clan then went to Central 46 to speak out and threw Jushiro Ayuzo directly into the big prison. At the beginning, Kuchiki Gen's idea was very simple. Through this series of operations, everyone realized that Jushiro Buzong and Kuchiki Gen were not fellow travelers, and that Jushiro Buzong offended. After acquiring Kuchiki Gen, even if he comes out of the big prison, no one would dare to risk offending Kuchiki Gen to use Jushiro Buzo. In this way, Kuchiki Gen's goal is achieved, and no matter what Jushiro Ayuzo does, no one will pay attention to it, and these things will not be linked to Kuchiki General. As a result, Jushiro Ayuzo can safely help Kuchiki Gen to do things, because once Jushiro Ozu stands on the opposite side of Kuchiki Gen, then he will be marginalized by everyone, even if it is his. The family is no exception. The reason why Jushiro Buzong sacrificed so much to help Kuchiki Gen is actually very simple. When Jushiro Buzong was young, he was not a popular child. Even his father and family didn't like him until Kuchiki Clan's appearance. The appearance of Kuchiki Gen is like a bright light, illuminating the way forward for Jushiro Ozang and giving him a direction in his life. As the saying goes, a scholar dies for his confidant. Naomi quickly entered the room, then turned around and closed the door, and came to Kuchiki Clan's desk. Of course, for a man like Jushiro Ayuzo, Kuchiki Gen made the arrangements mostly inadvertently. As for Kuchiki Gen, he really started to make arrangements from now on. In other words, Jushiro Ozu's talent can indeed make him reach the 8th level, but after reaching the 8th level, he can only stop at the most common 8th level powerhouse. That is, the middle of the 8th level is Jushiro Ozu's in the end. With such potential, no matter how close the relationship between Kuchiki Gen and Jushiro Buzong is, Kuchiki Clan will not put him among the 7 great saints. After all, there has been a special case of Naomi before, and Kuchiki Clan does not want to another exception. Creaking, the door was pulled open, and a beautiful figure appeared at the door. It was the Shadow Blade Naomi, who was about 1.7 meters tall, with a curvy figure and a delicate and beautiful face. Kuchiki Clan doesn't like to force others, so everything Jushiro Ozang is willing to do, and because of this, Kuchiki Clan completely regards Jushiro Ozang as his own, and arranges him in the 12 sages among. Is there something wrong? Before, throwing Jushiro Ozu into the large prison in the crypt space was also out of tempering Jushiro Ozu. With his current age and strength, he has entered a moderate bottleneck period. If there is no external help, that is only hundreds or even thousands of years of hard work. Kuchiki Schwanka didn't have so much time to wait, so he threw Jushiro Ayuzo into the big prison to harden it. This time, what Kuchiki Clan has to do is to bring Jushiro Ayuzo out when dealing with the problem of the crypt space, because it is already time of Kuchiki Xian is not only Jushiro Buzong's confidant, but also his bull. His talent is indeed very good, even surpassing Shihuan Husan of Shihuan's family, but without Kuchiki Xian's guidance, his talent may not be fulfilled. Jushiro Buzong's talent is good, but the reason why Kuchiki Xian did not rank him among the 7 great sages is also due to strength considerations. Teacher, do you have any mission for the captain? Naomi asked after some consideration. Moreover, after Kuchiki Gen revealed part of his plan, Jushiro Ayuzo was even more impressed by Kuchiki Gen's strength and courage, he did it willingly. Of course, Kuchiki Gen didn't have time to tell Jushiro Azu all this, because Jushiro Ayuzo went to prison one step earlier, and Jushiro Ayuzo didn't know anything about the arrangements Kuchiki made after that. Kuchiki Xian looked at Naomi suspiciously, not knowing why Naomi came to him at this time. Therefore, it is not surprising that Jushiro is willing to give everything for Kuchiki Xian. Kuchiki Xian quickly returned to the room belonging to him in the 11th team. He did not rush to the crypt space. The reason is very simple. Kuchiki Xian is not stupid. First, he has never been to the crypt space. Second, he is not a reckless man who doesn't know anything, he just drills in if he doesn't know anything, and he has to do some preparations before going there. 3.8 Kuchiki Xian returned to the captain's office just a moment later. He found his proud disciple, Naomi, who was already slim, came to the door of the room, and then knocked on the door. Come in. Kuchiki Gen called. Why do you ask that? Kuchiki Xian asked instead of answering Naomi. Because I know the teacher, you will not go to the chief if you are fine, and the chief will not go to the teacher if you are fine. Naomi said seriously, pushing the brown glasses on the bridge of her nose. Because Naomi has foreign blood, her eyes are beautiful red, so she has received a lot of strange eyes before, so as the years go by, Naomi, who is becoming more and more beautiful, also wears a pair of the brown frameless sunglasses covered her red eyes, and at the same time covered part of her beautiful face, which seemed to be a disaster for the country and the people. Humph, you know it very well. Kuchiki snorted. He also knew that his disciple would not come to him if he had nothing to do. Of course, Naomi is stronger than both of them, she is not as thorough as Kuchiki Xian and Yamamoto Shigekuni, at least she is more clingy to Kuchiki Xian. Just because she is attached to Kuchiki Xian, Naomi will appear in front of Kuchiki Xian when she has nothing to do, dangling in front of Kuchiki Xian, to show her sense of existence. After hearing Kuchiki Xian's words, Naomi's eyes lit up and she asked, Then teacher, do you admit that you have a mission? Take me there, take me there. No. Kuchiki Xian frowned, and rejected Naomi directly, but Kuchiki Xian knew what Naomi was thinking, and because of knowing, he refused. Why? Naomi immediately asked with a puzzled face after being rejected by Kuchiki Xian. Why? You said why? This time old man Yamamoto came to me, but he asked me to do a private matter, not the whole team's business. How could I take you? You and I have left. Who will handle the matter of the 11th team? Kuchiki Xian said with a serious face. This. Naomi's face became embarrassed when she heard Kuchiki Xian's words, and she couldn't find any other reason to refute Kuchiki Xian for a while. After all, she also knows that she handles all the big and small matters of the 11th team now, and that her teacher is really a hands-off shopkeeper, and now that Naomi wants to come, did Kuchiki Xian take her as his apprentice in the first place just to find a helper? He handles team affairs. Thinking of this, Naomi raised her head and said again, Teacher, I don't care, you leave the team affairs to me. I haven't gone out to play for a long time. This time, I will go with you no matter what. Don't make trouble. Hearing this, Kuchiki Xian said helplessly, This time it's not going out to play, this time the place to go is very dangerous, with your strength, you may not be able to get out if you go in. Liar. Naomi obviously didn't believe Kuchiki Xian's statement. It's true. Kuchiki Xian had no choice but to deal with Naomi's nonsense. The mission location this time is in the crypt space, which is a special area where the underground prison is located. With your strength, it's easy to get in. Lost. Really? Hearing Kuchiki Xian's words, Naomi asked with a look of doubt. It must be true, when did the teacher lie to you? Kuchiki Xian said helplessly. Okay. Since it is true, Naomi is also a person who knows the importance, and she will not mess around in business matters. In addition to the business, there are also things related to the sanctuary, so I went in with a purpose, and you, just guard the jingling court obediently. Kuchiki Xian said seriously. Got it. Naomi said with an unhappy face. Okay, next time if I go on a mission, I will take you with me, but this time it really won't work. Kuchiki Clan comforted, what about you, now go and send me the data of the crypt space, and get ready. I'm leaving. Yes, teacher. Naomi immediately bowed and went to work. As the main battle team, the 11th team has detailed information on these special areas that require combat power to deal with. Soon Naomi brought the documents back. After putting the documents down, Naomi realized that she had nothing to do, so she withdrew from Kuchiki Xian's office. She couldn't stand Kuchiki Xian reading the documents, she would rather go out and find people, discuss, and don't want to follow Kuchiki Xian to read materials in the office, because it is too boring. Kuchiki Xian didn't care what Naomi was doing when he went out, he took the materials that Naomi put down and started to read them. The crypt space is one of the 4 dangerous places that have existed in the Soul Society since ancient times. Together with the wormhole, the dead forest, and the abyss of the soul, it is called the 4 dangerous places of the Soul Society. Each of the 4 dangerous places has different dangers. The wormhole is the chaos of time, the dead forest is easy to get lost in it, and the soul abyss is a dangerous creature that will affect the essence of the soul body and transform the affected soul into a spiritual place. And this time, the large underground prison that Kuchiki Xian is going to is also built in the crypt space, and indeed the space is also the largest among the 4 dangerous places. Up to now, the Soul Society has never detected the boundary of the crypt space. In the crypt space, the spiritual power of the entrant will be continuously consumed. If the entrant strength is not enough, it will be easily left in the depths of the crypt space by the crypt space, and there will be no way back from now on. Until the spiritual power was exhausted, it finally turned into spirit particles and was absorbed by the cave space. The underground prison is built in an area of the crypt space that has been explored and understood by the Soul Society. This area is relatively safe, and the consumption of the spiritual power of 860 is within an acceptable range, so a long time ago, the ancestors of the Soul Society established a big underground prison here, which was specially used to detain some prisoners in the household soul world. The 3 underground evils mentioned before were one of the strongest prisoners who were defeated by Shigekuni Yamamoto and imprisoned. Since the establishment of the underground prison, countless prisoners have been locked in, because once they are locked in, unless someone specifically releases them, no one will care about their life and death. The strong ones may live in the underground prison for a long time longer, weaker ones will naturally consume their spiritual power quickly after being imprisoned, and then die. This time, Yamamoto Shigekuni asked Kuchiki Xian to go to the underground prison, because the captain of the 9th team reported some changes in the underground prison, but the common people did not dare to stay in the underground space for too long, and generally sent prisoners after being thrown into the prison. It came out immediately, so no one knows what happened to the underground prison. After reading all the information about the crypt space and the large underground prison, Kuchiki Xian has a solid mind. With his strength, although he dare not explore the crypt space unscrupulously, at least with his 8th level upper class strength, within the known crypt space, can move freely. After reading the materials, Kuchiki Xian drew up a plan in his mind, put down the materials, and began to prepare for departure. After leaving the 11th team's garrison, Kuchiki Xian quickly left in the direction outside the jingling court. The location of the crypt space is relatively far to the south of the old aristocratic area. In order to save time, Kuchiki Xian directly used the space coordinates of Flying Thunder God technique after leaving the scope of Jinglingting, and returned to his own small courtyard in the old aristocratic district Kuchiki Tuchung branch house. Kuchiki Clan, who was still outside the jingling court for a moment, made a swish, and returned to the small courtyard that he hadn't returned for a long time the next moment. The small yard is still taken care of by servants every day, so this is over, and his small yard still maintains its original appearance. I still feel better here. Kuchiki Clan looked at the familiar room and said lightly. But then, Kuchiki Clan left his yard, but he had a mission, and it was not suitable to cherish anything at this time. Leaving his yard quickly, Kuchiki Clan started to drive at the fastest Shunpa speed. In the Shunpa integrated with the Flying Thunder God technique, Kuchiki Clan can snap a super long distance with every step, which is not ordinary at all. Shunpa can be compared. Under Kuchiki Clan's ultra-high-speed movement, he soon came to a plain area where no one lived. The entrance to the crypt space was on this plain. According to the information seen, Kuchiki Clan quickly found the entrance and exit connecting the crypt space and Soul Society. This entrance and exit is reinforced by Soul Society, so that it can maintain a stable entrance and exit for a long time. Kuchiki Clan didn't delay, and directly entered the enchantment gate, which seemed to be a portal, but in fact it was a simple gate through the world. After passing through the portal, the scene in front of Kuchiki Clan has completely changed. Although there was no scenery in the past, the plain has now become a piece of gray from top to bottom, which means that the crypt space has arrived. The data of the crypt space mentions that the crypt space is a place filled with gray from top to bottom, although it is not as foggy as the Soul Abyss, but because sky and earth are both gray, yes, so in the crypt space, this is also a point where it is very easy to get lost. Kuchiki Clan found that he came out of a cave-like place on the mountain wall. He looked back and found that the channel for preaching the precepts behind him was still there. After being able to sense it, Kuchiki Clan was completely relieved. Before, the reason why he agreed with Yamamoto Shigekuni to come to the underground prison to investigate was also to see if he could still sense the coordinates of the Flying Thunder God in a place like the crypt space. In this way, Kuchiki Clan felt a lot more at ease. After all, with Flying Thunder God around, Kuchiki Clan would not be afraid of being trapped. Of course, if it was confined by space, then Flying Thunder God might be restricted. At that time, Kuchiki Clan the ability to escape will be curbed. Of course, this is all Kuchiki Clan's own thoughts. After all, in terms of the current environment, there are very few enemies that can threaten his life, so there is really no need for Kuchiki Clan to be so cautious. Therefore, Kuchiki Clan felt that he should be careful when sailing the 10,000 years boat. To be continued. First of all, in the initial stage of this secret art, practitioners must have a Ryatsu level above the 7th level of perfection. This point has wiped out many people, which is also the reason why there are so few inheritors of the secret art. Moreover, even if ordinary people have reached the standard of cultivation, Yamamoto Shikuni has to consider whether this person is worthy of his teaching this secret technique. Although, with Kuchiki Clan's current strength, he can act freely within the known range of the crypt space, but Kuchiki Clan still feels that he should be more careful. After all, he has already known that there are unknown problems in the crypt space. Whether it is a man-made or a natural problem, it is up to Kuchiki Clan to investigate. After walking for about 5 minutes, Kuchiki Clan saw a place lined with boulders. These boulders appeared quite abruptly, as if they had been moved here. When Kuchiki Clan began to operate the secret technique, the spiritual particles in the cave space that had no reaction at all, really began to be absorbed by Kuchiki Clan. If he is not the most trusted person of Yamamoto Shigekuni, he will not pass on this secret, no Zhao, technique. Discovering this situation, Kuchiki Clan frowned slightly, because racial absorption and supplementation is extremely important for Shinigami. Secondly, it is the essence of this secret technique. In fact, this secret technique is very simple to explain. It is to forcibly draw and absorb free spirit particles with a strong personal soul density, and then play a role in quickly recovering Ryatsu. The root of this secret technique is actually a secret technique that speeds up the absorption of free spirit particles and speeds up the recovery of Ryatsu. After using this secret technique, it will be several times faster than the normal natural absorption of spirit particles, even it is more than 10 times, the speed of absorption is related to the strength of the individual. Originally caring about the original perception ability, Kuchiki Clan could not find such abnormality at all, but through the release of mental power, Kuchiki Clan found the abnormality, which shows how powerful this environment is for deceiving the normal perception of the human brain. Kuchiki Clan released the spiritual power, and then Kuchiki Clan frowned, because just after Kuchiki Clan released the spiritual power, he discovered that the environment of the crypt space would suppress the spiritual power to a certain extent, and Kuchiki Clan also frowned. It was found that although the concentration of spiritual particles in the crypt space is not bad, it will be very difficult to absorb. The reason is still related to the environment of the crypt space. Of course, it's not that Yamamoto Shigekuni doesn't want to pass on this secret technique, and he's not that kind of person either. Yamamoto Shigekuni doesn't know what it means to be self-preserving with a broom, but it's just because this secret technique is required in its infancy. It is very high, so there are not many people who can learn it. After identifying the direction, Kuchiki Clan began to walk cautiously in the direction of the large prison given in the information. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the unique environment of the crypt space will cause people in the space to have a perceptual misleading. This misleading acts on the brain. After the force, the situation is discovered by simultaneous detection by two senses. Kuchiki Clan experienced once again that after absorbing spirit particles with normal abilities, he increased the power of absorbing spirit particles. This method of absorbing spirit particles was exclusively taught to him by Yamamoto Shigekuni, and it was a part that Yamamoto Shigekuni figured out by himself. A secret technique. In fact, these boulders were brought here artificially. These are the prisons specially built by the predecessors of the Soul Society. The huge stones are specially made prisons one after another. Kuchiki Clan began to operate the secret technique to absorb the free spirit particles, and it did have some effect. Of course, the effect was much worse than outside the crypt space, but it was better than not absorbing at all. But just after Kuchiki Clan just started to absorb, a voice sounded suddenly. "Little ghost, stop your secret technique, the spirit seeds here are not so easy to absorb." The sudden appearance of the sound transmission made Kuchiki Clan immediately frowned, and then looked in the direction where the sound came from. At this time, a tall and thin figure appeared squatting on the top of a huge stone cage. Kuchiki Clan looked carefully, and found that this person was very thin, and he could almost be described as a shapeless figure, but even so, Kuchiki Clan didn't dare to underestimate this one who appeared suddenly. Kuchiki Clan stopped the operation of his secret technique while being wary of the tall and thin figure that suddenly appeared. Not bad. If you can listen to the words, that guy Yamamoto can teach his apprentices. The tall and thin figure said hoarsely. Hearing this, Kuchiki Clan knew the possible identity of the guy who suddenly appeared in front of him, and only the person who is most familiar with Yamamoto Shigekuni would say this. "Your Excellency, who is it?" Kuchiki asked with his hand on the handle of the 500 knife at his waist. Hearing Kuchiki Gen's question, the figure jumped down from the top of the tall boulder prison with a swish. It wasn't until he jumped down that Kuchiki Clan could see the guy's face clearly. The face of this person is quite terrifying, with a flat nose, two nostrils facing straight ahead, two deep-set eye sockets, prominent cheekbones, and a skull face as a whole. Seeing this terrifying face, Kuchiki Clan finally guessed who was coming, but before Kuchiki Clan could speak, the other party had already spoken. "See. I look like this." "Can't you guess it?" said the tall figure with a terrifying face. "Are you, evil ghost?" "Okita." Kuchiki Clan frowned and looked at the other party. "Ha ha ha ha, does anyone in the Soul Society know me?" "It's really an honor," said Okita with a scary face and a height of about 2 meters. Hearing the other party's answer, Kuchiki Clan narrowed his eyes slightly, and relaxed his grip on the handle of the knife, and began to look at this guy who thought he was Evil Ghost Okita. The Evil Ghost Okita in front of him, in the eyes of Kuchiki Clan, had a miserable life, the clothes on his body were already tattered and worse than the beggars on the street, but the aura of the other party made Kuchiki Clan a little bit admiring. The strength of the 8th level median, if placed in the Soul Society at this time, is definitely the strongest among the strong. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that this is the crypt space. Years later, not only did he not die, but his strength remained at the middle of the 8th rank, which was quite shocking. After observation and analysis, Kuchiki Clan confirmed that the guy with the tall grid and terrifying face in front of him was the evil ghost Okita back then. The reason is very simple, because he didn't find the other party's knife, and the only strong people who are locked in the big prison and don't use a knife are only 10 people, the evil ghost Okita. Yes, the demon Okita doesn't use a knife. He is a master of white hits, very tall. Kuchiki Clan has seen some secret information, the evil ghost Okita back then, you said how evil he is, but it's nothing, it's just that he looks scary and uses his fists. Apart from smashing to death a few noble patriarchs abruptly, he didn't do anything bad. Assimilation? Kuchiki Clan asked in surprise. After thinking about the information of this evil ghost Okita, Kuchiki Clan looked at him again, and found that the other party was just squatting there. When Kuchiki Clan saw this, his expression became very strange. This sentence in the information made Kuchiki Clan a little concerned. It's just that as I got out of trouble and absorbed more and more spiritual particles, I also discovered the biggest hidden danger of absorbing spiritual particles in the crypt space, that is. Your Excellency, why do you prevent me from absorbing the spiritual seeds here? Kuchiki Clan looked at the other party for a while and couldn't find a topic, and asked a question that he didn't understand just now. After all, the sentence, after discussing white hits, I was defeated by Yamamoto Shigekuni with all my strength, is worthy of scrutiny. You must know that Yamamoto Shigekuni's white hit strength is absolutely ridiculous, but after discussing white hits, you have to use it was only with all his strength that he defeated the opponent, which shows how terrifying the strength of this evil ghost Okita is. Therefore, at that time, he met Shigekuni Yamamoto, who was already well known in the Soul Society. After the two had discussed white hits, Yamamoto defeated him with all his strength. Yes, it's assimilation. The evil ghost said to Okita, there is a strange thing about the spirits in the crypt space, and I can't tell what it is, anyway, it's something unique to this poor place like the crypt space. I call it, breath of the crypt. As long as the spirits enter the crypt space from the Soul Society and any other places, they will be contaminated with this kind of breath. This crypt breath is what makes the spirits very strange, and once we absorb more this kind of breath will be slowly assimilated by the crypt space, and finally turned into spirit particles to replenish the crypt space, do you understand? As for me, when I first came to this place, I didn't know much about the situation here, and as time passed, because I couldn't absorb the spirit, my strength became weaker and weaker. Then one day, I thought of a way, I began to forcibly absorb the spiritual seeds here, and later, I really succeeded, and then by virtue of the method, I escaped from the prison. Of course, there is no solution, but it needs a lot of strength. For example, I am in the process of being assimilated. I can't solve this problem. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to live now, right? The evil ghost pointed at himself and said. The evil ghost squatting in the distance grabbed his messy hair twice, then looked at Kuchiki Clan and said, "Hee, the kid is quite polite, so let me tell you, this is what Laozi brought here." Long time discovered. Hearing the explanation from the evil ghost Okita, Kuchiki Clan finally understood what was going on. Is there a way to solve it? After all, people in the crypt space, if they don't absorb the spirit particles, they will dissipate one day. Kuchiki Clan asked Okita, looking at the evil ghost who was not much different from him at this time. After finishing speaking, the evil ghost pointed to his head and looked at Kuchiki Clan with a serious face. However, one must know that the Soul Society is ruled by nobles, and his actions like this are definitely provocative, not to mention that he was born as a commoner. For a moment, Kuchiki Clan was speechless. If he knew that the other party would definitely not be a time traveler, Kuchiki Xuan would think that he was some Beijinger who had time traveled.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.